getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Roll program.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Slipping and a sliding, playing domino. Lefting and a riding, ain't a crime, you know. Well, I gotta tell the story before it's time to go. But are you ready for the country? Are you ready for me? Are you ready for the country? Ain't out the sight to see. Talking to a preacher, said God was on his side. Talking to a pusher, they both were selling high. Well, they gotta tell the story, boys. I don't know the reason why. Are you ready for the country? Are you ready for me? Are you ready for the country? Ain't got a sight to see. Get rich. Are you ready for the country? Are you ready for me? Better get ready for the country. Ready for me. Are you ready for the country? Ready for me. Are you ready for the country? Ain't got a sight.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is another big week of bank quarterly reports. Today, we have Morgan Stanley. Who else we have? I can't read my writing in the dark here. Morgan Stanley, IBKR, and I can't see this other one. I cannot read it. Hold on a second here. I got it pulled up on a web page. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. That's what I can't read. I can't read my own writing. Goldman Sachs is today. Tomorrow we have Charles Schwab and USB, and then on Thursday, and there's others, by the way. These are just the big ones that I felt like writing down. State Street is doing theirs on Thursday. So we got three big days of some really big numbers coming through for earnings reports. But probably the bigger topic, I think, maybe on this page here is the Chinese markets are in turmoil. This is an article from, who is this from? Financial Times.
This was reported as of, I believe it was 9 hours ago when I looked at it. Yeah, I think it's 9 hours old. Anyways, it says Chinese authorities have in recent days told some institutional investors not to sell stocks as regulators face renewed pressure to stabilize share prices following the steep decline in the first weeks of the new year. Since October, market regulators have been providing private instructions known as window guidance to some investors, which prevent them from being net sellers of equities on certain days. Such restrictions on selling helped to spur a rebound of about 3% for the benchmark CSI 300 stock index in the final week of 2023, traders said. But as the curbs on some smaller mutual funds and on brokers were eased in the new year, the index completely reversed those gains and is down more than 4% this month. Beijing has now reimposed such restrictions on security companies, large institutional investors in China that both act as brokers and have proprietary trading arms. According to traders and investment managers at 3 different financial institutions, the investors and traders also said the change of direction by regulators, the latest in the series of U-turns, was destroying the market and undermining broader confidence. This type of window guidance creates delayed selling pressure, but it's not like you can't postpone that forever, said a director at one Shanghai-based securities company whose proprietary trading desk was recently told to avoid not selling again. Market sentiment will eventually dictate performance, was the quote. Financial regulators are under pressure from top leaders to end a protracted sell-off that has left the CSI 300 down 19% in the past year. Public measures to reinvigorate demand, such as trading fee cuts and purchase of bank shares by central government investment fund, have failed to restore investor confidence. Instead, the Chinese Security Regulatory Commission and stock exchanges in Shanghai and Shenzhen have turned to issue private window guidance. The CSRC, Shanghai Stock Exchange, and Shenzhen Stock Exchange did not respond to requests for comment. Authorities were forced to start at the start of January to permit net sales at smaller mutual funds, which faced mounting redemptions from customers worried about their further price falls, said traders and fund managers. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but what I am going to do is I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here real fast, and we're going to take a little look at what's going on over here. Here's the Shenzhen. Let's take it out to a daily chart here and kind of look at what a daily chart looks like for the Shenzhen. Not too promising as of right now. Let's take it out to a weekly just to kind of see what the weekly looks like. Man, if I didn't know any better, I'd almost say that it's on the backside of a Head and Shoulders. Well, that's not looking too good. What about Shanghai? Same kind of thing. They both kind of look like they're on the backside of a Head and Shoulders. More notably, it broke this line of support here. Probably right, since this is a weekly chart here, it broke it probably the middle portion of December. So this is probably likely that period of time when they saw the numbers starting to fall below this strong level of support here. In fact, this might even go back a little bit further. We could probably draw a line back a little bit further on this. Once it broke this level of support, they knew what was inevitable was probably coming. How far back does this go? Damn. Mind you, each one of these candles right here is a week-long candle, so I'm digging all the way back. This level of support goes all the way back to 2005, middle of 2005. So this is a very, very long. This is a huge macro level of support here. This line that I've got drawn out here, and you can see that it's breaking past that level of support. I don't know what's going to happen if I draw like a big wedge here and see what the tops look like. Yeah, that's not good. That doesn't look good at all. Let me take it to a monthly. Yikes. If, based off of what I normally do with you guys, and I draw usually the rectangle for the potential breakout period, I would probably draw something a bit like this, and so it's breaking out a little bit earlier than even I would have probably anticipated, and just based off of what I'm seeing here from the charts, and that does not look good. The other thing too is look at the volume profile at the bottom of the page down here. Lots and lots of volume coming in as price is starting to fall, especially in contrast to where volume's been from the past. This is a real sell-off. Let's take a look at. Let's go back to this one. Again, I'm in the monthly. I think this is the Shenzhen. Is this the Shenzhen? Hold on a second here. I always get confused which one's which. Yeah, Shenzhen and Shanghai. I'm looking at Shenzhen right now. And same thing with this one. It's about ready to break on a monthly chart, a major macro chart here. It's about ready to break a downtrend line on this and heading downwards. And you can see the massive quantity of volume that's been picking up ever since 2015. And in this, I guess in a little bit, in a sense, the volume's kind of falling on this downwards momentum here. It's not too terribly bad because that is falling volume, it looks like, over the short-term period from like basically 2021 going forward. Not so much the case over here for Shanghai. Interesting stuff, though. They're definitely getting some moves. I don't know where I would. Kind of crazy. Well, we'll see if them reducing the ability to be able to sell off during certain periods of time is going to help any. So far for AMC in this pre-market morning, we're down 0.66%. 3 cents lower than where we closed at on Friday. It's 6:31. It's time to take a look at our numbers. Let me go over and see what it is that you guys are saying real quick here. Tank Dog says, Casey, there's been rumors of Adam Aaron stepping down soon. Do you think there is any truth to this? I do not know. I know he's talked about the end of his career coming up. I have no idea, though. I think there's a lot of speculation. One of the ways that you can here's how I would look at it. And this goes based off of politics that happen even in Washington D.C. If you want to start a rumor to get something to happen, that's how you do it. You put in enough minds of people that something is going to happen, and then that's how you get the ball rolling. So in terms of like rumors, I don't like basing it off of rumors. That's not something that I prefer to. I'd rather look at what people are saying as hard facts and not just rumors that are floating around, because I think it sets up a bad connotation for the company. And I'm an investor in the company as well as I'm sure you are. And you don't want bad connotations floating around. So those are the kind of rumors you should just stop right in their spot and say, like, if you didn't hear it specifically from his mouth, shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, just stop the rumor in its tracks and just say, like, that's it. No more. I don't care if it didn't come from Adam Aaron, you don't know what you're talking about. And let it rest there. Because it really needs to come from his mouth before it's actual news. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Let me clean off my glasses. Oh man, I forgot to go get more liquid for my sprayer. I'll have to do that next time I go to Costco. See, clean off my glasses. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Hope you guys stayed warm. We've already got one of our pipe. We always have one pipe here on the outside of our house that is, I'm pretty sure the pipe must be like super, super close and not well insulated to the edge of the house. And it happens to be our sink, our kitchen sink. And so that one always, if there's any pipe in the house that's going to freeze, it's always that one. And so it's frozen over right now. Tried to, usually in the past I've been able to thaw it out by getting a room heater and just staging it in front of it. It didn't work yesterday. Had it up there all night last night and didn't do a darn thing. It is that cold. It's been that cold for so long. And it's crazy because I actually had it dripping the other day and I stopped it during the middle of the day thinking the drips didn't need to keep dripping it during the day because we use it enough and it just, that's when it stopped. So, mental note to self, never stop letting it drip. Rookie mistake. All right, I think my glasses are clean. No, close enough. They're not really that clean, but they're better than they were. Let's see here. Yeah, John, they were open. We had them open, and it didn't help, unfortunately. Yeah, I thought for sure that would be enough to just leave it open, and it wasn't enough. There was the weather. It succumbed to the weather. It was just way too much. The temperatures are pretty cold. We've had like less than 20-degree weather, so it was enough. It got to it. But we haven't had any snow yet, though. All right. Numbers are done, or logging in is done here, so let's go over the numbers and see what we got going on here. Let me change one of these pages real quick. There we go. Price prediction tally points last week. We had 456 was the close, which means anybody who picked 306 to 606 would have been the price prediction winner, but nobody picked that. Nobody was within 10 cents of it. So, but everybody did get the predictions right. It was within their prediction range. So point to everybody for the week, and it looks like I'm going to win out the week. with that extra bonus point that I got for being within 10 cents of the price. I forget what day it was. All right. Short exempt volume from Friday. Our volume levels were a little bit lower than I thought they would be for the day. I think we ended up around like 14.4 million or something like that. Let me check it again real quick here. 14.39. It was really close. Almost 14.4 million. That was a little bit lower volume. I kind of thought we might see something closer to like the 18 range, but I did say 10 to 30 million on the volume prediction, so it was within that range. I think I said 10 to 30. Didn't I say 10 to 30? No, I said 15 to 35 million. I'm looking at my numbers here. My prediction was 15 to 35, and I was shy by about 600,000 shares. So we did not get the volume that I thought we would see that day. And so the short exempt volume might be a little bit low, but I'm pretty sure it'll be over 100,000 shares. Let's check it out real quick here. By the way, Stonko Tracker's kind of sort of updating now. They don't have the correct SSR price because the market was closed yesterday, but the shares available to borrow is now reporting correctly again. So at least we have that. Short exempt volume was 135.6 thousand shares. That is day 3 of 3 of being over 100K, which is all I need to see. It's 300K is considered to be an extraordinary amount, but anything over 100K I feel is acceptable enough for me to call it a green day. So we got our green color back here on the short exempt volume. Let's check day-over-day price increase was a down 2.98% for the day on Friday. And then let's check utilization real fast here. I think it's a little bit down right now. 29.19 maybe percent. Yeah, 29.19%. Max Pain. Let's see what it is for this week. What it was this week ending 19. I think so. What you're seeing on screen right now is Max Pain over this weekend. I looked it up on Friday. It was $5. I don't expect that to change any. It still should be $5. So let's see here. I'm going to give it a quick refresh. Yeah, $5 is Max Pain. Taking a look off exchange, by the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% in total going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 52.97% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.68. The combined total was 62.65%, or about 1.35% less than what I would expect it to be on a normal day. CHX volume was 2,648, not a whole lot going through there. CHX volume on GME is coming in at about 481 shares, also not a whole lot. Let's see, let's take a look at institutional ownership being reported at 16. Let's see here. That's not correct. What am I looking at here? Is that showing you guys the right number? Yeah, 41.233 million. Now that's from last week. Let me refresh this real quick here and find out if that's current or not. Oh, dropping. 39.649 million owned by institutions being reported. Pretty big drop right there. Options. While we're waiting for options, I'll move a few pages around. One question I asked you guys last week was whether or not you felt the 2-year, 10-year yields would normalize as they are still inverted. And we'll take a look at that here in a second, but it is definitely still getting closer. I think I'm going to have to refresh this again. Last week, highest amount of open interest was at a $5 strike for calls and $4.50 for puts. This page just does not want to load up for me today. Might move. I'm gonna try refreshing one more time, and we'll try moving on if it doesn't work this time. Just errors out. Well, I'm not sure why it's not loading up. Oh, we'll move on. We'll come back to this if the site ever decides. Oh, hey, look at that! I got a how satisfied are you with this message from Fidelity? Not at all satisfied. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. If this finally ever loads up on me, we'll go over the information. But let's take a look at Ortex real quick here. Utilization showing up at 29.19%. Short share interest of the free float's at 9.26. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like for the end of the week. Here's our utilization dropping day over day from 29.84 down to 29.19. That's going to probably suggest that the on-loan amount's dropping, but it's not. Utilization actually rose. Part of the reason may be for the fact that utilization will go up if, or down, I should say. Utilization will go down if there's different reasons. The amount of shares that are being loaned drops, or the amount of shares owned by institutions is rising. So I just pulled up, I know that information that we saw on Fintel was showing that it's dropping, but that is delayed information. So there may be some buying going on from institutions right now. But taking a look at this day over day increase from 17.58 million to 17.97. So we're looking at 0.39, I think. Yeah. So 390,000 shares, newly loaned shares, day over day. Ortex normally suggests that about a third of that is in new short interest, so I'm guessing like probably somewhere right around like 130,000 or thereabouts. Let's see where they got it at. That raised the estimated short share interest of the free float from 9.2 to 9.26, so 0.06. Let's see here. How many shares do we have again outstanding? Is it 263.1? Yeah, so we're looking at about, Ortex estimated about 157,000. We'll just call it, 157,000 shares in new short interest. On loan average age per day. Let's see. They had about 390,000 new shares on loan. I would imagine this is probably either flatlined or slightly going up. Oh, it's going down. Okay, so somehow or another, that probably means that there was a lot of positions that were closed out that were older positions on Friday. So this number went from 29.03 down to 27.88, which, because I mean that's 400,000 new shares on loan is not a whole lot. I'm kind of surprised that number dropped. Security lending volume day over day did increase from 2.51 to 3.3 million. MMRI yesterday, or on Friday, I mean, our final value for the day was 251 on MMRI, and it's now 256.86. Most of that, I think, is from the U.S. dollar rising. which we'll cover here in just a few minutes. Give me 1 second here while I plug something in real fast. I just realized why options were not loading. But the current spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield, we got the 2-year at 4.211 and the 10-year at 4.005. The final numbers that we had on Friday when I read them off was 0.194. It's 0.206. We started out the day last Friday at 0.273. So these numbers are still, while they're a little bit higher than the spread on the 2-year, 10-year yield is a little bit higher than where it was at the end of the day. It's still lower, much lower than where it was the beginning of the day on Friday. So 0.206. They're getting really close here. I'm going to take you back to the options real quick here, and we'll finish off on those real fast so I can get back to the other page. But on options, the highest amount of options for calls, and this is an options expiry week for probably the quarterlies, I would imagine, or maybe it's the yearlies that are, could be the yearlies. That are showing up here. So we're going to see excessive amounts of volume that are showing up here. So we've got, looks like the highest amount of volume sitting at about a $2.50 strike. No, that's not right. Highest amount of volume maybe at a $5 strike right now. There are a lot of in the money calls right now at $2.50 though. I'm going to scroll down here. There's actually a lot down here at an $8 strike. There's 146,000 contracts at $8. That is a lot. There's a lot of contracts. But I'm not going to go with that number because I'm going to go with what's closest to where we're at trading currently in price. And I'm going to suggest that it's the $5 calls that we should be looking at here, with 31.8 thousand contracts. The next level up is going to be at $6 with 48,000 contracts, and then $8 with 146.5 thousand contracts. A lot of contracts there. 31.8 at 5. Puts, highest amount of volume, closest to where we're at right now in price, looks to be like a $4 strike with 4.9 thousand contracts. That's down 50 cents from where it was last week. We're looking at about 4.9. Okay, so there is a lot more below that. At a strike price of, hold on a second here. There's a really large amount at a $1 strike. There's 22,000 contracts at $1. There's 23,000 contracts at $2. So there's a lot of hedging on either side of $5 for sure. On long distance, out of the money calls and puts. This might be an interesting week. We'll see what happens. All right, back to the other page. Futures. What do we got going on here? Let me put this back here real quick. Futures on the VIX are up 1.23%. We're showing the market's down right now. A lot of the different markets are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.58. And let's see here. CSI 300, I was talking about that earlier this morning, down 0.32. Orders by Fidelity customers on Friday. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. Actually, you know what? It says 404. That's right. That's right. Not a whole lot of buying by retail going on many of these top traded stocks. Like I said, with SSR not being tripped this morning, or not showing the tripping point, I went ahead and figured out before I started the live stream. $4.10 or 4.104 is the actual amount that SSR would trigger that this morning. I just accidentally refreshed this, and I didn't mean to, but I wanted to show you guys that this had stopped reporting. I think it was like on the 8th of January. It could have been I guess maybe it was the 10th. So you're seeing one of the last few reported numbers in here on January 10th, and we went for a couple of days without reporting. So we had the 10th data, but we never got any Thursday or Friday data as to how many shares were available to be borrowed. The next available point that we saw is on Saturday, where there was about 2.6 million, which was a little bit less than where we were seeing it previously, by about 200,000 shares. But so far since then, the only amount of shares that we've seen borrowed is all in this range right in here, going down. So we're looking at 2.55 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. When we left off last Wednesday, it was about 2.7 million shares that had been borrowed for the day. That's a little bit lower, but of course, normally we see about 100 or 200,000 borrowed throughout the day. So that'll put us right on target for where we were at last week. Fees are up a little bit since the last reported time on here at 0.5. We saw fees at 0.5. They're now up to 0.7. Calls out of the money. We have 235.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 6.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 49,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 93.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. A lot of in the money puts right now. We could go back to the options page and take a look at what strike prices that would be at, but there are a lot of in the money puts. Taking a look at the Mag 7 in the pre-market this morning, only 2 are green out of 7. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got, and there are some big bank movers this morning, but probably not. Well, actually, no, there is. There's a few here that are within my 2.5% plus or minus range to read off. We have HSBC is down in the pre-market 3.35. Maybe that's the only one. Yeah, it's the only one that I'm going to read off to you guys. Gold is down 0.83 and trending down. Silver is down 0.68 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.25, and let's put it back on a 1 minute. Currently trending up, breaking a little bit of the downwards trend that it had previously, maybe over the weekend here. But it is currently starting to drive upwards. The US dollar is currently up 0.78. As I mentioned earlier, MMRI is a little bit higher than where it was last week when we left the week. When we left the week last week, we were struggling to see the US dollar breaking above 102.46. If I move this out to a 30-minute interval, you'll see right here that there's definitely a move to the top side here. This was the inverse head and shoulders. I'll put it on a 1 hour chart so it's a little bit easier to see here. But this is the inverse head and shoulders that I had drawn out here, where there was a definite level of resistance at 2 different places, the 102.46, but also a lot of the tops that were over here across the board were at 102.64. So we were really looking to see that break past 102.64, and we ended up getting it on the yesterday. The real big break. So I had a potential breakout to the top side showing up as early as last Friday. I think it was 11th. No, last Thursday. But didn't get the actual really big break up until yesterday. to the top side on this. So it stalled out a little bit longer than I had anticipated based on this analysis, but we are seeing a break of the US dollar to the top side, which means that the stock market should be coming back down. And it is finding a little bit of resistance here at around 103.2. However, the amount that I would suggest that this is probably going to retest is going to be somewhere up in this 103.94, almost 104 range. So the US dollar going up like this is definitely going to cause that MMRI to increase. Oil in the pre-market this morning is up 0.34. It's not traded very much and is on an uptrend. SPY is down 0.28. You'll see here that I've got a little bit of a gray window showing up here. I've got a chart that I've got set up for a potential breakout in this period of time, and I do believe that this was supposed to be a bullish breakout to the top. I don't have the top line drawn out on this, but this is, you can see there's like a triple top up here, right around like 477. And we have this lower level of support rising upwards, and so it's kind of creating this like bullish triangle. And that break to the top side is where I've got this box shown up here. We're seeing most of our volume traded at lower price points. We may see a retest of this bottom side here before seeing an actual breakout to the top side and something higher than perhaps maybe like 477.5. Actually, I should probably put a line in here. Right about there. Tesla in the pre-market this morning is down 1.35 and trending down. No, is it? Yeah, gap down this morning in the pre-market and has been trending up since the gap down, and has not filled the gap yet. Amazon is down 0.54, gap down as well, and trending up ever since. Cinemark is up, has not traded yet this morning. Doge is up 1.35 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.86 and trending up. GME is down 0.68, did gap down and has been trending up since the market open, pre-market open. HYMC is up 3.77 in the pre-market. It's only traded one share so far this morning, so not really enough to suggest a trend just yet, but it is higher than where it closed, obviously, last week. Let's see here. NCMI is breaking even off of two shares that have traded so far this morning. Hood is down 1.49 and is, where is it going? Looks like it gapped down in the pre-market this morning at open. Maybe? Yeah. And has been trending back up since. Very similar to what a lot of other stocks have been doing. AMC did not, I mean, it did gap down a little bit at market open. But it, excuse me, it trended down a little bit and then started to stabilize and consolidate probably since right around like 5:54. So for basically the last hour, we're getting our poker stick of volume coming in, giving us a total of about 45,000 shares traded so far for the day today. No way I can predict more than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today, based off of this kind of volume. Going into the pokey stick here, we actually had some decent amounts of volume because our pokey stick was only 33,000 shares. So we had about, let's see here, 12,000. We had about 12,000 shares going into the pokey stick. So I feel like we're seeing a little bit elevated pre-market volume in contrast to what we got for our pokey stick. So we might see a little bit extra volume today, but I wouldn't count on it. Inflow versus outflow for Friday. There was approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. And then we've got, like I said, volume at about 45,000 shares so far. On a 4-hour chart, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.94, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.85, which is below average. Actually, just dropped to 39.76, which is still below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.01, which is slightly, no, that's below average. It just jumped to 43.95, slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.7, which is average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. In order for us to see price moving above and beyond the cloud for the day-to-day, which is what we would likely need to see in order for, oh, actually price just really needs to break through. Yeah, no, we need to see the price go above the cloud for the day-to-day. It's going to need to be about $5. $5 or better will create buying pressure. Short-term buying pressure. Do note that we have a crap ton of calls at that range, and they could potentially start closing out. If they do close out without collecting on shares or demanding on shares to be found in the marketplace, and we'll probably see a halting in price movement from that point going forward. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. Price could potentially break just the lagging line breaking price line, and it would still be a buy signal without breaking above the cloud, but it's going to be a very, very tight window at around $5.40 because the window's bottom is about $5.47, so there's really only like a 5-cent window in there. But otherwise, the window of opportunity exists at about $5.80 for the day-to-day. So I'm going to write down 580 because I feel like that's probably the more. You might see a little bit of buying pressure kicking in at around four. What did I say before? 542, but it won't probably be very much. And I'm not even really expecting to see that kind of a move for the day-to-day. That's a pretty big move from where we're at right now. That'd be just underneath a dollar move upwards. I think that's all I got for you guys. Darren, good morning to you. DM says, anyone in Germany, ? Just got back to the States after being over there for 2.5 months. People with AMC still have not received their shares. Totally flabbergasted, just amazed at the issues. So in a foreign market, I don't think there's going to be any. There's not a whole lot I can suggest. But they, I would contact maybe AMC Investor Relations and ask questions. If they haven't already tried that. So who all here is a Dolphins fan? Or Steelers fan? I know there's got to be some Steeler fans out there. There's Steelers is like one of the top most loved football teams across the nation. So there's got to be some Steeler fans in here that are a little upset. the day is over for your team. They get to sit down and enjoy themselves. A nice rest of the weekend, rest of the year until they have football again. But yeah, so interesting stuff going on there. I know there's a lot of people who are really pissed off at the refs right now. And by the way, guys, I don't expect to see my team make it through to the Super Bowl, so I'm gonna be sitting out on the sidelines with you guys, rooting for somebody else other than my team. So it's just a matter of time before I'm gonna be sitting there with you. I fully expect that I probably by next week, because my team's going up against the number 2 team. We're going up. Kansas City's going up against the Bills, I think, and I kind of think there's a chance that we don't walk away from that one. And if it's not that one, it'll be the Ravens. Holy moly, Dr. D. Heart surgery. Man, take care of yourself, buddy. I hope hope you feel better. Triple bypass. Yikes. I didn't, it was really sad. I thought about watching the Bills game last night just because I wanted to see what Kansas City was going to be up against. And I completely forgot about the game being delayed until yesterday. And I was like, oh, that's right. I forgot about the game. And then I went to go pull it up. And it was literally like the quarterback was, doing his exiting, interview out on the field with his beanie on. And I was like, oh man, I missed the whole game. So now I got to wait for I got to go back and watch the highlights. I can't believe I totally missed out on that one. I really wanted to see what they were gonna, what the Bills were looking like, especially in that kind of snow, those temperatures. Andrew says, yes, screw the refs. Screw them. There has been so much controversy, I feel like this season from the refs. It's funny. Like I've been, just perusing YouTube, and there's like all kinds of week 17 ref blunders, week 18 week ref blunders. It's just like every week there's like over like 15 minutes worth of ref blunders that they've got for to show everybody, and it's just I sit there and I go like, holy crap. Some of it's bad too, really bad. The worst of it, I think the worst of it is that there's been a lot of what do they call it? Pass interference that's been going on that's been looked the other way. Like I mean, like full on like guys like the guy's trying to jump into the air and he's got somebody over his back or holding onto his waist or something like that, and he's like trying to catch the ball, but he can't get the height that he needs because he's got another body attached to him. And I'm sitting there going like, what is the deal? Why aren't the refs seeing this? I don't understand like how in the world this is like considered like playing the ball or something. It's insane. I've never seen anything like it. And then they go back and they review it or something, and then they still don't call it. I don't know. It's craziness. Yeah, but the pass interference has been pretty bad this year. Twisty says they weren't holding; those were ballerina lifts. That's why the ball was so overthrown they could still, even with the help of the defender, they still couldn't get to it. Andrew says if Taylor boos Josh Allen, it's a 15-yard penalty. I've heard some people talking about her. I don't know what to call it. They like her getting the crowd going or something. I don't know. I just saw some images of her being excited and getting into it with the crowd, and like just they're really rooting on for their team. I'm looking to see if I can find it real quick here. Have you guys seen the this is I'm going to do a shout out here to Jurassic Ape, who I'm following on Twitter. Have you guys seen the new popcorn get up that you can buy now? Look at this. Isn't that something right there? Isn't that a beast? Oh yeah. Who doesn't want a pair of sweats that looks like a giant piece of popcorn? It just screams, "Eat me!" It looks like gold, Petra says. Yeah, no, it's something else. You'll never be able to find it if you spill your popcorn. You'll never be able to find it. Good luck. Have you seen the AMC astronaut concept image? Was it a hoodie? Because if so, then yes, I have seen it. Richard says they have matching socks and a hat. I might have to. If we hit 90 and I have to shave the beard, I might just order that. Just to have it on hand, ready to go. And then let me see here. I'm looking to see if I can find the Taylor Swift thing. Looking. I thought for sure I'd see it by now already. Huh, I'm not seeing it. Hold on a second. Hey, hon. There's your air. It's on. She had to stay up last night. Yesterday was Savvy's birthday. She ended up having her 16th birthday yesterday, and my wife took the night off of work, and then she still has one more night of work tonight, so she had to stay up all night last night. And this morning when I woke up, she's like, I don't think I heard the air go on once last night, and I was like, oh, I was starting to worry. I was like, oh man, I really hope something's not wrong with our heater. Not in this cold. I don't know if we can take it, but I just heard it kick on, so we're good. But Donkey Kong says, remember that Casey Shaw's mug, that you can't handle this mug insignia comes with two different separate parts sold separately. Yeah. Manjit, good morning to you. I do remember that. How could I forget? I'm still scrolling here, hoping that I'm going to just accidentally pass a Taylor Swift post. She was rocking out with the crowd. It was kind of fun to see. I don't understand. There's so many people that are like, I don't know, upset with her being happy and excited to be participating in the football game sideline shenanigans. I don't know. Some people just want to see people miserable, I guess. Not sure why so many people are upset about it. I feel like if I type her name in, I'll probably find this much quicker. Let's type it in and see what happens. Still can't find it. Oh wait, here it is. Why is this so upsetting? I don't understand why this is. Look at this post. Taylor Swift has ruined the NFL. This is so cringe. Why is it? What is wrong with this? Why why are people so upset? They're having a good time. I don't understand why everybody's so upset about it. Like, they're staying warm. They're moving their bodies. Like, what the heck, man? She's getting the crowd all into it. Why is that ruining football? I don't get it. Like, I mean, if you start the wave at the stadium, is that not an okay thing to do too? Like, that's not cool or? I don't know. Bob's saying the astronaut hoodie would sell like hotcakes. Oh, it is totally still a thing, Bob. It happens like I go to hockey games, not on a regular basis, but I go to hockey games pretty often, and I'd say the wave breaks out at least once. Not always, but usually breaks out at least once during the game. And kids are starting to some of the newer kids are starting to do it with just the phones. They're just doing like the phones come on as they make the phone lights do the wave. So it's kind of transformed a little bit, so they don't have to get out of their seats. Funky says, I think people are mad and see her as a distraction, as if football isn't a distraction from the real world events. I don't know. I'm scrolling here and I still don't see the astronaut hoodie. I haven't seen that either. I'd pull that one up as well. I didn't know that it was related to AMC. I guess when I first saw it, it was. I guess it wasn't clear to me. Yeah, I don't see it here. I'm still looking. A link in the... Okay, I'll look for it. Give me a second here. There we go. It's cool. When I saw it, it's cool, but I don't know. It reminds me of like the it reminds me of some parts of the '80s I don't want to bring back. Let me see here real quick. I'm going to open up the back of the Big Tramp here for just a few minutes. The reason, well, I see censored contents back here. There might be somebody else who may want to join us and release a little bit of good news, but I'm not going to speak for them. I'll let them do the talking. Jay, good morning to you. I have not. We didn't get out. We had multiple birthday parties to celebrate this weekend, so we didn't do much other than that this weekend at all. Bob says, bring back the low-cost cocaine from the 80s. Yeah, I pass. I don't need that. Oh, you woke up late today? Uh-oh. It's probably that you're probably nice and comfy and warm in your bed. I'm trying really, really hard not to look at price predictions from the guys from the day to day. I keep seeing my messages over here; they're popping up. So let me see if I can put in a price prediction early this morning here. To try and get an idea for where we're maybe heading to for the day to day. Rex and censored content. Welcome to the back of the Big Tramp here.
There we go.
Let's see here. Price prediction. Where are we heading to? On a 1 hour time interval. I've got a little bit of what appears to be a descending parallel channel. I'm not real, I guess, satisfied with the TA on this, but we are kind of traversing on the bottom side of this this channel here. Let me see where I've got my data points at here. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This was not built. This descending parallel channel was not an actual parallel channel that I had drawn out. It was actually a support and resistance line from the past. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands real quick here, and you'll see that I just dropped this down a little bit. These are the points of contact that I've got from the past here, showing levels of support on the way down here, and you can see multiple times it's been testing this level of support on the way down, but never actually managing to break this. But at this point, it does seem like there is a little bit of a descending parallel channel going on, because I've got a couple of the top points up here. So I'm going to actually delete this line and draw out the parallel channel and see how, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be within the data points on the bottom side moving down. Something along the lines of that right there. So we got 1, 2, 3 touching points on the bottom side. We've got at least 3 touching points on the top side. It looks pretty much like it's a descending parallel channel to me that started forming probably as early as, I guess I would say the 4th of January. So let's see here, 3, 4, 5 plus 3 about. So today is the 8th trading day of this pattern. Typically speaking, this does break into a movement above the level of resistance going up here. We're kind of trading right down the middle of this thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually draw a, starting from this day back here, I'm going to draw a trend channel on this. Starting from right about here, going forward. And you can see that the direction on this is trending towards breaking out to the top side. It's got to actually, it's showing a potential breakout at a much further point, but I don't, it's not really what I would, that's not what I would key in on. What I would key in on is levels of support and resistance as we're heading down here. And you can see that the next level of support is about $4.37. Ironically, hold on, let me pull up my chart here. $4.37 is exactly, or 438 is exactly 60.8% down from 1117. That would be a very classic turnaround point. When we hit $4.46, oops, 4465. Yeah, $4.47 that we hit here on the bottom on Friday. That actually was a 60% drop in price. 447 is exactly 60% down. So that is a very classic turnaround point. Doesn't mean it's going to definitely turn around there, but I would look at this like 437 as being a potential level of support. And so what I would do is I would draw maybe a potential breakout box at that level of support, leaving out, of course, just the tip, meaning the potential breakout somewhere in this range here. It could be earlier. It's just I'm using this level of support here as a point to where we may see some consolidation that starts to occur as it can't break past that point, and then it finally gets to this top level of declining resistance and then breaks out to the top side.
Is the best deal you gonna get.
If you're still asleep, kill yourself. Because it's Get a Bag Tuesday. That's right. Get your asses up. Get out. Go get a bag. If you
Go get a bag Tuesday? Is that what he said? I like the one I've got.
Yeah.
Sensor content. You know how? What's your good morning? What's your temperature at right now?
It's really beautiful.
The temperature is beautiful.
Yeah, it's like minus 14.
Oh, it's not nearly as bad.
Yeah, so that's like that's 7 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. We were at like 18, I think, last night. And I don't remember what it was that I did. I went outside for some reason or another. and I started thinking to myself, after, I don't know, less than 30 seconds, I was like, I understand why censored content was feeling the way that he was feeling the other day, with his brain feeling all just kind of scrambled and all that kind of stuff. Because I was just sitting there thinking, like, it really does mess with your head when you start breathing in cold air like that. I mean, it just really, it changes how you feel about what you're experiencing.
Yeah. You even start talking different.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of crazy.
We were talking about dolphins earlier. I don't know what that was all about.
Oh, the Dolphins are no longer in the playoffs. They lost.
Oh.
Dolphins!
Did you have a good Christmas? No. Do you love your mommy? No. Do you love your daddy? No. Do you love your grandparents? No. Is there anything you like?
I really like dolphins!
Oh, man. That's rough, man.
Dolphin on wheels.
That's rough. That is rough for the Dolphin fans. Oh, man. How many people, we actually have quite a few people from Florida in here. How many of those of you who are in Florida are actually huge Dolphin? Nana's from Florida. She's laughing her ass off. Okay. All right. Well, that tells me a little bit. Yeah, that tells me a little bit about how y'all feel about your team down there. What?
Get over it. Just get over it.
That's kind of funny. Hold on a second. I gotta look up this. I gotta look up the playoff bracket here. Let's see here. All right, so we got. I don't even. Let's see here. So was that was the actual score? Was 6 to, that can't be right. Oh no, that's the placing. Okay. All right, so we've got Kansas City beat the Dolphins. Don't worry, you Dolphin fans. Kansas City will be sitting out here in no time. If we don't lose to the Bills, we'll be losing to probably the Ravens, but we'll see for sure here. San Francisco is looking pretty tough, man. I feel like they're kind of the team to beat. It's just I don't know if that's maybe that's just my opinion, but they're looking tough. Y'all are Bucks fans? Well, you're still in it. And Kansas City's got to beat the Bills, and they've already lost them at home. And the Bills are no strangers to cold weather, so I don't think that Kansas City's going to get any kind of advantage there. Jesse, I don't have one yet this morning. So this is I was kind of working on that a little bit here before I got distracted with football again. On the 1 hour chart here for AMC, I feel like we're kind of heading in a descending parallel channel. With a potential breakout point going into tomorrow. I feel like it might be a little too early to be seeing that breakout just yet. Wednesdays do tend to be kind of one of the days where we see some sharp price movements historically in the past. But I would kind of wager that we probably see a close. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second here. I'm going to guesstimate on a 450 close. 451. Let's go with a 451 close.
Yeah, there's been some other dude on YouTube. I don't know, can't remember what name he is, but he's been like for the last 3 weeks been saying it's going to go down to like 435 and then go back up. So that number you put out before, right?
Yeah. So that means that with a 451 close for the day today, I'll be going with 301 to 601 for my price prediction. Since I've got some of the other guys already putting in price predictions, let me go through and read off the ones that I've got. Holy crap, my message box is blown up. What the heck? Okay, here we go. Twisty said he may change it before the bell, but 318 to 618. Let me put him down here. And then I've got TB is saying 318 to 618 as well. You got the same exact predictions. And so we'll just be waiting on Apex, who usually puts his price prediction just before market open. In regards to this as a potential breakout point for tomorrow, if we pull up, let's pull up a couple different indicators. First off, let's pull up TTM squeeze here and take a look at where we're kind of moving. You can see that the RSI is at a little low right now at 38.95, but still has some room to move down further. The buying versus selling pressure on the 1 hour chart does not show a reversal in just yet. Neither does TTM squeeze. TTM squeeze is actually suggesting that there's some more downwards momentum coming our direction. So based off of these indicators here, it looks like we're going to be heading down some more. And if you take a look at the Ichimoto cloud as well, the strong buying pressure wouldn't really start kicking in. You can see there is a thinning portion of cloud coming up here in the future, and that price point's going to be around like the 470, 480 range going into tomorrow. So potential breakout point for tomorrow perhaps, but as of right now, probably still moving with the market, and the market's looking like toast this morning. So on a 4 hour chart, again, same thing with this one. We are starting to see a little bit of signs of life. We see oversold on RSI, which means that we should be seeing the reversal in here soon. You can see that on the Vortex indicator that it does show that there's some buying pressure that's starting to kick in. The reversal was kind of indicating a potential reversal on TTM squeeze back on the 12th, but as of this morning is suggesting that there's still some downwards momentum coming, but it may just be delayed if depending on what we finish out for price for the day today. If we see a little extra buying volume with price moving down just a little bit, we may see a reversal on the TTM squeeze, and then more of this, on the Vortex indicator, more of the buying pressure coming closer to crossing over the selling pressure. So, and then RSI, of course, rising. So that's what I got for the day today. And let me put the Bollinger Bands back up. And I'm going to take a break. Oh, yeah. It took like 4 times before I figured out what the hell he was saying. I was like, oh, yeah, it's Taco Tuesday. I guess I'm having tacos. I made my first ever tortillas from scratch this weekend. That didn't go as well as I thought it would. Let's see. I'll be back at 8:15. Unfortunately, I wish it had gone. I don't. For some reason, I thought making flour tortillas would be a lot easier than it was. It seems to me like the big trick is really getting that dough as flat as you possibly can. Otherwise, it just comes out as like a. If you've ever had a chalupa, it comes out like a chalupa.
What kind of flour were you using?
Just like the classic like white flour that you would buy normally. I don't just regular flour.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be corn flour.
No. I wanted to make flour tortillas. I didn't want to make corn tortillas.
Tortillas are made out of corn.
I agree with you. I'm actually one of the few people like yourself who advertise that tacos are corn. So I get it. I understand what you're saying. I was making flour tortillas. Yeah, I wasn't making corn tacos. So it's it all has to do with the dough. Wait, I gotta go, guys. Hold on a second. I'll be back. I'll see you guys at 8:15.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace. Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
All right, I'm back, and you guys, I just noticed that somebody was suggesting that Chinese markets are in turmoil. I'm pulling up a 1-minute chart online just real quick here because I just want to see where they're at right now. I think they have stopped trading for the day. Where they were at. That is my point of topic for the day today, and we'll talk about those a little bit later. But yeah. Price predictions for the day today. I've got 301 to 601. Twisty's got 318 to 618. TV has 318 to 618. Still waiting. Oh, there it is. Apex has got his in 3 to 6. All right. All price predictions are in. I had to beat Apex. I came in with the price prediction earlier this morning. It was already in. I had to beat to it. But yeah, I mean, TB and Twisty picked the same exact numbers right on the dot. Oh, look at that. Swifty's changing his. 309 to 609. All right. Yeah, that cuts out. Twisty's cutting out everybody out of an extra bonus point. He is. By moving to 309 to 609, he's literally cutting a TB out of a possible extra bonus point. He's cutting. You and I are already cutting each other out of a possible bonus point. He may have only adjusted his just enough to cut me out of an extra. Me and he was probably trying to kill two birds with one stone. Yeah, there is a tight spread for the day today on price predictions. Only a 18-cent spread. It was tighter last Friday, though. I'm gonna stick to my prediction though. I like my 451 closing price. We got just a couple more minutes here before I start the intro for the day today. I kind of wanted to go 450 Apex, but my numbers were, my calculation this morning was coming out to, I think it was 401, or no, it was 450 and some change. It was like 450.7 or something like that, and so I just rounded it up to 451. But in terms of price predictions, if somebody were to guess, like, say, for example, how you have 450 and I have 451, if it finishes with a rounded number like 450, 450.06, or not 0.06, 450, I can't even say this right, 4506. If it closes at something like that, then I would win, and 4505 would be a tie between the two of us, and that's how we would play it out. But the prediction would go towards the person. It doesn't. I'm not going to make anybody guess down to the thousandths of a penny to try and come up with a price prediction. So if it's closer to your side of that point, I will give it to you. There's no way I'm doing that. All right, we got just about 45 seconds left here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers for the day, or before we get the intro started for the day today. And then the title, of course, is another big week of bank quarterly reports, Chinese markets in turmoil, and we'll talk about that as soon as market opens. I'll see you guys on the other side.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Acceleration confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and S.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Slipping and a sliding, playing domino. Lefting and a righting, ain't a crime, you know. Well, I gotta tell the story before it's time to go. But are you ready for the country? Are you ready for me? Are you ready for the country? Ain't out of sight to see. Talking to a preacher, said God was on his side. Talking to a pusher, they both were selling high. Well, they gotta tell the story, boys. I don't know the reason why. Are you ready for the country? Are you ready for me? Are you ready for the country? Ain't got a sight to see. Get rich. Are you ready for the country? Are you ready for me? Better get ready for the country. Ready for me. Are you ready for the country? Ready for me. Are you ready for the country? Ain't got a sight.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling that poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Another Big Week of Bank Quarterly Reports. Chinese markets in turmoil. Tuesday, I have Morgan Stanley. I still can't. Goldman Sachs, and why can I not read my writing? I have no idea why I can't read that. IBKR. All three of those are reporting earnings for the day today. Wednesday, we have other big financials. We have Charles Schwab, USB. And on Friday, we have State Street. There are others that are out there. I'm just listing off some of the bigger ones that I just thought I'd mention out to you guys. So those are coming up later this week. And then the Chinese markets in turmoil. What are they looking like this morning? I kind of went through and pulled those up on the list here, and we'll take a look at the Shanghai first market, and we'll pull this out to a daily. And you can see here, it's crossing a level of support that to the bottom side here that I would have, if I were to have drawn a box based off of some of this data, I probably would have suggested that the breakout would have been a little bit later, but it's happening sooner than later. On a weekly chart here, you can see where I came up with some of these points here. There's a level of support here that's been tested multiple times on the way up. And this weekly chart goes back to as far as 2005, like middle of 2005. So there's a very long time support, a very macro look of support that's being tested and now broken, and that broke in officially the beginning to mid portion of December. So Shenzhen this is the Shanghai Stock Exchange, looking pretty poor right now. And you can see here that it was kind of forming a wedge from the tops of some of these other points in here, and getting that breakdown to the bottom side. If you do take this to like a smaller time interval, I think it was like I thought it was the daily. I'm not sure now. Maybe it was the weekly. On the weekly. On the weekly here, you can almost see what it looks a little bit like a head and shoulder kind of pattern forming, followed by the move downwards here, which means that it may retest something as low as around like 2.4 range on this move down, or potentially, since it's breaking a much larger wedge from the past years of trading, that may even see lower lows than that. But that's just kind of taking a look at it real briefly and seeing where it's going here. I'll read you an article here in just a second after we look at the Shenzhen. Shenzhen's a very similar kind of case right now with this one. If we pull back to a monthly chart on this, you can see, again, same kind of thing where you've got multiple points here of a bottom, and it's about ready to retest that. And I have a potential breakout where I would normally draw it is around here. It may be early. The difference between this and the Shanghai is that the Shenzhen is actually showing falling price with falling volume. The volume is much higher than what it used to be, but it does seem to be a little bit of falling volume. That is kind of bullish, so we might see another bounce off this level of support here and a reversal. Whereas with this one, I feel it's a little bit different when you have falling price here, and the volume's not really falling a little bit. It really looks like it's kind of supporting or holding there. So a little bit of difference in those, but let me go ahead and read to you this article that I pinpointed this morning as one that I just kind of felt like was a representation of what's been happening, and just to keep you guys, knowledge base. And let's see here, going over to my article. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read a good chunk of it here. Chinese authority. The title for this is Beijing tells some investors not to sell as Chinese stock resumes, and this was posted up yesterday and reported by the Financial Times.com. And it says here, Chinese authorities have in recent days told some institutional investors not to sell stocks as regulators face renewed pressure to stabilize share prices following the steep decline in the first weeks of the new year. Since October, market regulators have been providing private instructions known as window guidance to some investors, which prevent them from being net sellers of equities on certain days. Such restrictions on selling helped to spur a rebound of about 3% for the benchmark CSI 300 stock index in the final week of 2023, traders said. But as the curbs on some smaller mutual funds and on brokers were eased in the new year, the index completely reversed those gains and is down more than 4% this month. Beijing has now reimposed such restrictions on security companies, large institutional investors in China that both act as brokers and have proprietary trading arms, according to traders and investment managers at 3 different financial institutions. The investors and traders also said the change of direction by regulators, the latest in the series of U-turns, was distorting the market and undermining broader confidence. Quote, this type of window guidance creates delayed selling pressure, but is not like you can't postpone that forever, said the director of Shanghai-based securities company whose proprietary trading desk was recently told to avoid not selling again. Quote, market sentiment will eventually dictate performance. Financial regulators under pressure from the top leaders to end a protracted sell-off that has left the CSI 300 down 19% in the past year. Public measures to reinvigorate demand, such as trading fees cuts and purchases of bank shares by a central government investment fund, have failed to restore investor confidence. Instead, the Chinese Securities Regulatory Commission and stock exchanges in Shanghai and Shenzhen have turned to issuing private window guidance. The CSRC, Shanghai Stock Exchange, and Shenzhen Stock Exchange did not respond to requests for comment. Authorities were forced at the start of January to permit net sales at smaller mutual funds, which faced mounting redemptions from customers worried about further price falls, said traders and fund managers. Those divestments spooked Chinese retail investors and the traders and investment managers, triggering renewed selling. This saddled some of the country's largest mutual funds, which still face strict limits on net selling with heavy losses. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but I guess I can post it up here for you guys to read it. But we still have that delayed financial dealings with gosh, I can't remember the stupid name of the the building company over China. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, Evergrande. I don't know why that escaped me. Evergrande has still not had a settlement yet on what they're going to do with their debt. So that's still pending, I believe. Everclear, Evergrande, close enough. So that's, and I think that was pending. Let me see here. I'm going to look it up. I think it was pending the 19th of this year. Let me check it out real quick here. News. Liquidation petition to January 29th. So it's not the 19th, it's the 29th. So, yeah. End of this month. Petra saying January 29th. Thank you. AMC is now down 3.51% for the day-to-day, finding a little bit of a bottom here at $4.38. There is a level of support there at $4.37. And it does appear that we've been crawling all over this Bollinger Band on the way down, which usually means price is going to try and head back up towards at least the simple moving average and maybe meet somewhere in between. Could be around 446. I think they're still going through bankruptcy negotiations. We'll see. We'll see, Albert. We'll see. Let me head back over to the back of the big tramp. And they're off. Rex, good morning to you again. Good morning, Rex. Can you hear me?
Good morning, brother. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Awesome. How was your weekend?
Oh, man, I had an awesome weekend.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about it.
You remember Friday I mentioned I had an announcement for today? Well, we got the sonogram back, and looks like I'm having a little girl.
Yeah, I wish I had a cheering. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I have like some kind of. I don't have. I don't have any cheering here. I can. We can clap for you. That's the best I got on here. There's no. Everything's
Yeah, that works,
negative.
brother. That works.
Everything's negative on this. This sound. I can't play anything with that. That's awesome, man. Oh wait. Here we go. Oh yeah, making babies.
Making babies.
Congratulations, sir. That's awesome. And this is your first, correct?
Yeah, it is my first. I
Awesome.
mentioned on this channel not too long ago when we had the miscarriage and kind of tearing the family apart, but I got the good news here. Don't got quit in me.
There you go. Just keep those positive thoughts going and take it day by day. That's all you can really do, and you know, you'll be counting fingers and toes in no time.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm really bad at like never ever sign me up to do like toasts for weddings or anything like that because I am not the guy to do a speech or anything. So, but congratulations. We can do a little toast to you by the end of the day today for future wealth and health and on both you, your family, and your new baby. Have you guys come up with like any? I know this is so soon to be like because you're just now announcing it. It's so soon, but do you some people do have names picked out in advance. Have you guys thought about any names at all?
So it's actually a funny story, man. We were pretty darn sure it was going to be a boy,
Mm-hmm.
and we were blindsided. So now we have to go through and repick the name because we had a boy's name picked out. But this little ape, let me tell you, when we were doing the sonogram, trying to find out what she had her legs crossed so you couldn't see a damn thing. And when they would go up to the face, she would cover her face with both of her hands.
Huh.
So she was super camera shy.
Yeah.
With that sonogram yesterday, and it just, as ornery as my wife is, this baby's going to be so much worse.
Oh, you got your hands full ahead of you. Let me tell you.
I've never been more excited in my life.
Hold on to that boy name though, because I've seen it happen before where people get blindsided and they're like, it said it was a girl, and next thing you know, it's a boy coming out. So there is always that chance. Of course, I don't know if you guys had, you didn't have that 3D technology for the for when you were checking, did you?
No.
Yeah, that 3D technology is, yeah, that one's so much more expensive but it really does show you everything. But so if you didn't get the 3D technology, you could be out for a surprise. So hold on to that boy name. You never know. Out of curiosity, what was the boy name?
You're gonna laugh, man.
No, I'm not gonna laugh.
All right, to me it's a little funny because when we were doing the names, picking them out, like we dwindled every single boy name down. First one, middle name would be Blaine Steele.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's awesome.
So if it turns out to be a boy, that's the name. We've already agreed on it. So, but if the tides of this earth pull it towards being a girl, like I think it is, and like the sonogram said, then we're gonna have a tough time trying to talk down a name.
Okay. So are you now? I like the name. The name's a real. That's a hard name. Are you thinking about maybe keeping like the same initials, or are you thinking about potentially like completely changing it all up all entirely, or like how can we
the idea is we don't want the same initials as my wife or me, so no L and no A for the first name.
Yeah.
Other than that, open to suggestions and any ideas anybody has.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't. So let me ask you this question: did you come up with the name for the boy, or was it a mutual kind of like agreement between you and your wife, and you guys like helped each other come out with the name?
For that, I came up with the first name, and she came up with the middle name.
Okay, so you let your wife take the first name on the girl, and you take the middle name. make it
That
make
should be a
it
good idea, right?
make it fair. Make it fair.
fair?
Yeah, make it fair. Let her decide because that's how you did it for the boy. Let her go the other way. And just realize, like if she's doing the first name and you get to do the second name, and it makes you guys both feel like you had a part in doing it. And of course each other, you guys got to buy into the name together. It's definitely something that you gotta. I had my first two boys. I had Bradley's name picked out before I was even married to his mom. Like I just knew that my first son that I ever had, I wanted him to be named Bradley. And it's just because, as you're growing up, you have you have with a name like mine, people make fun of like different things you could possibly have as a child for a name. So like things like Rickshaw, you can never name your kid Rick, and that kind of stuff. But Brad was one of those names that always stuck out to me. That would be something that I would want to have for a name. If I could choose a name, I would have rather been a Brad Shaw. I think it's hard. It's solid. It's a solid name. So I always knew that his name was going to be Bradley. I really didn't have the second part down pat, and my ex-wife picked out Michael, Bradley Michael. So it was a really good name. I liked it. Those are really strong names. And so like if he decided that he didn't like Brad at some point and wanted to be a Michael instead, then it would have been a perfect name for him. So Mike Shaw, there's nothing wrong with that either. It's a good name. And then when Hunter was born, since I had already picked out Bradley's name, I let her have the go at it for Hunter. And but I went with the middle name, and I I gave him a superhero middle name. And don't ask why. I have no idea why I did it, but I just felt like it was strong, and I went with his Xavier, Professor X.
Oh, geez. That's cool.
So I gave him Xavier for his middle name, and so it's Hunter Xavier, and that's how we kind of came to some of those names there. But no, not Thor. I went with Professor X, but it's Professor X. He's he's the man. So I was like, that's a good name. I like Xavier. It was really kind of interesting though, because when he was in his mom's stomach and he hadn't been born yet, I had just gotten a job, a new position at the same job, but a new boss, and my boss was from France, and his name was Xavier, which is the French pronunciation of Xavier. It's spelled the exact same way, and everybody when he was born, I had to go on like my 2 or 3 week vacation for it's not really a vacation, but maternity leave, and everybody thought that I named my kid after my boss just to kiss butt, and I was like, no, I had this picked out forever. So it was quite unique or interesting. Dynamite says, I was named after my gramps, and my middle name, Donovan, was from a John Wayne movie that happened to be on TV at the time. My dad's name was Dennis Roy Shaw. His mom, my grandmother, picked his middle name, Roy, from Roy Rogers, from the TV, I think it was a TV series or movie or something, a movie actor. He was a movie actor, Roy Rogers. So, and I guess that's kind of where I went with... I guess with Hunters was, like if my dad's middle name can be a movie actor, then I can pick a character from a movie. Why not? Real Rugged, congratulations on your newly purchased shares. Blaine is a good name. It was Blaine Steele, right? Is that what it was? Or no, wait. I feel like I've forgotten the first name already. It was Blaine Steele. Okay, Blaine Steele.
That was it.
Yeah. My gaming name was Cold Steel for a long time. It's a good name. I like that name. I do like it. Nana says, I was named after Debbie Reynolds. Bob says, who's having a baby? Rex is. Well, his wife is.
I guess Mrs. Rex. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, Rex, Rex isn't really Rex. No. Yeah, definitely congratulations. Bob's saying congrats to you. Daria says you can have a baby too. I don't think so. We got about 4 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Everything on my page here is red except for the VIX. VIX is showing up 6.11 at 1406. In the futures this morning, I think it was 1444 that the futures were suggesting the VIX would get as high as, and it's even showing higher now with futures at 1513, so it's expected to go up even further than where it's at right now. The sell-off market-wide does seem to be pretty close to the same across the board here. Very, very close. About 4 more minutes. Earlier this morning, we talked very briefly about football. For those of you who, I guess, are fans of, gosh, I had it open up here. Let me see. Do I still have this page open? Where is it? I think I might have oh, there it is. For those of you who are fans of, let's see, I guess the Cowboys, who else? The Eagles, and the Rams. Hate to break it to you, you're not moving on. For those of you fans of the Dolphins, the Browns, or the Steelers, also not moving on. Don't you worry, though. I have full faith that my team, the Kansas City Chiefs, is going to be sitting out with you guys probably either this next game or the game after. I have a feeling the Bills are really going to hand it to us, or if not them, the Ravens will. But yeah, some good games ahead here, and there's some good football this weekend. If you didn't have a chance to watch it, I can tell you who did have a chance to watch it. Taylor Swift did, and a lot of people are kind of upset about her quote unquote ruining football because she's got everybody all worked up here doing some dances for the cheering on the team. This particular person I have pulled up right now says, "I'm gonna be honest, this shit went so hard last night. I'm all in on the Taylor Swift now." So this person's happy about it, but if you scroll down further, some people are kind of been negative on it. So kind of a mixed crowd. Some people say it's ruining football. I don't understand why people can't be happy at people being happy. I don't get it. I guess some people just want everybody to be angry or upset for whatever reason. Yeah, Mackenby says, yeah, that's silly. Let her jam. That's what I'm saying. You know, what's wrong with being enthusiastic at a football game? I mean, it's your team. Let people be. Nobody ever gets all angry at the beer-bellied guy who takes his shirt off when it's only, a couple degrees outside and starts, he's got his chest painted and he's like waving around for everybody to see and he's super energetic. Nobody says, NFL, oh, this guy's screwing the NFL. Everybody's happy. Everybody's like cheering. Yeah. Maybe that's what she needs to do. Maybe she needs to do some kind of body paint or something. Or take her shirt off. I don't know. Nobody will like that either, apparently. I don't know why everybody's been out of shape. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here because it is time. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Hey, look at that. You can see the balloons behind me there from our party this weekend. Price prediction tally points from last week. So there was one day where I was within 10 cents of the closing price without anybody close to a price prediction that I had. So I got an extra bonus point one day last week. Otherwise, everybody got every single day correct, but I had that extra bonus point, which gave me the win for the week. Last week, we are starting off. Remember, these price predictions are not meant as financial advice in any kind of term whatsoever. But price predictions for the today, the low end of the stick here is Apex. The top end is TB. There's only an 18 cent spread between the lowest and the highest predictions here. Apex has 3 to 6. I have 301 to 601. Twisty has 309 to 609, and TB has 318 to 618. Those are the price predictions for the day today. Short exempt volume from Friday was 135.6 thousand shares. We ended up having like 14.4 million shares traded on Friday, and I was suggesting 15 to 35. I missed my prediction on volume, not by a whole lot, but it was still. I mean, I felt like there should have been more volume on Friday than what we ended up actually having. So it was uncharacteristically low for what we were seeing in the pre-market volume. Short exempt volume from the day ended up netting over 135 or over 100,000 shares, 135.6 thousand shares in total, giving us our third day in a row of over 100K. I just need to see 3 days in a row of over 100K to get us to where I put that as a green indicator. So it's looking good. Lots of volume going through there. Utilization 29.19. That was a little bit down. I'll show you that here on Ortex in just a little bit. And then day-over-day price increase, we were down 2.98% on Friday. Max pain for the day today is sitting at $5. And let's see here. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see where we're at. Not updating. Okay, I don't see it updating for. Okay, there we go. Currently, we have 52.97% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 9.68. The combined total 62.65%. Or about 8.65% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,648. You know what? I'm looking at the AMC volume. It's saying 112. That's last week's numbers. Hold on a second. Let me refresh this again because I don't think that's updating. Those look like last week's numbers. Yeah, there's no way we haven't had 7 million in volume so far. These are not current numbers. Hold on a second. I'm not sure why this is not updating, but it's not. Okay, we're not getting any updated values. Actually, it says it is updated. At the top up here, you guys can't see this, but it is saying that it's updated right now, but these numbers are not updated. For whatever reason, it's showing me the 12th volume still going through. Let's take a look at GMEs and see what GMEs is looking like here. Let's see if that one's updating. Nope, still showing the 12th volume. Neither one of those two are updating for the day so far. Even though I'm refreshing it, saying it's giving me current updated times. All right, well, just a note, that's old data. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning, it was a little bit down from last week. We were sitting at about 40, I think it was 40 or 41 million last week, and now earlier this morning when I refreshed it, it was 39.649 million owned by institutions. Refreshing it right now, it's showing 39.665, which is a little bit up from the 649 it was earlier. And let's take a look at options. Last week, our options were highest amount of call volume was at a $5 strike, and put options were at a $4.50 strike. Let's see where we're at currently this week. Have a good day at school. Will do. Let's see here. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. And it is not showing me any volume. I'm seeing no volume numbers. Interesting. Okay, so first we have one site not reporting information for volume, and then now we've got options chain not reporting any kinds of volume either. That's kind of weird. Let me refresh it and give it one more chance here. While I'm waiting for that to update, I'm going to take you guys over to Ortex and we'll take a look at that data real quick. So far for the day today, let's see where we're at on this. It seems to me that we're having a lot of information going through and not being reported right now. I'm actually getting a report from Fidelity on the refresh here that the data is currently unavailable. I just refreshed the screen. It's saying it's unavailable currently. Well, all right. And we're also not getting any data being reported through Ortex as well. By this time of the day, we would normally see borrowed change amounts showing up on the page, and that's not happening for whatever reason. Interesting stuff going on this morning. Well, let's take a look at the numbers. Short share interest of the free float was at 9.22%. We'll take a look at some of these numbers here. Here's our utilization dropping day over day from 29.84 down to 29.19. Our on loan amount did increase. That was from Monday's numbers. We're getting new numbers being reported in for, this is for Friday's numbers. We're getting new numbers in for Monday, which is showing a little bit of a decrease in on loan amount from 17.97 million shares to 17.68. So the numbers that I was reporting earlier this morning were from Monday, January the 12th. That's not right either. That's from Friday. Huh. Yeah, I'm getting January 15th's numbers, so I'm getting Monday's numbers showing up here. So these are Friday's numbers, these are Monday's numbers. 17.68, a little bit of a drop in total amount on loan. The exchange reported short interest is showing up, estimated short share interest of the free float is showing up just slightly down day over day from 9.26 down to 9.22. Earlier this morning, based off of Friday's numbers, which is where short interest increased, and so did the on loan amount. I had an on loan increase of 390,000 shares, and that the Ortex was estimating that about 157,000 of that was in short interest, new short interest. And then the on loan average age per day dropped day over day from 29.03 down to 27.88. That did jump up here for today up to 31.3. And security lending volume rising for Friday from 2.51 to 3.3, Monday down to 2.24. We still don't have utilization numbers out for Monday's data though. So I just pulled the options again, and they're still showing zero volume for the day today. January 19th. Oh, I see what's going on here. Let me go back. I'll show you why this is happening. Let me take you guys back to the other. Actually, I'm going to just move this screen over. So here's why I'm seeing no volume right now. I didn't realize that this is an expiration week for I think it's the yearlies, the leaps, and this is the ADJ series that's showing up here, and so these are all everything pre reverse split and conversion that are showing up here on this page. And earlier this morning when I was looking at this data, I was taking into account the open interest for this right here when I was looking at it. But there's also another chain for this week currently that's down below that. And that's part of the reason why we're seeing some of the difference here. I'm actually going to look at this chain specifically for some of my numbers here. So let me re-look at this real fast and see what the highest amount of open interest is and where it's at here. Highest amount of volume so far for calls for the day-to-day is at a $4.50 strike. That's down from $5 from last week. And so far for the day-to-day, there's about 7,000 in contracts. And puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike, which is 50 cents lower than where we were at last week. And there's currently 1.7 thousand contracts there so far in volume. As far as open interest goes, the highest amount of open interest is at a $5 strike, which is exactly where it was last week, and there is currently 16.7 thousand contracts. And the highest amount of puts at a $4 strike in open interest with 32,000 contracts, and that's where it was last week, I think, as well. It looks to me, and I'm just kind of scrolling through this, it looks to me like they may have opened up a lot of $half price points moving up the chain for the end of this week here. As I'm looking at this here, I can see that, $8.50 strikes, $9.50 strikes, they have very low quantities of open interest. These may have been opened up last week at these $half price points. Super, super low open interest. Whereas on the full dollar amounts, you can see that there's already been some volume there. Interesting options chain. Let me refresh this one more time and see if we got a current utilization. MMRI earlier this morning was 256.86. It's now 256.88. It's not really moving a whole lot. I'm actually just going to leave my number from before. And the spread earlier this morning was between the 2-year and 10-year yield. And I'm actually going to start looking at this throughout the day, every day, just to kind of monitor where it's going through the day. We were at 0.206 earlier this morning of a percent spread between the two. Now, that's, oops, that did not work out. The spread is 0.173. Getting tighter and tighter. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. Let me give a little refresh on this, as those are the numbers from last week. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. There is some exceptional amounts of buying going on in a few of these stocks that are in here compared to usual. Stonko Tracker started reporting the available amount of shares to be borrowed again correctly. And the trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $4.10. Earlier this morning, when I refreshed this, we had seen approximately about 2.55 million shares borrowed for this morning. Most of those shares have all been returned so far. Fees are sitting at 0.7%. Currently, there's 240.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 1.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 40.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 102.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Lots of in the money puts. NASDAQ is down 0.28, Dow Jones is down 0.39, and SP 500 is down 0.33. We have 4,125 decliners to 1,603 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently, and it's looking like hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn the crap out of your feet. Out of the Magnificent Seven, only 4 of them are in the green for the day today. In terms of financial institutions, let's see here. We have anything plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change is going to get a shout out. FRC is up 10.81. Silvergate down 4.29. Bank of America is down 2.58. HSBC is down 3.47. Zion is down 2.52. Citigroup is down 2.6. Morgan Stanley is down 3.81. And that's about it. Gold is down 0.77, and it seems to be consolidating currently. Silver is down 1.12 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.85, trending down. US dollar is up 0.89 and trending overall. I'd say it's trending up. Oil is down 3.22 and trending. Initially on market open trended down, is now starting to consolidate after that trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.36 to 0.39 and appear to have gapped down on market open but are trending up since. SPY is down 0.27 and getting a little of a V-neck kind of going on right now, just slightly above open price. Open was at 475.20. It's about 20 cents higher than that, so it is on a upward trend currently. VIX is up 5.13, gapping up to the 14 range and kind of consolidating right there. I do see the future is showing possible higher numbers than where we're at currently at about 14. Vanguard is down 0.83, gapped and moved down at market open and is trending up, back up now. VB is probably very similar. Yep, very similar on this one, down 0.67, but starting to trend up. Tesla is up 1.24 and trending up. Amazon is down 0.44. It opened up, came back down, and is kind of very close, a little bit higher than where it opened up at. But it's starting to look like it wants to try to break that trend down that it was in earlier. Cinemark is down 0.7, did gap down at market open, and then has been on a rise ever since. Doge is up 0.12 and is looking like it's trying to break a downtrend. Hasn't quite gotten there. It's getting close. Bitcoin is up 0.51, is definitely trying to break a downtrend. Right now it does appear to be breaking it into an uptrend. GME is down 3.02 and trending down since market open. Maybe starting to move into some consolidation. HYMC is down 5.44 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.87 and gap down at market open and trending up ever since after. Robinhood is down 1.46 and gap actually just trended down at market open and started to trend back up again and breaking that downtrend. And then AMC is down 3.15 and it started trending down at market open and then started consolidating just above 437 at 441. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately about $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.43 million shares traded so far for the day today, which is pretty low volume after about 50 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for about 26.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. That's actually even looking like a bit of a reach for 10 million. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not. On a 4-hour chart here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.2, which is below average. They're signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.89, which is signaling almost signaling oversold. It's below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.86, which is signaling oversold. And in a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.93, which is below average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. The Bollinger Bands are definitely closing in on this, which means that it's probably consolidating to get another break or move in price, as it was crawling all over this Bollinger Band on the way down, meaning super, super hot on downwards momentum, and then we're seeing it return to the simple moving average. I thought it would be a little bit higher than this, maybe 446 range. I guess it did meet up at 444. It's pretty close right here. Not breaking through this simple moving average just yet. We want to see a break to the top side with volume, if possible. And with that, that's all I got for you guys as far as price movement goes. Let me head back. Actually, I'm already in the back of the big tramp here. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, no kidding, Boomstick. A lot of puts in the money. Ned says, dark colored bird on the horizon, black swan. Dog Mom says, where will the market go from here? Aren't we overdue for a correction? So the whole reason that if you're looking at like SPY as like an indicator as to like, price movement across the board, that's not a direct reflection of how the rest of the market's doing. And so I think that you're seeing like a rush of money to safety. Meaning like some of the highest or largest market caps of all of the S&P 500, and so you're seeing all this money rushing to safety. And so I think the question really becomes is when will that money decide to leave those positions and move elsewhere, and that's when you'll start seeing a massive correction starting to occur. But I don't know when that's going to happen exactly, but I would say yes. You will see that correction happen, and it should happen pretty quickly as well. So quickly that we'll probably get market halts, and I'm talking like the kind of market halts that they just stop trading for the entire day. Yep, all the money's in the mega caps now. Not all of it, but, a lot of money is sitting there protecting the mega caps. Yeah, absolutely. If you were to look at market capitalization now for the Mag 7 in contrast to where it was perhaps maybe like a year ago from today, you would see how much money has flowed in. In fact, we could probably go through and calculate it all out just to see what that looks like over time. Just calculate like a year from today ago, what did the market cap look like on the Mag 7? Like how much money inflow has there been into the Magnificent 7? Let's do it. It's not a bad thing to check out and see. What's the short position promotion? I have no idea. Oh, the percentage of short share interest of the free float is sitting at 9.22 currently. Let me see here. Let me pull up the Magnificent 7. We'll check this out here. I'll plot it out. Write it all down on an Excel spreadsheet so we don't forget the numbers. Let's see here. Let's go. We'll work down the list here on starting with Amazon, and we'll just go back to a year from today. This is assuming that the amount of shares are the same today as they were a year ago, which I guess you could do that. Well, I'll probably have to go through and double check my numbers just to make sure that they're accurate. Actually, let's not do it here. Let me pull this up someplace else. That way I can verify how many actual shares there were at the time when outstanding when the price prediction was for a year ago. Or not price prediction, but price was a year ago. So let me go back to AMC here. And let me pull up. I'm going to do this on Ortex. So you're going to see some interesting numbers pop up here on the page. Ignore them when you see them because they're obviously not for AMC. All right. So let's go to January of 2023. I'm just going to go to like the first week of January of 2023. Shares outstanding for Amazon at the time was 10.2 billion. The closing price for the day was 86.08. Let's make sure I got the right price here. Close was 86.08. That is so low. I really didn't anticipate this. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Actually, I don't want to do that. Let me move this to another sheet. Let's do market cap 2022, beginning of 2023, and then market cap of 2024. And then we will put in Amazon's market cap in 2023 was 878,016,000,000. All right, there we go. Close enough. And we will also format these cells. Give me 1 second. All right, so market cap now, and I'm gonna pull up the current amount of shares being reported by the company as being a little bit increased. It's at 10.33 billion now. Price 154.04. One 5912332000000. Almost 1.6 trillion. To give you an example, just throwing this out there, the market cap last year this time was 878 billion. The difference between that and now is 713 billion dollars, meaning that the size in money that Amazon has grown, the market cap that it's grown over the last year has doubled, nearly doubled what it was previously. Let me put in the rest of these real quick here. That's insane. I didn't even realize it was this bad. All right, next one we'll look up is going to be Apple. Shares outstanding in January of 2023, 15.91 billion. Closing price at that time of 2023 would have been the equivalent of where's price movement? $129.62. So Apple in 2023 was valued at about 2.06 trillion. Yikes! I hate to see what it is now. If it did anything like Amazon did, that's gonna be hefty. Let's see here. Total amount of outstanding shares right now, 15.46 billion. Current price of, we'll just put 182.75. 2.8 trillion. Meaning that the total amount of value increased almost identically to Amazon by 763 billion. So Amazon increased by 713 billion over the last year. Apple increased by 763 billion. Very, very similar numbers. Let's check out Google. My goodness, Bruno's really sneezing up a storm. All right, Google. Just Can't get it out. January 23. Google was reporting 12.94 billion shares outstanding. Closing price around that time frame was, of course, not showing. $87.34. Market cap at the time, 1.13 trillion. Let's take a look at what it is now. Current amount of outstanding shares, 12.52 billion. Google is sitting at 143.01. $1.79 trillion. Google increased by 660 billion year over year. Let's go to Meta. Shares outstanding in January, according to Meta, is sitting at, where is my number at? There we go. Let's see, 2023, 2.62 billion. Price back then at that time was just about 130.02. Giving Meta a total market cap of 340 billion. What is it now? I can only imagine. Let's see here. Currently outstanding amount of shares 2.57 billion. Meta sitting at 370.05. Market cap now 951 billion. The difference between the market cap previously and now is 610 billion. Microsoft. Shares outstanding in January of 2023 was sitting at 7.46 billion. Price at the time, $224.93. Giving Microsoft a market cap of 1.677 trillion. Current outstanding amount of shares sitting at 7.43 billion. Microsoft trading at about 392.43. or 2.915 trillion. Or an increase of 1.237 trillion in the last year. Not quite doubling what they were before, but pretty darn close. It was 1.67 trillion to 1.23 trillion. NVIDIA. This ought to be, by far, this one's going to hands down, this one is going to be the one that probably shocks you guys the most. If there was going to be one out of the 7 that shocked you guys tremendously, this would be the one I would expect to see the most shock from. Shares outstanding in 2023, January. Wait, what the heck's going on? Oh, I see what's going on here. $2.46 billion. The price at the time, $148.59. Market cap a year ago, $365 billion. Current amount of shares, 2.47 billion. Currently trading at 562.33, giving a new market cap of 1.388 trillion. Last year, NVIDIA was 365 billion market cap. In the last year, it's gained a market cap of 1.023 trillion, effectively increasing its market cap by nearly 3 times. And last but not least, Tesla. Total amount of shares outstanding in 2023. $3.16 billion. Closing price at the time, $113.06. Giving it a market cap of 357 billion. Total amount of outstanding shares currently, 3.18 billion. Current price trading at 221.32. giving it a market cap of 703 billion, 797, 600,000. This one actually, Tesla was probably the least biggest out of the group. So I'll go ahead and share you guys this information that I've compiled now. These are the different stocks right here, and the market cap for each one of these, based off of year, and then the difference. So by far, Microsoft and NVIDIA probably taking on the most. The only one that doubled, or more than doubled, almost tripled the amount of market cap that it was in the previous year, was by far NVIDIA, with nearly 3 times the amount of market cap. Actually, it is 3 times the amount. It's almost 4 times. In total, the market cap for those 7 stocks difference. Actually, let's just do what total over here. The total market cap on all those stocks combined last year was 6.8 trillion. That market cap increased to 12.16 million. Nearly a doubling of all those numbers. Not quite. You can see here the difference being just about a trillion, just about $1 trillion less than doubling the final number. The total amount that the market cap increased on every single one of those was about 5.354 trillion. So, I mean, I guess this is, and of course, I took nearly an hour to figure out this information, but it's a good representation of telling you, where is the money going? That's so much money. It's so much money. It's just gross. All of these market caps could come down by half, and still, I think year over year, if we were to take into if we were to go back to 2022 and say okay, well, what was the market cap on any other normal year between these, and how much did they change by? In contrast, I think you would see a massive difference. I don't know if there's a place where I can pull that up, like market cap over time. I can try and take a look at that, like a graphical representation of market cap of a company over time, and I think that would probably really show you, or maybe give you a clearer picture year over year what that looks like, and how massive this last year was in market cap increase for those 7 specific stocks. But that should be, the fact that I just broke this down the way that I did for you and showing you where that there's massive quantities of money going there. Should be enough to really just kind of solidify the idea that indeed the money flow is ridiculous. All right, I can see what you guys are writing again here. Talk Mom says, love math, it's sexy. Yeah, I kind of think so too, but whatever. It's easy math. Yeah, Moonlit Rift says, so every single one of them, give or take 600 to 700 billion or more. Is that the truth? Let's see here. Hold on a second. That is no, because Tesla was only 346 billion, but all the rest of them, yes. Every single other one, I mean, there's plenty of them that made up for the amount that Tesla didn't move up by that much. So, but yeah, I mean, if you were to average it out, 600 billion per the 7, definitely, very, very easily. In fact, hold on a second here. You're looking at like on average about 764 billion per company when you average it out. 764 billion per company market cap increase. Yep. Dog Mom says, so we just need to wait for the money that's stuffed into the mega caps to come back out and into this is why I really despise the fact that there were people out there who were suggesting that a market cap on AMC to be some ridiculous number was impossible. Some people were saying like $10,000 a share is absolutely impossible, and it's like, why? Why is that impossible? Hold on, let's take a look at it. $10,000 a share. We have 263 million shares roughly in existence right now. That's only a market cap of 2.63 trillion. That's not unreasonable at all. Like, that's certainly doable. If you were to knock off, if you divide that by 7, that would be $375 billion knocked off of each one of those stocks, of those 7 right there. That's easy. And that's not even like the full source of where money's going to be coming from. I think there's other things that, you could have sell-offs other places as well. It doesn't just have to be from that. So the idea that AMC couldn't hit $10,000 a share is absolutely ridiculous, and anybody would suggest that that's not a possibility when in fact, it is very, very much possible that AMC could hit those kind of prices when we've seen over the last year over $700 billion going into just 7 stocks alone on average. So yeah, it's entirely possible to hit those kind of numbers. I find it so shocking when people suggest that there's no possible way market cap could hit some specific value. It's like, you don't understand. Like, this money's there. There's money out there for this. It can happen. Now, of course, AMC is not going to be the only thing that's going to be ripping. There'll be other stocks too. But still, the money's there. You should do a class on how to build a spreadsheet for tracking AMC sales prices for everyone to make. I made one and love how quickly I can just Clancy and find my P&L at any price useful. Yeah, I quite frankly, in this particular situation, I could care less about P&L. Seriously, like, it makes no difference to me whatsoever. So probably won't do that. The problem with it is, Bob, is that when you start going down that road, you're talking about pinching pennies. That's the kind of thing you do when you're trading penny stocks and you're just trying to figure out whether or not you're in the positive or the negative. That's not what this is about here. This is about something entirely different. I could care less about P&L. Who gives a crap? Glance. That's the word I was missing. When is Q4 earnings? There's a lot of speculative dates out there, attendees, but we don't know yet. We have no idea. As far as I know, last Friday when we looked at it, or I think it was sometime last week we were looking at it, but historically speaking, You can go back and you take a look at when AMC has done them in the past. And it's like late February to beginning of March as when they typically do them. So here's Q4 was February 28th last year. This next one would be, here's one from March 1st in 2022. And in 2021, it was March 10th. So we're looking in the end of February to beginning of March, somewhere in that time frame. There's a lot of people who've been looking at websites and just basing it off of what the website's telling them. Depending on what website they're looking at, they're getting different answers, but nobody knows yet. As far as I know, when we went to the website to go look it up on AMC's website, they haven't, as far to my knowledge, there is no date yet. You're welcome. I have not seen any recent 8K filings as of yet. January 2nd, still the last one that I saw. I haven't seen a new one yet. So the whole idea that there was going to be some more, another filing, we still have not seen any filing whatsoever. But who knows? Maybe they're still in the process of doing something. I don't know. Yeah, but so the problem with that, Bob, is that in order for me to do something, if I were to do something like that, then that's suggesting financial advice, and I'm not doing that. Tell you what, though, if you want to put together a class and go over that with people offline, go for it. I'm not using, in this particular trade, I'm not going to be using any kind of method like that whatsoever, because that's going to get yourself into a risky position. Because what you do when you start using something like that in a position or a play like this, in any other play out there, what you're talking about doing is probably not a bad idea. But in this particular play, when you start running those numbers and you keep crunching them over and over and over and over, all you're looking at is you're going to be looking at a bunch of zeros behind some number that's going to make you feel either really, really good about what you're seeing or really, really just kind of so-so. And so there's going to be a period of time where you hit so-so for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it starts getting good, and then it goes back down again, and you're going to be seeing so-so numbers. And that's when you're going to start doing stupid things that you shouldn't be doing. Because when you start creating Excel spreadsheets in a position where you hold the power on how much you can enable the price to move forward or upwards because you're holding your position longer, what you're talking about doing is the exact opposite of what it is that you need to be doing in regards to having that mental fortitude of like, I'm going to hold until I get to some specific technical analysis point that I see where there's a trend in change of price, instead of looking at some number where it says I'm either a winner or I'm a loser. And this is the mindset that you need to have to get out of being a loser. Instead of taking that, this goes back to the whole idea where everybody says like, take profit when you can, right? Like it moves into that whole idea of you got to take profit, and you got to get away from that mindset of take profit when you can, because you're going to be that person who will look at those numbers and as price is moving, and you go back and you can look at it on GME when it was happening. You're that person who sells at $79 because you're like, we've never seen this much before, and it just dropped back down to $60 or dropped down to $30 again, and I can't take that. I can't take this anymore. And then you end up selling at $70 some odd a share, and when you end up seeing $450 a share later down the road, And so it's really, really dangerous to be having like this is an entirely different situation than what you have ever experienced in your entire life, and you need to treat it differently. It should be treated differently. You've put in a lot of time and effort and money into this, and it's something that you should allow you to drive you to get to numbers you want to get to, instead of allowing some Excel spreadsheet that allows you to see whether you're in the money or out of the money. You'll know. It's not like it's going to be a mystery. You're going to look at your account at some point and you're going to be like, oh, wow, it's green. That's all you need to know. Vivian, good morning to you. Tendies plus plus says I'll probably throw up on my laptop when I decide that number has been hit. I mean, truly, I mean, it's really what it comes down to, guys. Is it really does come down to a point to where, you know, when there is enough people who've sold off their positions, we won't see any more. There won't be any more new highs. And I can't tell you when that. I mean, I can give you an idea as to what to look for to know when that's going to happen. But if people don't have that mindset going into this of, I need to, you know, if I want the most out of this, then I need to hold this for as long as I possibly can. If they don't go into this with that attitude, and they go into the attitude of, if I'm just going to get mine and everybody else screw them, that's how you end up not seeing really large numbers that you want to see. So if you want to propagate the idea amongst the community of shareholders that, yeah, just figure out what your P&L is so you can come up with like some kind of selling point, bad idea. I'm not going to stand behind that. I will not stand behind that, because I think that's the wrong attitude to be taking. We've gone through so much and too much for us to sit here and say, I want the bare minimum, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about pennies. I want to just make more than I had when I put it into it. Really? That's what you want? You want to know what your P&L is? Screw that. You're in it to win it here. That's what this is about. It's way more than just pennies. But what you're used to seeing is most everybody saying, I just want pennies on my trades because I want to be able to make money here. And that's the way where, if you go back from the past, you know, that's where everybody's just trying to scrape by making more money by having to check their P&L. So, and you have to have that attitude, that mentality going into this, that you want more. And if you don't, if you just want to scrape by, that's what you get. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. Let's see what we got for numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's take a look at what we got going on as far as these numbers go. Let me move a couple of screens around here real quick. That one, this one, and this one. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, and remember, these numbers were not updating earlier this morning. They are now updating. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 60%, about 49% going through off exchange, and EDGX being somewhere around like 11 to 12%. Those numbers aren't really quite where they should be, but the total amount is high. 58.76% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.2. Combined total 65.96%, or 5.96% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 200 shares, not a whole lot going through there. CHX volume on GME is at 1,400. Those numbers are finally getting reported through. Taking a look at Ortex. Maybe. Not. Sorta. Here we go. Ortex was not reporting any kind of borrowed shares this morning so far. It was kind of odd. It doesn't usually show nothing, but it is still showing that same. Oh, actually, I got on the wrong company. That helps to have it on the right company. Still not showing anything having been borrowed so far for the day today. But we are showing about 9.22% short share interest of the free float. For the day today, I did suggest to you guys that based off of Friday's numbers, not Monday, but Friday's numbers, we had seen about 390,000 new shares having been borrowed. That did go down a little bit from Monday trading over internationally. But from that 390,000 shares from Friday, Ortex estimated that about 157,000 in new short interest was opened up. And taking a look at options, highest amount of options so far for the day today coming in for volume at a strike price of, for calls, coming in a strike price of $5.50. That's up $1 from where it was an hour ago. 11.5 thousand contracts in volume so far. Highest amount of put volume so far this morning coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's actually 50 cents up from where it was an hour ago. An hour ago there was 1.7 thousand contracts at a $4 strike. It's now 3.4 thousand contracts at $4.50. Market is suggesting a $4.50 to $5.50 close by the end of the day today. MMRI as of an hour ago is at 256.86. Let's see here, 256.86. An hour ago is 256.86. It's now 259.24. Those numbers are a little bit bigger here. A lot of that was more than likely due to DXY, or the US dollar, trending upwards. You can see the 2-year and 10-year yields are also kind of moving up as well, but not nearly as much as I think that US dollar is moving, which is now showing at 103.29 currently. The 2-year, 10-year yield spread this morning, when I first measured it, was 0.206 spread. It's since narrowed to 0.173 an hour ago, and is now currently at 0.193. So it did gap a little further apart this hour, but still under 0.2. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Amazon, or sorry, not Amazon. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which do I see on here. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.10. The total amount of shares available to borrow is sitting at 2.2 million shares. It looks like they did borrow out another, at least twice today, they've already borrowed another 100,000 shares, and that's going to put us at 2.75 million shares borrowed so far for the day today, which is a little bit of an increase, I think, from last week. And fees are still sitting at 0.7. NASDAQ is down 0.16, Dow Jones is down 0.56, and the S&P 500 is down 0.32. We have 4,237 decliners to 1,544 advancers. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago. Watch out, that market is looking like hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It's burning hot. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. All the reds are more than 1% down for the day today. Big bank movers. Coinbase is up 1 point. Actually, I'm only to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or more for these financial institutions. FRC is down 7.32. Let's see here. HSBC is down 3.38. Morgan Stanley down 3.66. And those are the biggest of the movers. Gold is currently down 1% and starting to take a little bit of a tumble here after it was consolidating on a slight uptrend earlier. Silver down 1.34, also starting to take it. It was already trending down, but still trending and starting to plunge a little bit here. Ethereum Classic is up 0.44 and is trending up still. The US dollar is up 0.93, and while the gold and the silver are plunging, you can see the US dollar starting to take off a little bit. Oil is down 3.31 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.68 to 0.69 and trending down, and also gapping down with gold and silver moving. SPY is down 0.37, also taking that gap down here. It didn't really gap, but it did plunge a little bit there and is starting into a downtrend. VIX up 3.02, getting some big push-ups here as it was trending down. It did, that's moving. VBR is down 1% and consolidating. VB is down 0.94, consolidating. Tesla is up 0.549 and starting to trend down after a trend up. Amazon is down 1.16 and trending down. Cinemark is down 1.26 and consolidating. Doge is up 0.24 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.78 and trending up. Even though it's currently coming down, I'm going to call it a trend up. Not quite breaking that trend up just yet. GME is down 2.88 and is consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is down 6.07 and trending, actually consolidating after a trend down. NCMI is down 5.54, trending down. Hood is down 1.04 and consolidating after a trend up. And AMC is down 3.73 in trend and consolidating with maybe a slight trend downwards currently occurring. Holding its price at right around that 437.5 retracement that I have here from this Fibonacci. Outflow versus inflow for the day today, $1.1 million more outflow than inflow. 5.3 million, 5.31 million shares traded so far after an hour and 3 minutes, or 103 minutes rather, minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for about 20.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I don't know. That prediction is going to be close. I have a feeling we'll probably be in that low 12 million range for volume for the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.71, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.49, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.7, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.64, which is below average. And with that, it looks like there might be some news, although I'm sure it's not good, whatever it may be. Okay. Well, it's just about the Emmys, primetime Emmys. Let's see here. The course says the problem is there will always be paper-handed people. Longer you hold, the higher it gets. Oh yeah, I know that. And Core, the reason I'm not by any means not expecting for that to be the case, but I am going to be looking at different indicators that tell me when that's occurred, like when the paper hands have occurred to a point that where you're going to start seeing, price starting to cool off, and that's what I'll be looking for. So it allows me to hold a much longer period of time, and gives me an opportunity at seeing. And I'm convinced that I can see to within 25% or greater of the very top. So, and even if I get my entire position sold at 24%. From the top, I'm okay with that. Even if it's my entire position, it's 20, as the average is 24, I'm okay. I'll be fine with that. I have no unreasonable expectations in believing that I will not find the top on this, and I don't think anybody should expect to find the top on this. But I think whatever I can do to maximize the amount of time that I'm going to be holding for is definitely, I think, the strategy that I want to take on this, to make sure that I can see the maximum amount of gains across the board for everybody. It gives everybody a chance. Nope. I have no such thing. No such thing as a sell price. I'm looking on trading indicators to exit my position. That's it. If you haven't seen it before, if you go to the helpful section, or the, I guess, playlist section, and there's like helpful videos in there. I think it might be under helpful videos. You can go in there and check out two different videos. One is, and you can look in the description of this channel. It'll give you links straight to it if you want to. One's on what is a synthetic price failure, and the second one that you're going to want to see is how will I know when I'm on the backside of a squeeze. I remember one of the things that when I was a part of the GME play from the very get-go in January of 2021. A lot of people were talking about, like, selling the backside, and so I kept asking questions like, well, how do you know what the backside looks like? Like, how do you determine what the backside of a squeeze play really is? And nobody would answer the question. Nobody had any answers whatsoever. And so that's when I started doing a big deep dive into looking at historical past squeeze plays, and what, kind of where the market tends to move in regards to these, momentum plays like this. And I think I did a really deep dive into it. And I think I found a pretty good repeating thing that occurs like all the time. It doesn't matter what it is that you're looking at. You always see it over and over and over and over again. And you can see it in GME. You can see it in AMC. You can see it everywhere. Everywhere you go, you can see this same signal occurring every single time. And a lot of it has to do with volume analysis, daily volume analysis. Knowing whether it's trending upwards or downwards makes a big difference in contrast to where price movement is. And the other thing is knowing once you've identified that, another thing that you want to identify is where is if there was a point where volume day over day is decreasing by a large quantity, and price is kind of moving down, then that means you're kind of at that trough of perhaps seeing the next peak up being that peak that's going to be that retest of a top. And the market has always done that. You've heard of double tops, I'm sure, all over the place, right? Well, you get these double tops all the time in the marketplace, especially in big plays like this where a lot of shares are needed by somebody. At some point, those shares will no longer be needed, and there's going to be an exhaustion of buying and selling pressure. And that's going to show up in terms of less volume day over day. And so that's when you're going to decide to probably, if you wanted to sell on the backside, to exit your position. And one of the most important things is exiting your position as the price is moving upwards. You sometimes you can't get an order filled with price moving downwards without sacrificing or having to replace orders because the price has already moved past your order. So you want to the ideal times to sell is when price is moving upwards. Selling when it's moving downwards isn't going to help you out a whole lot. Not if you want order execution. But there's all that information is all on the description of this channel to help you with that kind of stuff.
Yep, I've seen the backside many times.
I bet you have. Welcome, Yucca. Good to see you. How's your backside this morning?
Oh, it's all right.
It's all right. Yeah, it's still there.
It's there.
It's there. That's good. How was your weekend?
It was good.
Yep.
It was a chill, relaxing weekend.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant like temperature.
Yeah.
Was it temperature chill or?
No. Well, that too. That's freaking cold.
What kind of temperatures are you at right now? Where you're at?
I am.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me preface this real quick here and tell everybody sit down and get ready for a good laugh. Here it comes. Okay. What kind of temperatures are you dealing with? Come on, Yucca. What kind of temperatures you got?
We're in the 50s.
How cold is it for you?
It's in the 50s. It's crazy. It's cold. It's not freezing.
You don't even understand. There's like so many people right now who are wishing they were in the 50s.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh man, it's crazy. It's all frozen.
Yeah, it's everywhere, man. Frozen.
Man, my shipments are running late because of that.
Oh, really?
Got orders and they can't get over here because they're coming from the East Coast.
Oh no.
Well, it is what it is.
Have you seen some of those accidents that they've been the pileups?
Oh, I've seen a bunch. It's just like plastic.
I'm so
I hope they're all right.
torn. I see those accidents and I'm so torn because I watch the accident and I go like, my thought process is like, get out of the car, but you don't want to do that either because then you never know if there's going to be another car that's coming and barreling, or even a semi-truck that's come barreling down. You might be safer in the car. And it's just like one of those things where it's like, it's just like a massive mess. And I hope I never have to experience being involved in something like that. That looked awful.
Yeah. You're right. And we're supposed to get some of that. I mean, I don't know about snow. Maybe. I think so.
You're supposed to get
but
snow?
Not as bad. We're supposed to get a little snow.
Wow. In LA?
LA, Casey. We've had it before.
I mean, I know. I was down in San Diego, and I remember seeing it at least once when I was a kid. I think I was probably in like, it was either 6th or 7th grade. That would have been, gosh, what year would that have been? That would have been 88?
That would have been like in 1960 or something like that.
No, like it would have been like 1988, I think. 88 or 89.
Yeah.
And we had snow in San Diego. It was a long time ago. Pro Jewelers all smiles. 76 and cloudy in Southwest Florida. You bastards. Meep says 83 here. Holy crap. How hot is it when it's summertime? Gee whiz.
Exactly. Boiling point.
83. Yeah, geez.
Where is he? What part of hell are you in?
What part of hell? Meep, what part of hell do you reside in right now? Because everything else is frozen over, so you got to be in hell.
Yeah. So funny.
Of course, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to. You can give us like a Northwest or I'm in the DR. What's the DR? I don't know what the DR is.
That's a Dominican Republic.
Okay, got it. Yep.
That it meant digital room.
Man, 80 something degrees down there. That's crazy. Does it stay that temperature like year round though, or does it get quite a bit hotter? I have no idea what the temperatures are like in the Dominican Republic.
Rex, you gonna give us good news? It's Tuesday.
Oh, you weren't here for it, Yucca?
Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah, you missed it.
You missed it, man.
What was it?
Should I tell him or should I make him go back and watch the?
No, no,
You're
no,
having a
go.
baby?
No, just tell him. Yeah, just tell him.
You're pregnant? You're having a baby?
Yeah, man. Me and my wife are gonna have a little girl.
All right. Congratulations, then.
We're gonna name her Yucca.
Yeah, it's a middle name.
We'll keep all the boys away by calling her Yucca. Is that? Let me ask. I'm just kind of curious. Like, how many of you guys would that keep you away from a beautiful looking woman if her name was Yucca? Would you be able to? Would you like have a nickname? Would call her by a nickname or something instead, right?
Yucky Yucca.
I'd probably just call her Y or something.
Keep them all away.
I
call her Ya.
Tech says, yeah, that would keep me away. Well, there you go, Rex. If you really want to be mean to your daughter, she's probably going to be beautiful. If you want to keep the boys away, you got to name her something that's going to keep the, Gertrude. Gertrude probably is a. If anybody out there, if your name is Gertrude, I apologize. There's probably somebody out there who just got offended majorly. Was 38.
You can split.
What's
Are you
that?
having twins? Is he having twins?
Oh no.
Two girls?
There's only one.
It runs in our family, but no, it's just the one.
Because you could, if anything, you can use the first and last, Yucca, and then the other one, Frida.
Frida's not a bad name. That's actually not that bad.
Well, you can name the boy Frida.
That sounds like a girl's name, Frida. Doesn't sound like
Well, there you'll keep the girls away from the boys, and then the boys away from the girls. You want to be evil.
Yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying. Yeah, girls probably wouldn't like. Yeah.
Frida, they'll be like, what?
Yeah. Well, sometimes girls like that though.
Like what? Girls' names?
On guys, yeah. You'd be surprised. You'd be really surprised. They kind of dig that, I think.
Like Sam.
I was thinking Tracy. It's kind of like one of those. Yeah, it goes both ways.
Like Dick Tracy?
What's my name?
I didn't say that. No, but it is one of those names. My name goes both. Casey. Casey goes both ways.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm still in the middle. I wouldn't know which way to go.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's like one of the. It's confusing.
Yeah.
So get this, my mom didn't. She said, and I didn't even realize this. Like most of my life, I was probably in my mid 30s when somebody said to me, like, "Hey, why did your mom name all you guys unisex names?" I had none of us ever even put two and two together until somebody had mentioned that to me, and I was like middle 30s. My name's Casey. My brother's real name is Aaron, and my sister's name is Jamie. All three of those are unisex names, and my mom swears up and down that she did not try to name us unisex names for any specific reason. I found that very odd that all three of us got unisex names. Wait a minute. That was the cue where you guys were supposed to do this.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
I am driving, so I can't.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Was it Dunkin' Donuts kind of day or what?
Not yet. I haven't gone to my destination. I'm starting to figure out. I want to see. No Dunkin'. That was yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, today I don't know yet. Maybe Starbucks, definitely.
Wait.
Maybe she wasn't sure.
Trending Up says, my friend Phyllis said in high school the boys would say her first name, Posby, and then say Phyllis. That's funny. Tech says, I think your brother sounds the most gendered. So, interestingly enough, he actually changed his name. He doesn't go by Aaron anymore when we were younger. That's a really odd story, which I don't know if I'm supposed to tell online or not live. But he goes by Tim now, which is one of his middle names. He actually has two middle names. He was one of the fortunate of the three kids that got two middle names. For whatever reason, but he has two middle names, and he went with Tim or Timothy. And one summer, he came back and he just wanted to be called Tim instead of Aaron. It was the hardest thing for me to do, to switch calling. Knowing my brother for 6, 7, 8. I don't know, actually, how old was he? He was probably closer to 10, like 8 or 9 years old, coming back home and then being like, I just don't want to be called Aaron anymore. I'm Tim. It was really, really weird. It was hard to do.
What did the teachers do? You have to check them as well.
What?
Did he have to? Did he have to check the teachers and say, "Hey, I'm not Aaron anymore"?
No, he did it. He did it during the summer. So when he went to school the next year, he just told all his teachers, "I'm going by Tim now," and then they just wrote him down as Tim.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well,
so.
Shot caller.
Yep. Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, I know the basics behind why it happened, but I don't know the details. I guess it's probably okay to say the basics. We had a cousin named Aaron, and he went to go spend. Yeah, she was a girl. He went to go spend summer vacation with that family, our cousins. And when he came back from the vacation, he was like, I don't want to be Aaron anymore. I want to be Tim. So I don't know if it's because he went over there and like everybody was always saying Aaron, and then they were both having to say their name or whatever. They were responding to it. But at some point, I guess it must have gotten on his nerves enough to where he just didn't want to be called a girl's name anymore. And so he just was like, that's it. I'm Tim from now on. So.
Were they spelled the same way?
Well, maybe she did. I don't know. Maybe she did feel the same way.
So she called herself Aaron? I mean, she called herself Tim?
No, my brother called himself Tim.
Maybe she has a middle name. What would be her middle name? Tim?
I don't know what Aaron's middle name is.
No, I was asking if they spelled Aaron the same way, or was it like a different spelling?
Yeah, their names were not spelled the same way, I don't believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Tech says, yeah, I guess I can totally understand him wanting to go by Tim now that I think of it. Yeah, I guess I do too. But as a brother, You know, you always give your other siblings a hard time. You give them shit all the time, right? So I just kind of, I don't know. I gave him a lot of crap about it. In fact, I was really resistant to the idea that I had to start calling him Tim all of a sudden. And so, you know, his other middle name is Edward. And so I started calling him Ed instead. He did not like that. That didn't go over very well. He wanted Tim. Edward was not appropriate. I'd even I'd tease him and I'd be like, "What's wrong, Eduardo? You don't like your name?" Being the traditional older brother that I was, you know, you gotta give him some crap. Rub the dirt into the wound, and so yeah, it is what it is. EO, that's for you to decide. Nobody can tell you when you should or should not buy shares. That's a decision you've got to make on your own. I would say that the golden rules are always good rules to go by. My very first golden rule on here is only buy shares with money you don't need in a foreseeable future. So when you keep that on as one of the main considering drives for whether or not you're deciding to purchase more shares, time is supposed to be on our side in this entire play. And when you make time your champion, you can end up being a winner. When time becomes a factor for you, that's when you start having the mentality breakdowns and the stresses of realizing that you know that you're on a time limit. So don't be on a time limit. But no financial advice here, though. Doug, good morning. And I already said shit once this morning. At least. Now twice. See what you just made me do? Ooh, yuck. Sick is not good. Real Rugged says, Casey, please rub my wound. What's your middle name? Let me rub it for you. Steven says, I recently removed my time limit. Well, that's good. I'm not sure how you did that, but that's a good thing. Not having a time limit is really good. I can't stand those commercials, Daxter. I really can't. Those are the worst commercials ever. So we've got 8 teams left going into the playoff season here. I feel like we should do some just for the fun of it. Some polls to find out who you all are rooting for. Let's do it. Let's go with NFC first. Here's what I want you to do. There should be a stipulation on this. There should be a stipulation here. Let me think about how I can, because I only want to do 2 polls here. I'm going to do NFC first and then AFC. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to suggest to you guys, because you can only vote once, right? So what I really want to know is I want to know who you think is most likely to win out of the 4 remaining teams for the NFC for this week. That's all I want to know. I don't want to know anything else. I don't care about how you feel about the other 3 teams. I just want to know, how do you think or which of the four is definitely going to be a winner. So let me put in the poll here. 1 second. I feel like they added the amount of words that I can put in for my polls here, which is interesting. I haven't had it's new. All right. Do you want me to just put in the team names? I'll just put in the team names just to make it easier. We'll do it shorthand. I should probably do them the same way I see them on the page here. So let's do and then hey, whenever they put Bucks, if you put because I'm not spelling out Buccaneers, is it Buccs or is it Buc? They don't put Bucks, do they? I don't think they do. I'm not sure. I think it's just Bucs. Yeah, Dynamite says Bucs. That's what I'm going with, Dynamite. I think it's just Bucks. All right, here we go. So for the NFC, you've got your top four. We'll run this poll for like half the day today, and then the other half of the day we'll do the AFC. I'm curious, who for sure are you positive is going to win this next week? You're absolutely certain this team is going to win. Now, by the way, just so you guys know, it is the Packers versus the 49ers and the Bucks versus the Lions. So just so you guys are aware, I do have it in order of who's playing who. So Packers, 49ers, Bucks, and Lions. In case you're curious as to who's getting home field advantage, it should be the 49ers and I think the Lions. No, it's not the Lions. The Bucks. No, not the Bucks. It should be the Bucks. The Bucks should be getting the home field advantage. Although I'm not sure though, because they should be getting home field advantage, I would think. Because they placed higher on the bracket, but I'm not positive if that's going to be how it plays out or not. I don't know. Maybe you guys know. You guys are saying the Lions. Lions have home field advantage. All right, that's kind of interesting. Okay, I see. Lions got you because they did place higher on the ranking. I see it. Okay. Yeah, Lions did place higher by 1 spot. So that makes sense. So it should be San Francisco with home field and the Lions with home field advantage. I think, and this is my opinion, if I had to choose one team to put money on for next week, I would probably put it on the 49ers. Like if there was one team that I knew was going to win for the NFC next week, I'd put it on the 49ers. I think they beat the Packers. Yeah. I don't know about the Lions and the Bucks. I really haven't seen the Bucks play that much this season. I have seen the Lions play a little bit. And I'm kind of leaning more towards the Lions just because I've seen them play so well. EO says at this price, why wouldn't AMC buy back the whole float of shares? I don't think they can, first off. At these prices right now, it's not a price problem. It more has to do with stipulations. I think that perhaps maybe in place based off of the the second lien amounts that they have that are the amounts on the second lien that are currently outstanding, I think are preventing them from being able to do any kind of share buybacks at this point. So there's like conditions or requirements that have to be met first before they can do that. So I'll leave this up, this poll up here until probably around like my 1 o'clock break, and then I'll put up the other poll when I get back from my break at actually after I do the number when I do the numbers, when I go just before I go to do the 1 o'clock numbers, I'll put the new poll out. So if you guys are looking to vote on the AFC, then that'll be when we come back later today. And we got about 13 more minutes before we do the numbers. It looks like we are breaking down below that $4.37 level of support, although we are seeing a TD9 on print as this is moving down, which should mean that we should see a reversal. It's also getting very, very close to hitting the Bollinger Band on the way down here. Dynamite says, I just hope the game is called clean by the refs. Yeah. You know, I really thought way back in the day that with instant replay that it would take out a lot of the questions as to questionable calls. and more so than ever, I feel like that's not the case. I feel like they're still getting calls wrong, I feel like sometimes. So I don't know. Tom, enjoy the house cleaning. I prepared for you guys. I had kind of promised you guys that I was going to do, and I think I said this like 2 weeks ago. I had said that I was going to try and set it up so that you guys could see previews while I'm on break. And there was some portion of you guys that really didn't want that, but it was pretty low. It was actually only 11% of you that said no, so really not a whole lot. But I will, on this break, when I go to break today, I have it set up now to where I can play those movie trailers for you guys. We'll see what happens the first day. I'm not really sure how that's going to go exactly, since there might be some restrictions as to whether or not that can occur. But hopefully I don't get flagged for it, and we'll, you guys are going to see some movie trailers while I'm on break today. Which is kind of nice. Aaron says Beekeeper was awesome. Bought 10 more. Nice. Congratulations. I'm pulling up the distribution list for AMC for 2023. I don't think it's really changed a whole lot in the last week, but I just did want to let you guys know that AMC is still in the top 10 for distributors. We actually, with the 2 distributions that we've had with Taylor Swift's Eras Tour and Beyonce's, what was that tour called again? Renaissance Tour. The 2 tours brought in a 2023 gross of 213. I'm not seeing gross for 2024 showing yet. Let me push forward here to 2024. Okay, yeah. So for 2024, AMC is sitting in 15th position with $866,000 in gross. So it looks like AMC has picked up some more revenue off of AMC, Renaissance and Era Tour, which 2 I'm not sure, but they have picked up more ticket sales for 2024. But it looks like we did pass. We did get 10th position overall for 2023. Not bad for our first year. They should show up in the in Q4 ice cream, but apparently with some of these sales that are happening in the new year here, we'll be seeing some sales for Q1 as well. So they'll show up in they'll show up in Q4. I have noticed that some people have been mentioning like how much. I guess if we pull up, let me see if I have it here. Yeah, Box Office Mojo. For 2024, the total gross domestically is only at 314 million. A lot of people are kind of worried about that a little bit, stating that those numbers are quite low for this beginning portion of this year. For example, and I think that's 2 weeks worth of data, right? Essentially 2 weeks worth of data. So if we were looking at 314, so if we said there's 26 weeks in a year, or not 26 weeks, but there's 26 periods in a year compared to what we just saw. We take the 314, 422, 599 and multiply that by 26, giving us what we would make for the year if we were to gross that same amount for the entire year. And this is not just for AMC, but for movies in general. And we did beat out 2022 last year with 8.9 billion, but this 5.5 pace that we're on right now with this first 2 weeks worth of money revenue coming in, it's kind of low. And but I think weather's probably some of the things that are restricting us a little bit here. The total amount of releases is showing 70 releases for right now. Let me just check something out real quick here. Yeah, there's no. So that number is way, way high. I'm not sure why the releases is so high. Because that would actually, using the same exact math, if we were to have that many movies opening up, evenly throughout the rest of the year, we'd end up having like 1,820 movies, and we've never, like, the highest we've ever seen is like less than half of that. So I don't think we're going to have that many movies opening up this year, but I know a lot of people are kind of worried about the total gross so far, and I think that I think inclement weather is probably preventing some people to go see some movies, which might kind of lower that a little bit. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think that'll pick up. I think we're just seeing like a momentary kind of lull a little bit on that. Yeah. Mega Johnny says, don't forget that the strikes pushed a lot of the movies into a tight window. Yeah. So let me pull up some of the movies that we've had so far here. Hold on one second. Let me get this back open. So far this year, and this is listing out all the 70 movies that are listed here. The number one is Wonka by far. I think that's kind of beating out. I think it is. Hold on a second. Yeah, gross domestically. Wonka has been number one. Number two is Migration, which I think opened up. Yeah, both of those two movies opened up in December. Wonka opening up December 15th, and Migration was December 22nd. Mean Girls opened up January 12th and has already hit 33.2 in gross. Wonka was 45.7, Migration 33.7. So I think Mean Girls is going to launch its way past both Wonka and Migration, which I had no idea Mean Girls was going to be such a great movie. It's apparently doing well. I should ask my girls if they wanted to go see that. I haven't even asked them if they wanted to go see it or not. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is right behind Mean Girls. Number 5 is Anyone But You. Really close as well. Night Swim is doing about 20 million. Beekeeper is 19 million so far. A lot of people are saying it's really, really, really good. That came out January 12th. Just to kind of show you, Mean Girls got 33.2 million releasing the same day, and Beekeeper's only gotten 19 million. So a lot of people want to see the Mean Girls. So we might see, maybe there'll be some more people that go out and see The Beekeeper this next weekend. After Beekeeper comes The Boys in the Boat, then The Color Purple, and then The Iron Claw. Those are the top 10 for the year so far. And soon to be released videos. Give me one second. Coming soon. February 1st, The Chosen, season 4, episodes 1 through 3. February 2nd, we have Argyle. I know a lot of people are looking to January 19th for ISS, which is coming out this weekend. And I think that's, another January 19th is, I have no idea what this, Danny Jagar. It's like cigar with a J. What else we got? We have some big stuff coming out in March, for sure. Dune Part 2 is coming out March 1st. Kung Fu Panda 4 is coming out March 8th. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, which is going to set real well with all of us who've been thawing out after a little bit, March 22nd. And believe it or not, I'm going to go out of my way to make sure that I see Bob Marley, which opens in February. I really didn't think I was going to go see that, but after seeing the preview for it, I was like, I'm going to go see it. I don't think it's January. I thought it was the third quarter. You might be right, Moonlit Wisp. I'm not sure. Nat Nail, wait for the inverse yields to cross back over. Maybe very, very close to that. And we are getting close to that. I was thinking maybe there's a chance we see it this week. Once those yields start normalizing, I think that we're going to be very close to that period of time. %53% of you are going with the 49ers as well. Look at that, though. The Packers have 18% of you voting for the Packers, with 18% voting for the Lions. Like, as in regards to like a sure win here. I think it's really interesting. These numbers are quite interesting. That you guys would be picking, like, as many of you are picking the Packers as are the Lions. That's very, very interesting numbers. Like, just as many of you are as sure about the Packers winning as that many of you are sure about the Lions winning. I think that's interesting. I think the game to watch is going to be the... I mean, if I had to choose which game I was going to watch, I think the Lions and the Bucks might be the one to watch here. Maybe it's a lot closer of a game than some people might be thinking it is. John says, I picked the Packers because it was on top. just like where I like to be. Way to go, John. All right, well, it's 11:03. It's time to it's the top of the hour, so it's time to take a look at the numbers. Michael says Bills and Chiefs game of the weekend. Yeah, I know, man. And the crazy part about it too is that they're gonna have one game after another. It's gonna be just brutal. So then they're gonna have to face off against the Bills, who've already beat them. And so even if they beat the Bills, then they got to go up probably against, my guess is, the Ravens afterwards, and that's gonna be that much more tougher. I don't know, man. This is where I think I have to bow my team out and be like, we had a good couple year run, and maybe we can pick up some more team members that are going to help enhance the team. But I think this dynasty is kind of going to be fading off here a little bit. But let's take a look at these numbers here, and I'll take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold on to those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns specifically for me until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it in a while. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure that if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary. All right, having said that, let's take a look at some of these numbers. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange of around 62% in combination with EDGX. Currently, we are at 58.97%. EDGX is sitting at 6.52. The combined total 65.49, or about 3.49% higher than I would expect it to be. By this time of the day, CHX volume is 1,100 shares going through that exchange, and GME CHX volume is 1,740. Not a whole lot going through those two exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex. Give me 1 second here, trying to find this screen. Oh, there we go. Taking a look at Ortex. Still no borrowed shares for the day today, showing up according to the reporting here. It's kind of interesting because I know we've seen some borrowed shares, so maybe they're just not going to report those until the end of the day through whatever system it is that Ortex ends up seeing them get reported through. But so far for the day today, our total amount of short share interest of the free float sitting at 9.2%. Total amount of shares on loan from Friday is up by 390,000 shares. And Ortex has estimated about 157,000 of that was in new short interest. Those numbers did go down a little bit from Monday's international trading, but I didn't include those in my numbers for the day today. Just a little bit. They didn't move too much, not drastically. So taking a look at options, which have still not loaded, even though I've given them plenty of an opportunity to load up. As of an hour ago on the calls for options, highest amount of call volume was at a $5.50 strike with 11.5 thousand contracts so far for the day today. Highest amount of volume is still at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 11.5 thousand contracts. There's now 14.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts an hour ago is at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case. There's 3.4 thousand in volume for the day today. It's now 6 because it's close enough. 3.6 million thousand in volume. Market suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5.5 before the day is over. Still. MMRI, as of an hour ago, is at 259.25. It's now 260.39. Going up. A lot of this movement isn't necessarily from the 2-year or the 10-year yield, bond yields moving up, but more having to do, I think, with the U.S. dollar that's moving upwards. The 2-year, 10-year yield spread earlier this morning was at 0.206. Last hour, it was 0.193, so we've been seeing a tightening of the two, a normalization of those values, and now it's at 0.18. So yet again, reducing even further or normalizing more than what it was an hour ago. I asked you or polled you guys last week whether or not you thought that we would see a normalization of the yields and by this week. And let's see, 42% of you said no, which was the highest amount. You did not think that you would see bonds normalizing by this week. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $4.10. Shares available to borrow. We had two different occasions of 100,000 shares being borrowed. Those have since been returned. Fees have dropped down to 0.6%. In total for the day today, we've seen about 2.75 million shares borrowed so far. Currently, the NASDAQ is down 0.4. Dow Jones is down 0.61, and the S&P 500 is down 0.45. We have 4,205 decliners to 1,615 advancers. The market's more advancing this hour than it was last hour, but still not cooking with bacon grease just yet. It's still looking like hot lava. Watch out for the floor because it'll burn your feet off. Taking a look at the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are in the green. I think it was 4 an hour ago. One of them about ready to flip over here, so it may be 5 out of the... Oh, there we go. It's getting ready to flip right now. Might be 5 out of the 7 being red. Big financial institution movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5% is going to get a, or more is going to get a shout out. As it stands right now, HSBC is down 3.45. And everything else, no, Morgan Stanley is down 3.96. Everything else is within those limits. Gold is currently down 1.33 and trending down. Silver is down 1.38 and it's trending down. It's trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 0.4 and trending up. US dollar is up 0.81 and slowly trending upwards with a lot of volatility. Oil is down 3.05 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.72 to 0.74 and trending down. SPY is down 0.4 and trending down. VIX is up 4.23 and trending up. VBR is down 0.95 and consolidating. VB is down 0.89, consolidating with maybe a slight downtrend. Tesla is down 0.04 and trending down. Amazon is down 1.16, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.99, consolidating. Doge is up 0.09 and on a slight trend up. Bitcoin is up 0.73, trending up. Looks like it's both Bitcoin and Doge are trying to. Looks like they're moving into what appears to be a break into a reversal. GameStop is down 3.15 and consolidating. HYMC is down 8.79 and trending down. NCMI is down 4.09, trending down. HUD is down 0.36 and trending up. And AMC is down 4.39 and on a slight downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately about $2 million more outflow than inflow. 6.94 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After, let's see here, 162 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 16.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares, and we're on that pace, it looks like. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 21.02, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 27.72, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 23.72, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.79, which is below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are saying. Dynamite says Mahomes has brain damage after that helmet exploding. I heard people complaining about the fact that for an equipment change they were supposed to do a timeout. I feel like you shouldn't have to waste a timeout for your helmet exploding. It doesn't seem like, I mean, it's not his fault. His equipment exploded. It's like there's something wrong there. I don't know. Yucca says a normalization of D's. Progeler says any reports of tokens backed by AMC shares being borrowed. I have not seen anything. That doesn't mean that I just haven't heard about it. Is there any way you could look at SPY growth in 2023 and compare that with the Mag 7's 5 trillion growth? Just a thought. So no. I don't think that there is. Let me see here. I don't think that there is. I'm trying to think like if there was a way. So part of the reason why you can't really do this, so you get in a really weird situation with ETFs. So you might be able to do that more on something. Well, I guess you can't even do that on there. So when you're looking at the SPY, there's not really a market cap that's listed when you're looking at it. So part of the problem is how many shares are in existence. If you go and you look, there are places where you can find how many shares are supposed to be available to be traded from each one of the held assets for the 500. It's actually more than 500, but whatever. what percentage each one of those take up and how many shares that it equates to. And there may be an actual market cap for the SPY somewhere out there. Let me check and see if I can find something, but I don't. No, I'm sure there is probably a way to look this up, but it's not going to be easy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So let me see. If you give me just a second here, I'll try looking something up. Man, Yucca, you're ornery today. Let's see here. Is that right? That can't be right. So market capitalization is at 428.5 billion, according to what I'm pulling up right here. So what we could do is we could reverse math this to figure out like what they're insinuating, like the total amount of shares are in existence, because it's a simple formula, right? So we know that the share price on SPY currently sitting at 474.89. I'm going to use the value that I'm looking at here to figure this by not what you're seeing on your screen, but what I'm seeing on my screen here over here on the other side. But let's see here. Is that right? Oops. So this calculation right here is insinuating that there's about 902,715,456 shares. In which case we see volume on SPY, like a normal traded day for any given day, I've suggested to you guys should be somewhere between like 70 and 90 million, which happens to be quite a large amount of shares being traded, considering how many outstanding there are based off of this formula I did. And what I basically did is I took the market capitalization divided by the current price, and that should give you how many shares are in existence, or at least what they're should give you. That's how you get your formula is your shares times your price, and that gives you how much the market capitalization is. So if we were to use this, now the problem is that I don't know what the total amount of outstanding shares was back in January of 2021. But what we can do is we can just multiply the price from the SPY by this current amount right here that I've got on the screen and see what we come up with. So 428 billion is what market cap is now. Right? We can go back to we can go back to SPY a year ago, January of, let's see here, January of 2023. And we'll just look for like a closing price at the beginning of the year. Closing price of around 375.12. So the difference is about 338 billion is what it would have been in the beginning of 2023. It's 428 now, so less than 100 billion. 90 billion. $89. Close enough. The total market cap of the SPY has increased by about $90 billion. And I already showed you this morning that the market cap on just the top 7 alone has increased by 5.35 trillion. So if that doesn't tell you what you need to know in regards to what I think it is that you're asking or what you're trying to allude to, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't see where the money's going, I can't open your eyes for you. It's fun when, for me, it's a little bit fun when there's like a delay, because I can tell when you guys are finally like getting the information that I just put out, because you guys start saying like WTF and wow, but it's like 15 to 20 seconds after I've already said it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? 90 billion is the increase. The market increased in value by 90 billion. The top 7 increased by 5 point whatever trillion I said. 5.354 trillion. The worst performing stock of the Magnificent Seven was Tesla over the last year. And the amount that it changed by was 346 billion, which means 4 times. It increased 4 times what the SPY increased in market cap. That's just for the lowest performing one. So, yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to head to break. It's that time. Let me just look something up real quick here, because I'm curious about the validity of this number for this market cap that's being printed here with 428.5 billion currently for the market cap for the SPY. Let me just check something out real quick here. You're going to see the screen change a little bit for the Ortex data that's on the screen right there. Ignore that for a moment while I just look up something real quick on this, because I am kind of curious about something on this real fast. Come on, you can do it. Okay. See, this is interesting. The value that I got for you guys in that formula that I derived to come up with how many shares were outstanding. The total, actually, Ortex does give out an outstanding amount of shares. The total amount that I told you guys that the markets would have, in order for it to be that whatever billion it was right now, the market cap 428.5 billion. It would have been the equivalent of about 902 million shares. But the actual amount of outstanding shares right now, according to Ortex for this is for the SPY, is 1.02 billion, which is going to be about 100 billion more shares than what's showing up right here, which is going to change should change the market cap, right? Like, as if your market cap is going to be something different, it means that the market cap should be higher than what's being represented now, which means that the spread between the two is going to be more than 90 billion, if that makes any sense to you whatsoever. But anyways, I'm just basing it off of what I'm getting for information. I would be more inclined to suggest that Ortex is probably right on their shares outstanding at 1.02 billion, and this is probably off on here. which means that the market cap of the SPY is actually sitting at $474. Ooh, that's a much bigger number. Why does that not make sense? That is a much bigger number. This is suggesting the market cap sitting at 48.4 trillion, and not that other number that I was suggesting before. But now it's got me wondering, like, what's the real truth here? How many shares are outstanding? That makes a big difference. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way the market cap increased by that much year over. There's no way it went from 484. Hold on a second. Let me go back to that website. Yeah, there's no way it increased from 428 billion to 400 and what did I get? To 48 trillion. There's just no way. So what's wrong? Why is there something wrong with this then? What would be wrong with this is that the Ortex is estimating about 100,000 too many shares for too many shares outstanding for the SPY. Why it's specifically exactly 100,000 shares more than what's being reported, I have no idea. Oh. Interestingly enough, there's about 100 million shares in short interest. Yeah, no, it's not a decimal point problem. That would be my first thought too, but that's not the case. So I'll just show you real quickly what I'm seeing from my end of it. This is the SPY right here, and the total amount of shares are showing up in here. And if you go back, I don't know, probably to the end of the year, I guess it was kind of closer to the 900 million range, which is what kind of closer to the number that I got. But then right around the middle to the end of December, it suddenly increased quite dramatically. Why specifically? And I won't do it. Don't do it, Casey. Don't make fun. Let's see here. So why did this jump up suddenly in the amount of shares in existence from middle of December to end of December, from basically like 965 million shares outstanding to 1.04 billion? So was there an on loan amount that increased during that period of time? There was quite a big jump. There on loan amount was about 8.87 million. But that's not a big number, right? Like the on loan amount's really low numbers. It's the short interest that's like super, super high. So if we go into short interest,
why?
I didn't do that. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. The total amount of exchange reported short interest, did it increase? No, it actually decreased quite a bit. It was 124 million in short interest. That actually decreased from 124 million down to about 108 million in exchange reported short interest during that period of time when the total amount of shares outstanding increased. I don't know. I have no idea why this suddenly increased the way that it did. And they're not even supposed to have a rebalancing until, I think, later this first quarter. Look at that, too. The security lending volume went way down during that same period of time. Shares outstanding rise. Short interest drops or falls. Utilization falls. What was the date on this? Actually, the utilization might be a perfect indicator for when the change occurred. So the big drop really started like December 15th. Between December 15th down, and then it hit like a rock bottom by December 26th. So somewhere between December 15th and the end, basically the end of the year. I don't know. I'm not quite certain, but I do see that AMC is taking a big dump right now, and I'm wondering if it's with the rest of the market or not. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of things starting to fall off. $426. Why does AMC theaters have theaters that are burning through cash? Why so much debt? Wait, does AMC have theaters that are burning through cash? Why so much debt? Well, I'm not positive on whether or not there's a lot of theaters or not that are burning a lot of cash, but I think that they have definitely gotten rid of some of the theaters that probably are. In the past, they've gotten rid of some. All right, I got to take a break. You guys got me digging down a rabbit hole here that is actually really kind of interesting, and I had not seen this before, so I'm going to probably be looking a little bit more heavily into that Why did the SPY suddenly jump up in the amount of shares late end of the year this year? I don't think that's supposed to happen. I mean, we can take a look at that same chart from the past and see if there were other periods of time where we saw the outstanding amount of shares at the end of the year increasing suddenly, especially with a utilization change as well. We should be able to see that across the board. The outstanding share number doesn't seem to be reporting for the whole time. It only goes back to January or November of 28. The reporting on that, but that would have been around the same time that November 28 of 2022. We should have seen an uptick if there was some kind of rebalancing that was supposed to occur during that period of time, and I don't see one there. Utilization does show a little bit of a drop off during that period of time leading up to it in November, which is about where this started here on a utilization dip. But there is some interesting numbers to be seen from what's going on here. That utilization has just absolutely dropped off the bottom of the face of the earth on the SPY. If this somebody's getting rocked hard with this price movement upwards, somebody's getting tore up right now at 109 million shares in short interest. Somebody's getting rocked. Them stockpiling money into things that, like the Magnificent Seven that's causing the SPY to rise is absolutely killing anybody who's shorting a SPY. Just killing them. All right, I got to go to break. We're hitting the bottom side of my descending parallel channel right now, so we'll see if that ends up holding or not. I'll see you guys after I get back from my break. There has been some large quantity and volume in here, around 474,000 shares in 1 minute that traded at 12:38. I'll see you guys in a bit.
okay? It's been a while since you've had one of those nightmares. Tell me, what was it about?
It's only fragments. Nothing's clear. You've been fighting the Harkonnens for decades.
Look!
My family's been fighting them for centuries.
Your blood comes from dukes and great houses. Here, we're equal. What we do for the benefit of all.
Well, I'd very much like to be equal to you.
Maybe I'll show you the way.
Deal with this prophet. Send assassins.
Fade Rother. He's psychotic.
I see possible futures all at once. And in so many futures, our enemies prevail. But I do see a way. There is a narrow way through. My allegiance is to you. Do you believe me?
This is a form of power that our world has not yet seen. The ultimate power.
I want you to know I will love you as long as I breathe.
You will never lose me as long as you stay who you are.
Consider what you're about to do, Paul Atreides.
Silence!
This prophecy is how they enslave us! You are not prepared for what is to come.
In other international news, Bhutan has just become the world's youngest democracy, with the kingdom's beloved monarch abdicating in favor of democratic reforms.
주인이 이 배수가 아니디 말로 채장하기 해먹으니.
하나와 할레스스웨 듀비제나 사이 개컵디 야르게 존누시
하나 리베로니고 호톱단 날로대로 해줘배 해봐되나.
This one is so rare. I'll give them $75,000.
예수스 듀르디. You want something lesser than that?
Wait, what?
나버 조방하자 한수 집에 뚫어봐 대고 말해.
갈비 아니라. 엄마티 마피네.
같이 유대하자.
Why would a monk take our gun?
아제 나 개캅기 주로 보험지 반이기 되는 게라. 나 이거 이미도 술로 짝도 가대 베니 나 디텐지만 오밀라. 왜? 아비디 결혼도 밤이 지면나. 내비기 디콜이 캥가라.
야, 같이 걸리나?
엘렉션 때라.
아니 팝기니 잡디나.
팝기 내지야.
대보다 디스코츠비기님래 나라기 사사나에 땀마디오 라시지라 테인가.
아빠쯤이 땡에 지게 가부로 잘 베들.
내가 디수 가라 같이 소리 되는 배도 돼 유펠기 되는 배도 돼
되게 배 제라서 상나야 그 집중받대.
대보다 같이 해말리 가도도 비대 이들라 맞아.
He has no idea how much it's worth.
아니 미디 좁다이 나콘 다 믿지 매봐.
마다리 나마기 람루시 수기 꼴에 가네미시 등하시 수기 쪼가 레좀 매자 굽지도. 마시리 개합기 내당디.
You don't think he's gonna kill anyone? He's a monk, right?
I don't know, man. We live in strange times.
looky, looky.
She is the perfect fit, I promise.
Did she even see you?
She was about to.
What are you doing? Don't do this. Blue. No.
Hi. Oh, God. This is just so exciting.
What is happening?
Well, that's a perfectly understandable question given
I'm an if. Get it? Imaginary friend? Our kids grew up, so we need new ones. You could save all of us.
All of who? And don't say ifs.
Let him say it, or I think his head may actually explode.
Ifs. Thank you.
You ready for this? There's no telling who's behind that door today.
We have to help them.
Yes, we do.
I'm not gonna ask you again. Put some pants on. You're freaking everyone out.
Starting to see why I live alone.
Chief!
What kind of a kid creates an invisible if? Don't look him in the eye.
Which one?
You know damn well which one.
Thanks for doing this. It really means a whole lot.
United Nations ne praviš, a?
Reći majka kim ideš.
Mamo, djeto. Što si mi ti na mene, be? Ništa ne si mi.
Ti li vidiš tatko?
Si valjda ozbiljna? Verenica, ova tebe na parti liči.
Го прогласувам овој брак за случај.
Дури ја не можам да те гледам. Поради тебе геј станав, да знаеш.
Ти равена ако.
Па сави боја пари ринола мушеске? Оло, росеho.
Само се кара како беби. Да се не сакат. То не сака маш. Дита сака мама.
Па ленгоро манги петано харичани различно. Ма ој да и тани сум. Лајсум.
What a wonderful day!
When I sleep, I see strange things.
Memories?
Not memories. New things. I see everything.
everything. What a wonderful day!
Our little girl's growing up so fast. And things couldn't be better.
What is that?
Okay, let's clear it all out. It's demo day!
Wait, what's happening? Who are you people? What's going on? Wait, you can't. Whoa! Hey, what are you doing?
All right, she's all set.
Set with what? Orange? Who made the console orange?
Do I look orange?
I didn't touch it.
Orange is not my color.
Not me.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm anxiety. Where can I put my stuff?
A new emotion. Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. We wanted to make such a good first impression.
What do you mean, we?
Oh, hell no!
Bitch, move. Hey, PG-13, please. What was that?
Oh, Lord, it's the Queen Bee.
Regina George.
Don't look her in the eye!
You could be really hot if you change, like, everything.
I met a guy in the summer and I left him in the spring.
Welcome to Health and Human Sexuality. We'll be getting into abstinence, of course, then followed by in the spring, condoms and choking.
You're learning things now that I don't know how to teach.
Are you okay in there? We're concerned you're either doing drugs or having a toilet baby.
Ew. We as women have to be able to support each other. Get in, loser. Welcome, Katie. You're never gonna believe what I found this morning. Your burn book.
Mom, go make snacks.
For sure, Regina, yeah.
Do you like gum?
Sure.
Oh, no, I don't have any. I was just...
You're a mess.
We will help you, Caddy.
Why are you dressed so scary?
It's Halloween.
Katie, if you don't dress slutty, that is slut-shaming us.
That's just unprofessional.
What? What's this?
We're gonna make her pay.
All we've done is make Regina hotter and revive the wet look.
Dance break.
Who wrote all this junk?
Katie pushed her.
Regina really should be lifting through her glutes.
Look at this thing. I can't even see it. Like a face breast.
Je m'appelle Katie.
Incorrect.
You have to pick a French name.
Chanel.
No.
Celine Dion.
No.
Beyonce.
I'm telling you, it's going to be another hot one out there. In fact, there are heat alerts in effect for New Jersey, feeling like 100 degrees.
first time in New York history, people froze to death in the middle of July.
What is it?
The death chill. The power to kill by fear itself. Your veins turn to rivers of ice. Your bones crack. And the last thing you see is your own tear ducts freezing up.
Like, literally scared to death? So cool.
We all know anything can happen out there. Sometimes we feel lost. We push and we suffer. We keep going. That makes all the difference. Hey, what happened to you, boy? You don't look so good. Meatball? Look, somebody likes my meatballs. Hey, Paw Patrol, we got a race to win.
Just remember, Michael, this race doesn't define you.
I raced for 19 years. This is my last chance to win.
3, 2, 1. I was a young boy living in the city. All I did was run, 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 run.
Over the next 10 days, these athletes will cross 400 miles climbing, biking, and kayaking.
That dot is Daddy.
Go, Daddy, Dot.
Let's talk and get the meatballs. 3 days and 200 miles ago. Leave the stupid dog and let's go. Come on. Move, dumb dog. What is it, boy? Oh. Oh, God. Can't believe I almost walked right off that cliff. Extra meatballs for you, my friend. He's hurting. What do you think he went through before he met us?
Whatever it wasn't good.
How the hell did he get all the way from here to there while we were on bikes and zip lines and running and climbing?
He must have wings we don't know about.
Oh, boy, you know I'm back like I never left. You want to start to embrace the buckets of pain?
I need a bigger bucket.
Team Broad Rail has traveled over 200 miles, and they've found a companion.
Daddy has a dog?
What have you done?
Think you found your new partner in suffering, Michael? Yeah, he's the king. I think we should call him Arthur. Arthur the king.
How's he doing?
He's been through so much. This dog needs a vet. I don't want you to hurt anymore. He's a fighter.
Just like you. I feel glorious.
Famous dog. Looks even worse than the rest of you. Maybe you all deserve each other.
Always underestimated Armor, buddy. This isn't the route on the map.
It's okay. Just follow Arthur.
Lead the way, King.
I've never seen anything like this.
Everybody knows about it. Guess what? I'm not a dog person.
Here we are together. We're on an adventure.
Seeing what else life has to offer. Is that a little scary? Sure. But isn't it worth it?
We're not gonna make it, are we?
Uncle Dan!
What is this place?
We are completely lost.
Was your mother? That is not your mother.
We're trying to get to Jamaica.
Don't worry, Chump's gotcha.
So listen, Chump.
What? Did you just call me?
Sorry, I thought your name was Chump.
Yeah, Chump. Yeah, that's my name. What?
Right. So listen, Chump.
What did you just call me?
I'm sorry. Is everyone else hearing Chump? What?
This isn't about migration. It's about adventure.
Whoa, 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 hey!
What just happened?
I don't know, but you're in trouble.
What is that? Chocolat Orange.
What's chocolat orange?
It's you with l'orange on top.
There's a whole world we've been missing out on.
And we. When danger strikes, you do not run from it. Reload! we're going to finish this crazy, wonderful adventure.
You're so adorable. Maybe I'll eat you. I'm kidding. Where am I?
Go, go, go!
Check out the new trailer for my new movie.
My movie.
It's actually my movie.
Well, we'll see whose movie it is when it comes out.
Okay. Check out the new trailer for our new movie, Anyone But You, now. Better?
Just play the trailer.
Oh my God. Enjoy.
Hey, headed to the wedding?
Of my sister? Yes, I am.
So where's your fiance? Wait, is this him? Hey, I'm Ben. I was her hall pass on your break.
Wow, you are a child.
It's a pretty long flight. Do you want anything from the front of the boat?
I'm all good on creatine and small dick and security.
Nothing small about me. What the?
That's the jerk who we got with when she was on her break from Jonathan.
I could never be with someone like him.
This girl's a disaster.
They're gonna ruin our wedding.
Sorry. How's it going, stranger?
What's going on over there?
They dated. She crushed his heart.
That man does not have a heart. No way.
Honey, look who's here.
Who is that?
My ex, Jonathan. My parents have been trying to get us back together.
He's like a son to us.
Maybe we should just tell everyone we're together.
What?
It would solve that problem for me, and you clearly want Margaret. She sees you with me. She wants what she can't have.
There's no way we can convince anyone we actually like each other.
You know, I still think about that night we spent together.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious. No matter how it ended, it was still pretty amazing. Convincing enough?
Let's do it.
Honey, here he is. Oh, no, I'm with Ben.
So is it like we just got together, or we've been sneaking around?
Let's just be affectionate. Showtime.
Permission to put my left hand on your right buttock.
Granted. Not a magic lamp.
Hey, little guy.
God damn it.
Seeing you tonight.
We have to take it up a notch.
Nice touch.
Nice try. Oh, no, it's gonna be hot. When are you ever gonna learn?
Fuck it, it's fine.
Titanic me.
Are they watching?
Are they doing Titanic?
They're gone. Show's over.
Oh my God.
Do you have a mole or something on your butt?
No?
What the?
One might be in you.
I'm good.
It's probably a better way to check than what I did.
It's a bad idea, right?
What did we miss?
What did we miss?
Fuck it, it's fine.
How does it feel being back?
Good. I had such good memories here. Maybe my happy place can be our happy place.
Who left you all alone down here?
It was just my imagination.
I'm playing a new game with Chauncey.
The scavenger hunt list. That's fun.
Chauncey says you're not allowed to play with us.
Oh.
Because you left him. I need something happy.
Something happy.
Ugh. I thought bugs freaked you out.
If I can finish my list, Chauncey will take me on a trip to the place he's from.
Something that hurts.
Alice?
You've been spending time with a new friend? He asked you to do something that hurt you.
It was part of the game.
Does that seem like a game a good friend would want to play?
Maybe we shouldn't play together anymore, Chauncey. Maybe we shouldn't be friends. No.
Alice? Alice?
She's lost, but we're gonna find her.
Every culture has entities that tether to the young. We call them imaginary friends. You are always staying with your imaginary friend. When the connection is severed, the entity becomes enraged.
He He says he's right behind you.
But it was just my imagination.
Can I hang out with your imaginary friend?
He's not imaginary. And he's not your friend.
How come you don't laugh none? Ain't you got something to make you just smile?
My sister, and I ain't seen her in years.
You know, if you ain't gonna laugh, you need to sell your funny bone.
I was married to a man I didn't love.
Whatever I say, go.
And he took my sister away from me.
Even if we have to part, you and me, us have one heart.
How come you so nice? Don't know. Maybe you too nice.
You seem like trouble.
I come here out of respect. But if there ain't none to get, there sure ain't none to give. There's gonna be some changes made. You got to stand up.
I know my sister's somewhere in the world. Someday we're gonna meet again.
Keep your head held high, just like Mom taught us.
It's time I be free from you and then turn to creation.
I'd die before I let that happen.
Good. That's just the going away present I've been needing.
Time for you to see the world. Push the button. Ooh, sweet and loving God.
Hi. What's your name?
Foreseeable,
You like Elvis Presley?
Of course. Who doesn't?
What are the kids listening to these days?
Bobby Darin, Fabian, and you.
Just what is the intent here, Mr. Presley? You got women throwing themselves at you. Why my daughter?
Well, sir, I happen to be very fond of your daughter. She's much more mature than her age.
21!
22. That's 22. You don't have to worry about it. Black hair and more eye makeup.
I don't know if I like it.
What do you mean you don't know if you like it?
He's not like you imagine. You know, there's a lot of rumors about you.
Was there something you're hiding?
I don't have a goddamn thing to hide. I need a woman who understands that things like this might happen. Are you gonna be here or not?
I want a life of my own.
All right.
How was that? Was that a little bit better for in regards to a break time showing of stuff that's going on with AMC trailers? Let me scroll back here and see how far you guys made it here. You went to Night Swim. Night Swim was the next one to play here. All right, cool. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what's going on here with our price movement. I want to just throw this out there real quick, guys. There has been there's been some things that I've said in the past more recently that I think people are trying to build a narrative that some of the things that I'm saying are shillish against AMC. I'm not sure if this is like a reverse attack on me, like trying to say like or suggest that some of the things I'm saying are negative to AMC. I guess one thing in particular that I recently probably said to you guys is that part of the reason we're seeing some of this price movement downwards and not this current price movement downwards, but there was a point in time where I suggested to you guys that some of the price movement that we've been seeing is due to the fact that there's been the dilution that's been occurring in the market has been using that dilution as a means to justify price movement downwards, even though that's not how it's supposed to work. We all know, I think most of us all realize that that's not necessarily how that works or how that should work. But that's what the market has been doing. Now, more recently, and when I say more recently, I'm saying within the last 2 weeks, we've been seeing some price movement downwards that hasn't been justified to any kind of dilution that's been occurring because we haven't been getting any reports of any kind of dilution that's been occurring during that period of time. I'm kind of holding it up in the air, and I'm suggesting that there might be some more dilution that we're going to be hearing about that we just haven't seen yet. But we'll get there when we get there. But I guess the point is, and I'm trying to make here is that some people are basically stating that, because I'm suggesting that the price is moving downwards because of the dilution, and that's what the market is using to justify that price movement, that I'm a shill. I don't know how. Look, I mean, you have to, when you see price moving a certain way, you have to identify like why is it moving a certain way. There's got to be something that can be used to justify the price movement. And when you see something like dilution occurring, even though it's not supposed to be used, I would suggest to you that that's exactly what it is that they're using to justify the price movement. So I don't really care one way or the other whether they're going to continue to, take that line of attack, because, that's basically saying I'm a shill for saying that. But I'm telling you what I'm seeing. And when I see things the way that I see them, I don't see why that's shillish. I don't get it, but whatever. I'm just letting you guys know, heads up, it's coming. People are going to point at me, and they're going to try and discredit me at some point or another. I always kind of figured that would be the case. So why not? Now no better time than any other. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for these numbers, though. Give me 1 second while I update a screen here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange around 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We are currently at 57.95% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.64. The combined total in that 64.95%. It's about 1.59% less than I would expect it to be, or more than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 6,344 shares going through CHX. That is getting up there, but it's not over the 30K that I'd like to see. CHX volume for GME is coming in at 1,756 shares. According to Ortex, maybe hold on a second here. According to Ortex, so far for the day today, we have about 249,000 shares having been returned. It's finally reporting a value now. It's going to cause our estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 9.18%. Cost of borrow ends at 1.04, average 1.22, and max is 1.9. Shares on loan for the day today is at 17.68 million shares. Day over day from last Friday, and I'm not counting Monday's numbers. I think that's a little bit down from Friday. But anyways, I'm only going to count Friday's numbers because I'm not going to count Monday's until tomorrow since we didn't really trade on Monday. So day over day on Friday, we had 390,000 more shares on loan. That's 157, or Ortex has estimated that 157,000 of that was new short interest. Taking a look at the options. Did I refresh this already? I don't think I did. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Let's refresh it again. Damn it. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike with approximately 14.5 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day-to-day. Let's check and see where that's at here in just a second. I think I already updated this screen. I shouldn't have even done it again. You know what? We'll come back to it. MMRI, as of an hour ago, was approximately 260.39. It's now 261.89. That is the 2-year, 10-year yield spread an hour ago was approximately at 0.18. Now currently being reported at 0.172. She's still dropping. Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys back to the other screen here for just a second because I finally did get that option data to finally populate. Let's scroll down to our options here. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike. There was 14.5 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 14.8. Close enough. It says 14.797. Close enough. Highest amount of puts an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike. That's actually dropped down to $4 now. And there's 3.6 thousand contracts in volume at 4.5. Now 6.8 at 4. Market now suggesting a closing price somewhere today between $4 and $5.50. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. Shares available to borrow is at 2.3 million shares. That has not changed in the last hour. Fees still sitting at 0.6 in total for the day. We've seen about 2.75 million shares traded or borrowed and returned at some point or another. NASDAQ is down 0.42, Dow Jones is down 0.71, and the S&P 500 is down 0.46. We have 4,195 decliners to 1,662 advancers. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago, but still on hot lava fire, looking pretty nasty. Don't touch that floor, you'll burn your feet. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are now red. Big financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a move, will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.51. FRC is down 19.51. And let's see, there should be at least two more on this list. HSBC is down 3.43. And Morgan Stanley down 4.44. Morgan Stanley had their numbers today. So did Goldman Sachs and IBKR. Gold is currently down 1.42 and trending down. Silver is down 1.24 and starting to slightly trend back up. Ethereum Classic is up 0.47 and is consolidating. US dollar is up 0.98 and trending up. Oil is down 3.22 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.95 to 0.98 and trending down. And the SPY is down 0.45 and starting to consolidate after a trend down. VIX is up 5.96 and trending up. VBR is down 0.94 and trending up. VB is down 0.83 and starting to trend up. Tesla is up 0.9, trending up. Amazon is down 1.38 and starting to trend up. Cinemark is down 1.22 and starting to trend up after a trend down. Doge is up 0.44 and slight trend up. Bitcoin is up 0.68 and consolidating. GME is down 4.58 and trending down. HYMC is down 6.69 and starting to consolidate after a trend down. NCMI is down 2.1 and starting to trend up. Hood is down 0.23 and consolidating. And AMC is down 7.35 and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately, let's see here. 3.8, about $3.8 million more outflow than inflow. 10.58 million shares traded so far. After 234 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for about 17.63 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's definitely within the 10 to 30 million I suggested in the pre-market, and I think we're going to be good on that prediction. We're already breaking 10. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 18.3, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 21.63 is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 16.41, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 24.18, which is signaling oversold. With that, let me open back up here. Do notice I've got a line that's drawn down the side of the page here. This is part of the, I think it's on a 1-hour time interval that I've got this set up for, this descending parallel channel. We are definitely testing the bottom side of this. We are also printing out a TD9 as we test into this bottom side of this descending parallel channel. We may see a reversal off of this, as that usually does typically mean price is going to start moving back towards a simple moving average as it's testing the Bollinger Bands here and getting that reversal. And that Bollinger, the simple moving average is running towards the top end of this. We may see that breakout going into tomorrow. We didn't find the support that we needed to stay right at 137, but we may get a reversal move that may push us back up above and over that before the end of the day is over. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I'll head back to the back of the big tramp. Holy moly, that's my stomach. My goodness. I just ate too. You get what you need, Andrew. That's what you get. Hey, Samuel, do me a favor and refer to the comments in this description of this channel. There's some rules in there, and one of them is that let's see. Do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC. I don't know where you've been, Rasmus, but he's suggested that on many, many occasions. I don't need to hear him say it again. I don't understand, like, what else, how many times do you want Adam Aaron to sit there and say that, you know, the price, you know, that it doesn't reflect where we're at, where we should be. I've heard him say it a million times. I like, how many more times you need him to say it? How many times would be enough for you? I'll patiently await. He might be behind right now because of the, you know, takes 15, 20-second lag time. Rich says twice a day for 2 weeks. Nice answer, Rich. That's exactly where I've seen him cover it there, Rasmus. That's exactly where I've seen him mention it on several occasions. I think you should probably go through his profile and go back and check it out. But I'll tell you one thing, Rasmus. Your frustration plays out into the possibility of it frustrating other people. And so when you think about it, are you helping your position, or are you hurting it by being negative about it? And I would venture to say that you're hurting your position, you're not helping your position. So by having that negative attitude and then taking out on everybody else, you're just bringing other people down to where you're at. And it should be the opposite, right? Like you want this, if you want the outlook of your investors to be positive and you want positive reaction or motion, then what you should do is try being positive and seeing this as an opportunity. Pro Jeweler says I stopped crying 2 years ago. Was that like right after you invested in? No, that would have been a while after you invested in. Oh, maybe that's what it is, Andrew. Maybe I need to go see Beekeeper. That's got to be what it is. Oh, absolutely, Bader. There's tons of positive news about AMC. AMC did probably one of the highest grossing Q4 quarters of ever in history. We placed 10th as a distributor in Q4. We did really great numbers and started the popcorn and the candy side of the business with AMC. There's so many good things. It's just that everybody's choosing to not see the good things. Everybody who's a shill just comes in and talks about all the bad stuff and doesn't want to focus on the good things. There's plenty of good stuff that's going on out there, but everybody just wants to focus on the bad stuff. And it's like, well, why are you choosing to focus on the bad things? Are you choosing to focus on the bad things because you're a bad person? You don't have anything that good or possibly even great that's showing up on AMC in their books and their numbers? I see lots of good stuff going on. But why don't you see it? I think that's probably the better question is why don't you see that there's good things that are happening? Oh, you know what? I said I was gonna stop the voting. 200 votes is a pretty good, decent amount of votes here. I'm gonna go ahead. If you guys haven't voted on the who for sure you think's going to definitely win this next week in the NFC playoffs, go ahead and vote now. I'll stop it here in just a few minutes, and then I'm going to set it up for the AFC side so you guys can vote on that one. I'm going to turn it around. I feel like I'm going to turn this around. It's like every time Doug ever asks me questions, I finally learned, like, I got to ask Doug back, like, the answer. I got to ask him the same question he's asking. Why don't you see that there's good things that are going on with AMC right now? Why is it that you don't see good stuff going on? What is it why? Why? I don't get it. Why don't you see it? Ending the poll here in 15 seconds. I'm really curious. Why don't you see the improvements that AMC has made quarter over quarter? I'm talking about anybody who's saying negative things here. You know, I guess specifically Bader Anibish, which I know who that is. But anyways, Bader Anibish putting out a, is there any positive news? Of course, it's like, why don't you see it? If I can, I know I'm not the most observant person in the whole wide world. I know I'm not. My wife will tell you the same thing. Just not. I can go to the supermarket. I can be looking for a can of soup, and there's a whole thing of can of soups right there in front of me. I'm going like, I don't see tomato soup. There's no tomato soup there. And she points at it, and there it is. Sure enough, a whole shelf full of them, tomato soup, right there. If I can see the positive things that are happening right here, right now with AMC, why can't you see it? And more importantly, if you're an investor of AMC, why aren't you talking about it? Why aren't you talking about the good, positive things? All right, here we go. Polls ending. 209 votes. There you have it, guys. Everybody thinks, 50% of you think the 49ers for sure will win next week. We'll come back and visit that again here. All right, let me get the AFC question up on the page here. Give me 1 second. I'll put it up, and then you guys can vote on that one. Let's see here. I might as well just copy and paste. More importantly, why aren't you talking about it? Let's see here. Titans, Ravens, Chiefs, Bills. All right, this one, I think this is going to be a little bit tougher for some. I mean, actually, I think some of you are going to. Yeah, never mind. As soon as I said that, I was like, no, there's a 100% winner on this list right here. And it's just, I don't know why I'm even. This poll's going to actually be a lot easier than the last poll. I feel like there's going to be a lot more people voting in one direction on this one. As soon as I started to say it, too, it was getting most of the votes already. That'll be interesting. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a much closer game on the Chiefs and the Bills than it will be maybe perhaps the Titans and the Ravens. But whatever. It's all good. But what do we have going on for? I forgot to look at this. The Lions and the Bucks. Y'all got 22% on the Lions versus the Bucks. Lions over the Bucks for sure is what you guys are saying. Yeah. I guess so. That would make sense. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Yep. So it'll be so NFC where we're looking at like Lions versus San Francisco more than likely. And then I think a lot of us all agree that the Ravens are going to be in there with either the Bills or Kansas City. Now, the Bills have already beat out Kansas City once, at home nonetheless. So, man. Well, we don't get any temperature. I guess it'll be at the Bills' home, won't it? We don't get any kind of temperature forgivance or advantage or anything like that. It's going to be a tough game for Kansas City. I have a feeling the Bills are going to move on. I think I'm going to have to bow out as a Kansas City fan after this week. Titans are a no-show. Casey is the love child of Chris Bremen. I think he meant Bremen. I don't know if maybe I'm saying the name wrong. Chris Berman. Hold on a second here. American sports commentator. Okay. I don't know who he is. Don't hate me for it. As soon as I heard his voice, I would probably be like, oh yeah, I totally know who that is. Andrew says Bills versus Kansas City is like rooting for colonoscopy versus a root canal. Well, I'm going to vote for the root canal. I don't know which one that is. I'm assuming that's Kansas City is the root canal, so I'll take the root canal. CP wants me to read this slow. He could go all the way. There's no way. That's not. I couldn't do sports announcing. There's just no way I could do it. I would laugh too much at trying to sound like a sports announcer. Like that, just that whole. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Yeah, I would definitely call them by the wrong names. I would be stumbling over. that would probably be the best part of it. Was just me stumbling over names. Would be the most horrific thing in the whole wide world. It would be a catastrophe. Maybe it would be enjoyable for some people because I just couldn't get it right. Who knows? Oh, man. Sammy, we don't know right now. We're not sure. Other than the fact that the market's down in general across the board. So we're seeing a lot of downward movement across the board. So I would suggest to you that it's most likely due to the whole market's just taking a dump right now. I can tell you why we're not down. Adam Aaron. He's not the reason that we're down in price right now. For some reason, that's like this is like the biggest shill thing to go after is like Adam Aaron right now. It's just like, oh, this is all Adam Aaron's fault. And it's like, dude, his price movement has nothing to do with the CEO of the company. Nothing. Zero. In fact, if you wanted to remove Adam Aaron from the company, they would go ahead and see that as another reason to go ahead and try and knock price down even more. So, yeah, just go ahead and cross that off your list of things to go around shilling about. Because I'll just remove you. I'll just remove you from the comment section if you're going to go ahead and blame everything on Adam Aaron. Give me a break. CPE says investor reverse repo 583.1 billion. Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up. I've actually got the screen already up on my page here. Let's take a look at it. Oh yeah, that's a real healthy, steady trend right there. Looks like it's dropping on average just about 20 billion or thereabouts day over day. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's 20 billion per day. No, Lisa, he didn't. Well, I mean, so he had some shares that were being vested, and he sold shares in order to pay the taxes for the vested portion, which is what everybody does. Nobody pays out of their own pocket to vest the shares that they have. So the common FUD that's being spread around the rumor mill is that Adam Aaron sold shares, and technically speaking, he was just paying taxes is all he was doing. So yeah, no. What's the grays? Oh, like aliens grays?
Nah, man. It's all part of Project Popcorn.
Oh, hey. What is that from?
Popcorn.
Yucca censor content. Good morning. No, I've never heard that before. That's a thing? I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's like a song from like the 60s.
Really? All right. So, I didn't know what the electric slide was for a long time, so I guess, that kind of tells you something too. So, I didn't even know about the electric slide until about 2010. I think is when I learned about it.
Gee.
I know, right?
Yucca's here. Yucca.
Hey. Yeah.
Yuck, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you ever make homemade tortillas?
That's racist.
Why is it racist?
What makes you think I eat tortillas? Just because of that song that he just played?
I mean, you are Hispanic. That is a food that comes from your culture. That is, I don't see why that's racist.
You think just because
Yes, I do think you eat. No, I do think you eat tacos. Yes, I do think you eat tacos. Why wouldn't you make some every once in a while? Who knows? Maybe you do make. Yeah, maybe you. And salsa. You probably make salsa too. I would imagine, right?
What do you think? Yeah.
I make those things too. I make those things too. But let me ask you a question here. Have you ever made the tortillas? Yes or no? You can say no. It's not shameful.
No, I've never made tortillas.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. You don't have to make tortillas. That's fine. I tried my hand at it this last weekend, and it went horribly wrong. It didn't turn out the way that I thought it should. They were way too thick, and so I was looking for some suggestions or hints on how to maybe go about doing that better. But hey, that's cool.
I don't know. I would say you might want to ask Food Dog. He cooks.
Yeah,
Oh,
or Brian. Yeah, Brian.
Brian has definitely.
They're not here right now, are they?
He's more Mexican than
I have a choice. Let's see. I have a choice between censored content and you to choose from right now to ask about tortillas making. And who do you think?
And if you ever want to learn how to make perfect rice, then you might want to reach out to Danny.
Says you.
I've got a better question.
Hey, Yucca, how do you do curling? Do you know how to do curling?
No, I don't. I don't know how to do curling.
Hey, censored content. Do you know how to do curling?
Is that like a recipe for food or?
No, it's a game. It's a game. Anyway, censored content. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Okay, I was just wondering because you said that Yucca was Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean his wife is her panic?
I don't know.
Is panic? Nobody's panicking here.
No.
His panic, her panic, she's panic, him panic. What are all these pronouns?
Aaron's saying Casey made pitas. Actually, they turned out more like. Yeah, actually I do. But I haven't taken them. But I can go take a picture of one. Have you ever seen a? Do you remember? I don't know if
pictures of his food.
I didn't. I said I didn't take pictures. I said I can't. I still have the tortillas. Do you remember the chalupas that they used to sell in Taco Bell?
Were you naked making these tortillas?
No.
Okay, I do remember the chalupas.
Yeah. So it's like, imagine a floury version that hasn't been deep fried. That's how thick they are. They're thick as a chalupa.
But you can eat them.
Oh yeah, you can eat them, but they're thick.
Can they eat you?
Doubtfully. Let me let them sit out for a while and grow some mold and see what happens.
Bet.
You want a picture? Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Play the song again. with the.
Let's go. It's the best deal you're gonna get.
Oh, missed that one. I wonder if Pirate's going crazy. This might be a little too much for him.
All right. Where am I posting
what did you
them?
do?
I'll post these up in the Food Network or something like that.
Make them? Did you go make them, or what did you
No,
do? Order
just
them?
now. Just now. Took forever. I had to get good pictures. They were kind of. It's hard to take a picture of a tortilla. Like I was trying to get a good picture out of it. It wasn't really working too well. Let's see here. Food Network. 2 pictures. So one of the pictures is just like the top down, and then one's from the side, so you can see like how thick they are. I got some thick sausage fingers. They're not really thick, but they're not like small digits. You know, they're decently sized digits here. So when I show you a picture on this, you can maybe get an idea for how thick they are. They're like half of a finger in thickness. So let's see here. They should be showing up under Food Network here as soon as they upload. Definitely looks like they're trying to trip SSR for the day-to-day, which is going to be at $4.10. I mean, the actual value is 4.104, but you know, the price isn't really moving like that quite. Any day. Oh, wait, for some reason, whenever my phone's uploading pictures to the Discord, it never happens very quickly.
The big kahuna.
It's always slow. 46. Look at that. 25% for the Chiefs, 25% for the Bills. That's crazy. You guys are you're giving the Chiefs a lot more credit than I think they're due. And I'm a fan of the team. I quite frankly think the Bills are going to walk away with it, but I would be ecstatic if we won.
Taylor Swift's going to take it in the end zone.
Whoa!
The winning ball?
Who's gonna take it where?
Yeah, man.
In the in zone? Oh no.
Yeah, it's still uploading. Give it a chance. It takes a hot minute.
Have you Casey, have you gone on those scooters? The electric scooters?
The ones that are like you can just rent from like a, I don't know, from like a different.
No, yeah, that or like a different one. Because I know the ones that you rent, they don't go as fast as the ones that you can buy.
Yeah, I've rented scooters before, but I've never bought one before.
What do you think? I got on one over the weekend.
Rented?
I didn't want to because it was my first time. But no, my friend had to, and I told him, "Yeah, I've been on the bird ones, you know." And I just said, "No, I don't want to go. But finally, he just convinced me, and I said, "All right, let's go." Pretty fun.
They are a blast. When we went to Washington, D.C., my family and I, actually, I guess it was my wife and I and some of my brothers and sisters and whatnot. We went out and did that on those scooters, and we had a blast traveling around Washington, D.C. like that instead of driving a vehicle, which is no fun. And we saw a lot of stuff. We were able to get around pretty quickly, and it was a good time. All right, here you go. Here's my tortillas. This is 2 tortillas in 1 Ziploc baggie here. The thickness of these tortillas. And I don't know. First off, it's a tortilla.
No, it's not. It's not a damn tortilla.
That's a tortilla. That is a tortilla. It's a very oblong shaped tortilla, but it is a tortilla. And then
Joe Pounds, doesn't he live close to you? He can come over your house and show you how to make tortillas.
well, he should. I need help. This is the side profile view of, and you can see my digit there, 2 tortillas stacked on top of each other. 2 tortillas is almost as thick as a finger of mine. Not quite.
That's not a damn tortilla, man.
I know. I'm telling you, all I had was a rolling pin. I had a rolling pin. That's what I used, and it didn't, I couldn't get them flat.
Did you Google it? Or YouTube it?
Yeah, but it's all like, they all suggest like, other stuff that I don't have. So the best I could do is.
You shouldn't have.
That serves one ugly tortilla. It was my first attempt, damn it. Ever. Ah, man. Ethan says, can you compare the, I don't know what DPST is, RS and the AMC RS by the day they reverse split? DPS, what the hell is DPST? Is that a stock? What is that?
It's like,
what is DPST?
It's a trick.
Ethan,
Isn't that like
rephrase that because I'm not sure what you're asking for there.
Yeah, what are you asking for? I don't understand.
No acronyms because I can't. I'm really bad with acronyms. It looked like the heel from a loaf of rye bread. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Man, it had the good. So like, look, from a lot of the different YouTube videos that I looked up on it, the only thing that I think that where I went wrong on this was literally the size. Like the
only thing.
My cook marks on here look impeccable. Like this is exactly what I would want a tortilla to look like in regards to how I cooked it. But the problem was it was just so doggone thick on this thing that it just wouldn't cook all the way through. Hence the reason why you've got like these areas where it's much lighter and whatnot, or not lighter but darker. But yeah, the cook on these was actually really, really good. Just too thick. I think I need to get a special tool for flattening out the dough. Casey, no love for my chili above your naan bread. Hold on a second here. That's chili? Oh, I see the cornbread now. Let's see. There you go.
Yep.
Andrew says, my guess is...
Definitely not.
You think it looks like naan bread?
Yep. Are you taking lessons from Manjit or what?
No. Hold on a second. I'm pulling up naan bread. Yeah, it was probably about as thick as naan bread is. Yep. Now I'm starting to wonder what the ingredients are, what the differences are on this. I think naan bread has some kind of like yogurt mixed into it though, and I didn't have that in mind.
No, there's no yogurt mix in that.
Are you sure?
You dip it in yogurt. Yeah, you dip it in yogurt and you eat it.
I could have sworn it was. Hold on a second here. Flour, yeast, butter or ghee, egg, milk, white sugar, and salt. No yogurt. Huh. This says here, I used to be an advocate of yogurt and naan bread, believing it to be the secret ingredient that made naan different from just another flatbread. But actually, yogurt weighs the naan down and makes it a bit gummier inside. Added yogurt is no challenge for the nuclear level 480°C heat of a tandoor. But in a home kitchen, the naan is better without yogurt. It's just fluffier. So it does have yogurt in it if it's made correctly. Not an in-house recipe.
So it has yogurt. Okay.
Dynamite says he just posted a press in there. Oh, I don't have one of those. Huh. I think it's time to buy me a press. A tortilla press.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Well, it's certainly better than the naan bread that I made. That wasn't naan bread. Huh. I don't have one of those.
Or you can just put styrofoam on both sides and then run it over. And then it'll be flat enough.
By the way, I tasted the tortillas that I made, and they taste fine. There's nothing wrong. They just taste like it tastes like you triple wrapped your whatever it is that you're eating. If it's a taco or a burrito, whatever you want to call it, it tastes like I triple wrapped it. So it's just like a lot of extra tortilla. It tastes good though. The taste was fine.
So now you've had the vehicle for some time. How do you like your Chrysler Pacifica?
I don't have one of those. Chrysler Pacifica? Oh yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right, Twisty. I'm saying it wrong.
Well, your Prius. How do you like it?
That's good. I haven't really been driving it a whole lot. The kids are driving it, so. But it's good.
So you bought it for the kids.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. It was supposed to. Our daughter started working at a vet clinic that's really far away, and so she's got a long drive. And so we thought, I thought, since the car was already recommended to me and it gets better gas mileage. It's like, do you know that thing's like 50 miles to the gallon? Wait, hold on a second. Do you know that I bought that car before New Year's? And you know how many times I've had to fill it up so far? I haven't even filled it up. Once. One time. That thing gets like so many miles per tank.
Who needs gas?
I don't know. I got gas all the time. Not the kind you can use in a car, but.
Oh yeah, I posted a video of that guy. Did you see it?
Of which guy?
Of the guy that goes around farting.
No. Yeah, I've seen him before.
So you know him, right?
I don't know him, but I've seen his videos.
He drops the turd and he says, "Oh, is that yours?"
Yeah. Until somebody comes after him.
Nobody's gonna come after him. It's not like the other annoying kid that, they pretend that something fell or they throw it and they're like, "Oh, it came from somewhere else." That's a bit borderline. You're gonna get your ass beat.
Mm-hmm. Kevin is saying, Casey, a lot of options from apes expire the week ending of this week. Could this be contributing to the downward pressure on AMC? If there were a lot of positions perhaps being closed on that from the call side, then I would suggest maybe yes. Or Another possibility, and let's, since you're talking about it, it is numbers time here anyways, so let me just go over to, or let me bring the page over here, and we'll take a look at the options here. So, and discuss a couple different situations. So, looking at these options, at a $5 strike, or actually, I guess $4. At a $4 strike, there is 22.394 thousand contracts of calls that are in the money currently. If those are closing out, which I don't at this point in time don't see a whole lot of volume of closing of positions there right now, then there's a chance that would be helping to maybe drive down price. But that I don't see that as being the case. There's no volume there as it stands currently. There are other contracts over on the put side. We do have some put volume of closing out of positions of puts that are in the money, and but it's only at a $4 strike. We really haven't seen a whole lot of volume by any of the ADJs over here whatsoever. Like hardly any volume. In fact, the highest amount of contracts that have closed out is at a $4.50 strike at 110 contracts. That could be part of the reason right there. Why we may be seeing a little bit of downwards momentum, because remember, these are contracts that might be convertible to receive additional amounts of shares than what they already have listed. So that could be a little bit of downwards momentum or pressure on the marketplace to seeing some of those close out. I don't know when they closed. We opened up. What did we open up at today? We opened up at 452, so they would have had to have closed out those positions like almost immediately, which should have driven down the price almost immediately. I don't know what time those started at though to close. I would imagine it would have been pretty early on. In regards to where we're at current chain, options chain, there is quite a lot of volume on the call side at 455 and $5.50. But my suggestion would be is that those are likely new contracts that are closing or opening, and we have about almost 1,200 at $4 strikes that on calls that might be closing because they're in the money and they're afraid they're not going to be making money by the end of the week if they don't close first. On put side of things, any of this volume that's above $4.50 is likely closing positions. At a $4 strike, that's probably new positions that are being created. So I don't know. I'm not seeing it, but I'll tell you, there are places where you can look to see if some of the volume is likely responsible for some of the price movement for the day. And that would be through looking at the off exchange volume that's occurring. Right, so when you pull up off exchange on this and you refresh it and you check it, you can look at all the different options. You can go pull up. You can go online and you can start looking up all these different exchanges in here and find out which one are the option exchanges. For example, one of the main reasons why I look at CBOE EDGX is that's an option exchange right there, and I look for that one. And so I don't see too many exchanges in here that are like producing like very large right now. The two biggest exchanges reporting volume is off exchange and the New York Stock Exchange. So probably not the case, probably not options. There's just not a whole lot of volume here. Anyways, numbers.
Numbers.
Let's do it. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I move some screens around, and we will take a look at the data. Why haven't you ever tried to make tortilla? Like, do you not make food at all, Yucca? Are you not into making food? That could be that's possible. Do you ever make food?
I don't have the time.
Okay. No, that's cool. No, that's totally cool. If you, if you don't have time, I totally understand. That makes sense. I get it. You got other things to do. I totally understand.
I have a maid. and she can do whatever she wants.
Does she ever? Does your maid ever? No, I'm just teasing. Does your wife ever make them?
Yeah, they tried.
How did they do?
My wife, they not bad.
All right. Your job, your
Not
goal
bad
for
at
me
all.
tonight. Now, I'm probably going to buy that press that that they showed. Who showed me that press? I can't even remember. Foods. Where'd it go? Oh, Dynamite. Yeah, Dynamite showed that food press that Dynamite put in there. That cast iron press. I might buy that, but I'm curious to find out what your wife has to say. Like, show her that picture and ask her, say, like, I have a friend, he wants to know how to make better tortillas. What would you do? Advice would you give him?
But she doesn't like. We're asking the wrong people.
Okay. So she's not
Like
she's not good at it. She's
not
only
like,
tried it.
yeah, like it's
Okay.
okay. Like we gotta ask the right type. Like
So
a
what
Joe
you're
Pound.
telling me, is that you've had better tortillas. Like,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Don't ask the newbies. Got it. All right. Starting with off exchange.
You gotta. Yeah, you gotta. Come on. This is generation what? X. You can't be
Yeah.
asking generation.
I'm asking people who do it the old fashioned hard way. I don't want to go to YouTube and just look it up and BS.
You just go to next time you see a taco stand, just the lady there.
No. I watch them. No. I've watched them before, but most of the time they already have that dough pre-made out and everything, and they don't. It's already pressed, and they just are sticking it on a grill and heating it up. So yeah. Anyways, moving on. Off exchange and EDGX volume for the day today. I would expect to see about 64% by this time of the day. It's at 64.96 for off exchange and EDGX on AMC. So about 0.96% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today is 8,916 shares, not a whole lot. GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 1,756, also not a whole lot. Ortex, as of an hour ago, was reporting 249,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 169,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 9.19%. Cost per mins at 1.04, average 2.6, max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 17.68 million shares. And from Friday's numbers, we had an increase of 390,000 shares. And Ortex estimated that about 157,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at options. Let's see what we got going on here. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago is at a $5.50 strike. That is still the case. There was 14.8 thousand contracts for the day. It's still 14.8. Highest amount of put volume for the day today is coming in at a $4 strike. An hour ago was 6.8 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 7.6 thousand contracts. MMRI an hour ago was at 261.89. It's now 261.44. So just a little bit of a drop there on that. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield an hour ago was at 0.172. That value is now 0.167. So still dropping. Why is the price moving down, Casey? Well, we might be on the precipice of seeing the entire market just crap out on us. And if it does, they probably want the price to start as low as freaking possible. How's that for an answer? Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME is, let's see, they're probably not on this list here. 101, okay. AMC and GME are not on the list. SSR trigger price is at $4.10. Shares available to borrow sitting at 2.3 million shares. That's been that way for quite a few hours. There was 2 different borrowings of 100,000 shares earlier, but it has not. We've not seen any additional shares borrowed since. those two different 100,000 share groupings. And so we're sitting at about 2.75 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees have dropped from 0.7 to 0.6%. NASDAQ is down 0.67. Dow Jones is down 1%. S&P 500 is down 0.72. We have 1,448 advancers to 4,439 decliners. The market's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago and looking pretty nasty. Watch out for that hot lava floor. It'll burn you when you touch it. Out of the Mag 7, 5 of the 7 are in the red. Big financial institutional movements, plus or minus 2.5% or greater, is going to get a shout out. We have FRC is down 12.2, Silvergate down 25.37. Let's see here. We got some that are really, really getting close to being shouted out here. HSBC is down 3.68, Zion is down 2.52. And Morgan Stanley down 5.21. Morgan Stanley being one of the companies that reported their earnings this morning, along with Goldman Sachs and IBKR as well. Gold is down 1.3 and is consolidating. It does seem like it may have found a little bit of a bottom after its trend down earlier this morning and starting to maybe break into an uptrend. Silver is down 1.14 and also moving into consolidation after a slight uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.28 and is consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.97, also starting to move into it's in an upwards trend overall, but it does appear to be moving into consolidation. Oil is down 4.24 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.93 to 0.97 and trending down. SPY is down 0.72 and trending down. VIX is up 6.94% for the day-to-day and trending up. VBR is down 1.32 and trending down. VB is down 1.24, trending down. Tesla is up 0.49, trending down. Amazon is down 1.54 and starting to make a reversal into a downtrend. Cinemark, well, actually, that's not really true. It's coming out of a consolidation period into a downtrend. Cinemark is down 1.22 and starting to trend upwards after a downtrend. Doge is up 0.29 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.79 consolidating. GME is down 4.98 trending down. HYMC is down 7.11 and consolidating after a downtrend. NCMI is down 2.34 and trending up. Hood is down 1.23 and trending down, and AMC is down 7.89% and is trending. It's kind of consolidating now after a slight uptrend. It appears to be trying to break the downtrend it was in. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately $4.9 million more outflow than inflow. 13.62 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 291 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 18.26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.76, which is below average. That is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.21, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 22.88, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.67, which is below average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. All right, now y'all are just being boring. You picked the 49ers with a 50% chance at, or actually, was it 50%? Yeah, 50% picked 49ers. 43% for the Ravens as a sure win. Those are the number ones on the AFC and NFC side. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense that they walk away the winners. But no upsets, though. Nobody's predicting an upset. I'm kind of curious to see now, when we go into next week, if there's going to be any possibility for an upset at all, in your guys' opinion. And I think the fact that you're voting so heavily for the number one, I feel like you guys are signaling towards the 49ers-Ravens Super Bowl. Am I wrong? I feel like that's what you guys are kind of pointing towards here. Like there's no possible way this is not a 49ers-Ravens year. Albert says, hey, did you hear if you come from a mental institution, American Airlines needs pilots? No. I did not hear that. Aaron Bailey saying 49ers Super Bowl champs. All right. Well, I mean, that's going to be the next question here in a couple weeks from now. Or I guess a few weeks. It's more than a couple. A few weeks from now. Do you guys ever get few and couple mixed up together? I know a couple's two and a few's three or more. But for some reason I always say couple for a few. I don't know why. Andrew says the Ravens come out flat after extra time off. Do we have a party team? Is there any teams out there that are known to have guys that are like, partying into the wee hours of the night before a big game? Oh, Roseanne, you can't come in here with fighting words like that for a team that's not in the playoffs anymore. Those are harsh words right there. I'm just saying. I used to be an Eagles fan. It doesn't really hurt me because I don't really care anymore. But those are some strong fighting words right there. I don't know. Be careful, Roseanne. You're fighting with fire. You're playing with fire there. Blackhand Raikou says Ravens couldn't get caught napping coming off essentially 2 bye weeks. They rested players in the Pittsburgh game, but any of the AFC teams could take it. Well, there you had it. That's he thinks any from the AFC side could take this win here. Well, there's a person who's standing up against the 49ers. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, didn't they did they lose their quarterback or something? The Eagles? Hold on a second here. I feel like I may be thinking of a different team member. Or a different team, I mean. Injury report. Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was out for a finger. When did he go out? I don't know when he went out, but The Jets? Who's that? That's still a football team? I'm just teasing. I'm teasing, Roseanne. I gotta get. See, I'm jabbing you back here. Somebody's gonna get you. I know somebody. I'm trying to make it hurt less. I'm seriously like though. When did the Jets do well last? Shit. I literally typed in Jets last best season, and the first thing that Google popped up was 1968. It says the 1968 New York Jets season was the 9th season for the team in the American Football League. The team had the most successful season in franchise history, trying to improve upon their 8-5-1 record of 1967. They won the AFL Eastern Division with an 11-3 record. Apparently, since it says that it doesn't mention anything about winning the it doesn't mention anything about winning the Super Bowl or the playoffs or anything like that. So yeah, 1968. Just saying. I think you know what? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time that they got to pick up a few new players, and they'll next year's their year. I laugh now. To next year, maybe it'll be the winning team. One thing you can never question is a Jet's loyalty, because when you're a Jet, you're a hey all the way. I don't know what that means. What does that mean, a hey all the way? Well, we do seem to have apparently found somewhat of a little bit of a bottom here at $4.13. Prices moving back up after that $4.13. Just to throw this out there, guys, that is a 63% downwards momentum in price since $11.17. And we have not seen that 15 to 20% turnaround point just yet. From 413, I do need to readjust my numbers here, but from 413, we would need to see an upwards momentum to $4.75 in order for us to see or acknowledge that there's been a reversal in price movement. Let me move down my my blue line that I've got here to that value, as that would be a 15% increase in price from the bottom at $4.75. Mark Wahlberg is the best Eagles player ever. Marky Mark? Is he sitting on the sidelines cheering him on? What's going on over there? Mark Wahlberg. Joe, are you a Jets fan too? I never would have guessed. All right, well, I'm going to go to break, guys. 133 of y'all have voted so far, and the Ravens are getting less of a sure thing prediction. The Chiefs are actually beating out the Bills right now, which is actually I'm really impressed. I love you diehard Chiefs fans. I'm not as bullish on it, but I wouldn't vote on it over the Ravens beating the Titans. That's for sure.
Another break?
Another? Yep, it is time.
Yeah.
Yep. Before I go, I gotta let you guys know the reason that I was attempting to make flour tortillas is I was preparing for what I was making tonight for dinner, which is carnitas. I wanted to make homemade tortillas for the carnitas, but you know, it's like not happening. So not after my performance to test it out this last weekend. So I need to buy that press and then get on it.
Like,
all right.
You live in Texas, don't you like just have random people walking by towards the north that know how to do it?
There is an abundance of tortillas being made here, right? I get that. I understand. But I wanted to know how to make tortillas on my own. I wanted to make my own tortillas. I want to be able to invite somebody over to my house and be like, here, try my tortillas. And they go like, holy shit, these are the best tortillas I've ever had homemade. I want to be able to do that. And I can't right now.
It's so much easier.
I mean, I ain't gonna disagree with you, dude. Some of the HEB tortillas that you can buy fresh and hot are superb. I mean, just absolutely superb. So I don't even know why I'm really trying, because honestly, I just like those. Those are so good. I don't know why I'm trying, but I am.
Yeah, just buy some out of the market and then just throw a little bit of starch on
flour,
them. So they look
flour.
Flour, yeah.
Sprinkle flour over them.
Look, I made them myself.
They're freshly made right out of the press. Yeah. Yeah. Or I could just get good, bro. You know?
It's so much easier.
That's what my kids
flour in your hands, slap your face, rub it on your shirt, and come on and go, look what I made. You'll know the difference.
Oh man, you don't understand. Like, you make me want to do that now. But all right, I gotta go start the carnitas now. I gotta go start searing the carnitas so that later on I can just stick it in the pressure cooker. So I'm off to go sear some meat, chop and sear meat at the same time. See you guys in a little bit. Real quick before I go, did you guys want to leave off where you left off at the trailers? Because the next trailer was Night Swim, but you know, because some of these trailers are going to start to become old, like movies that have been out for a while. So I'm not sure if you guys are going to want to continue to watch it or not. But that's why I kind of figured I would only play it once a day instead of multiple times. But whoever puts something in here first. Would you rather have music or movie previews? The Civil War trailer. I don't know if that one's upcoming. I'll tell you what, though. I will... I'll put it up on the page, and you guys can just watch some more trailers. See you guys when I get back.
It needs a little work, but I don't think it's going to last long at this price.
There's a pool. Always wanted a pool.
Is this everything?
We'll grow into it.
Y'all ready? Marco.
Hello. Marco.
Hello.
Marco. I hear you. You need to say something back. Ronan, Marco. Marco. I can hear you. Why aren't you saying anything? Ronan, you're dead. Marco.
You're a blessing, Mr. Clay. This place was crabgrass and weeds, and you brought it back to life.
Mrs. Parker and I were friends. She was the only person who ever took care of me.
I just got a message saying that there's a problem with my computer.
Yes, ma'am. We got this. Yesterday, she shot herself. This is private property. Do you know what they do here? Scamming the weakest in our society. Buddy, I'm counting to 3. 1, 2, 3. There, I did it for you. I'm gonna burn this place to the ground.
Will you stomp his ass out?
You're telling me one man did this. The only thing you know is he's a beekeeper.
A beekeeper? Well, that's not good.
Beekeepers is a special program outside the chain of command.
I protect the hive. When the system is out of balance, I correct it.
We have laws for these things.
Until they fail, then you have me.
My fingers, he cut them off. Oh, come on, bro.
Don't move. This is much bigger than a little phishing scam.
The money's going all over the world. To people in finance, even government.
You are a problem. Goddamn right, I'm a problem. I figured I'd give the firefighters a break.
Somebody detain this guy.
We have to kill him before he kills his way to the top.
Honey?
It's flammable. Oh no.
I've got plenty to be thankful for. My needs are small, I buy them all at the 5 and 10 cent store. Oh, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
I used to love this town. Until what happened that night. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and I'm tired of pretending like everything is normal and it's not.
I want things to go back to normal, too.
Show some enthusiasm. Thanksgiving is an institution here.
Someone's out for revenge, and they're turning it into a sick holiday game.
This is weird. We're all tagged, and our names are at the table. But why us?
goes, the more twisted it gets. The weapon he's using is straight off a Thanksgiving table.
I don't want to spend my life looking over my shoulder. We need to stop him.
It is going to be a very happy Thanksgiving.
Let's eat.
Next Goal Wins is a true story about the worst soccer team in the world, American Samoa.
I can honestly say it's the worst bunch of players I've ever come across.
All I want is just one goal. One goal.
I went into this not knowing anything about soccer, and by the end of the film, I knew less. It's a story about triumph over adversity. That's really the thing that attracted me to this.
Soccer's not in their DNA. They're weak. They are not weak.
Jump! Jump! Stop. You go round.
This is the ultimate feel-good underdog film. It's fun, it's uplifting, and it's about hope.
We've worked too long and hard for this.
Are you with me, my team?
Coach, my ankle is hurting.
Hello.
Hi.
Saw you looking at me from the street. I'm assuming you're not with anyone. Never see you with anyone. This your mum and dad?
Yeah. They died just before I was 12. I'm trying to write about them at the moment.
How's it going?
Strangely. Hi.
Hi.
Is this real?
Does it feel real?
Our boys back home?
Our son. Look at you. You were just a boy. And now you're not.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should.
I've always felt like a stranger in my own family.
Maybe I didn't love you
I'm always scared of something.
quite as often as I could.
Always running away. Do you remember?
Little things I should have said and done.
Sorry I never came in your room when you were crying.
I never took the time.
It's funny, it doesn't take much
You were always on my mind.
to make you feel the way you felt. Back there again.
You think he'd like to be in love with him?
I'd always felt alone. This is a new feeling. You and me together into the world.
Why does the zebra look the way it does? So embarrassing. Hey, focus. Is this how it went?
No, it's different now. Paul! You've been on my mind recently.
Yeah?
Because you keep popping up in my dreams. You don't do anything, you're just there.
So, this specific person, the remarkable nobody, I've also had that experience. Do you have a picture?
Have you been dreaming about me?
Have I been dreaming about you?
Yeah. There's like 100 messages. Somebody wants to interview me.
Well, this is strange. Maybe you should take a minute and think before you do anything drastic.
Why me? I don't know. I'm special, I guess.
How does it feel to go viral?
Who's actually had a dream about me?
You're scaring me, Paul. I'm going to have nightmares.
I wish I was the one people were dreaming about.
Me too.
Yeah. No, it's something.
How's he dealing with all this?
We're not even the type of people that like attention, you know?
Do you think other people are seeing you naked?
Maybe thousands. I hope I'm behaving through your dreams.
Oh, no, you're not.
So I'm finally cool, huh?
I didn't say that.
You hear that, Janet? She's saying I'm a cool dad.
Really feel like you're playing with fire here.
Dad, please help me!
I'm not actually doing anything to them.
You know, fame can come with some less desirable side effects. You should be prepared for that.
Maybe we should cool this thing off.
What? What do you mean?
It's embarrassing.
Which part?
Guess I'll see you in my dreams.
Yeah. So of course not.
Mr. Snow, after everything you've seen out there in the world, what are the Hunger Games for?
Are you coming to the tree?
The Hunger Games, they're to punish the districts. Those tributes don't have a choice. Your role is to turn these children into spectacles, not survivors.
We're live! Smile. It's why we have teeth.
Imagine it was your name that they pulled.
Strange things can happen here.
I just want to know that somebody still cared about me, that I was still of value.
Welcome to the Capitol.
You look like you shouldn't be here.
I shouldn't, but I'm your mentor.
A rebel.
I am gonna get you out of here.
If you want to protect people, then it's essential to accept what human beings are and what it takes to control them. Let's see you use that famous snow charm.
You seem like a good man, Corleone Snow.
I have seen what war does to people.
Fueled with the terror of becoming prey. See how quickly we become predator? I want my enemies to see a rainbow of destruction engulfing the world.
You're monsters! All of you! Good luck with that poor little songbird. Where is she? It's a mystery. And mysteries have a way of driving people mad.
Mr. Snow, let me ask you one final time. What are the Hunger Games for?
Hanging tree.
It's the things we love most that destroy us.
What's heaven?
It's a peaceful place in the sky.
Are you going to heaven?
No. You gotta be a good person to go to heaven.
Then we're the same. We can't go to heaven because you're not good. And I'm not a person. get me.
I'm like a bodyguard. I'm getting you out of this.
Take care of her.
I promise. Seatbelts. Whose land is this? My land.
Well, 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 our war hero has arrived. You made a good choice coming back here. Osage are the finest, wealthiest, and most beautiful people on God's earth. They outsmarted everybody. They have the say. Who gets the oil? Son, I got a question. You like women?
That's my weakness.
Well, we mix these families together, and that estate money flows the right direction. It'll come to us.
Shomikasi. That's how you are.
I don't know what you said, but it must have been Indian for handsome devil.
Why did you come here?
I work with my uncle.
You scared of him?
Oh, he's the nicest man in the world. The Osage.
Their time is over. We got to take back control of our home.
I was sent down from Washington, D.C. to see about these murders.
We have so many deaths, we've lost count.
It's just bad luck.
Seems more like an epidemic than bad luck to me.
Osage is dying by the enemy. Do not let them die alone.
Evil surrounds my heart.
You gotta pick a side.
I don't even know if you love me anymore.
Of course I love you.
And kill these men who killed my family.
Did your wife say who she was most afraid of? Don't do something you're going to regret for the rest of your life.
I ain't got nothing but regret.
Get into one of my cars,
you get in the win.
No, but seriously, y'all, I'm gonna miss you all so much. 2 weeks without seeing your faces. And I wanna tell you something. I love y'all, and I wanna say God bless you during this time. Hit it! Please, Master Lord Jesus, would you help me be a better person?
How you doing there, Valerie?
What's all this?
Putting up your barricade.
That's horse shit. Hello.
We ain't gonna let you in if you buy some weed.
Something.
I'll buy a perk. Also bless my poor brother Dwayne. Please help not be such a bastard.
Call the governor's secretary, have her post a position for a death row prison guard.
Go do God's work, Valerie.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Going to work just like you.
This ain't a nightclub.
Really? I couldn't help but notice.
Good God.
Who the hell do you think you are? I should be ashamed of myself. You think you're so perfect because you're the warden?
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. I got your new guard here. Her name is Valerie.
Sir.
I remember his trial and we all cheered.
Fear is punishment.
I'm not saying we're friends, but I read an article. They said you was the hero. She ever visit you? I told him, I said, I cannot sit here all day in silence.
What'd he say?
He didn't say a word, not a word.
You don't think it makes me sick to my stomach knowing that in 8 days I gotta put him to his death?
I ask your Lord Jesus to protect my daughter.
Me and you were raised to bend the rules.
You are a man.
Now you bend them.
I'm Clarence. I'm not a man without faults. I played the cards I was dealt.
Clarence, in spite of your selfish ways, there is a beautiful soul in there somewhere.
Clarence, it's him. Jesus of Nazareth.
You can't even buy power like that. I want to be like that in 10 years.
I want to be like that now. Knowledge is stronger than belief.
Clarence, he needs miracles.
I have a plan.
I can see! I can see!
God sent me to deliver his message. I am your new Messiah.
Blasphemous swine!
Stop that! Your God is a myth. See for yourselves. There is no Messiah. Clarence, if you'll be so kind to walk on water. Damn.
Of all the men to cheat, you picked John Kramer?
The cancer is still spreading. I'm afraid there's nothing else we can do. There is one person who might be able to help.
Our program is a two-pronged treatment outside Mexico City. The results have been stunning.
She saved my life.
You're in very good hands with us.
After that, what happens then?
Your whole life happens then. John Kramer.
According to these scans, the tumor was never removed.
How much time do I have?
Months, at best.
I still have a lot of work that needs to be done. Hello, everyone. It's time to play a game. You all pretended to cure me, but what I have planned for each of you is very real.
Peace came upon me. No light, no sound.
The only thing I have not provided is your anesthetic. But trust me, you will want to remain alert.
Of all the men to cheat, you picked John Kramer?
Please, don't hesitate. Place a big enough piece of your cerebral tissue into the glass enzyme tank. This will save your life.
So sleep, silent
This is not retribution. It's a reawakening. Live or die. The choice is yours.
You are in this race! Get in the fight!
Yes, sir.
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Oh, shut up! I'm not missing my race.
Oh, I'm gonna puke.
Don't pick up my dad's car.
Yes, we're not going to jail!
Oh, crap.
Listen, son.
You think you're gonna play a stupid video game about cars and you're gonna become a race car driver? All I ever wanted to do is be a racer. I'm doing it.
The 10 of you are the best Gran Turismo players in the world. Now is your chance to race real cars.
This is insane.
It's not gonna work. The guys who race are elite athletes. Your kids are scrawny little gamer kids.
That's where you come in.
You think you can do the impossible. I'm here to prove that you can't.
You get tired, you get sloppy, you get hurt, and you lose races!
You puked on my lawn.
I know what I'm doing. I'm not afraid. I've raced this track 1,000 times in the game. Let me drive it my way.
That was actually pretty great.
We have a newcomer this year. His presence is shaking the foundation of the sport.
This is the major leagues. The other drivers, your pit crew are going to hate you.
Much easier with a joystick, isn't it?
I can't see anything! I'm not sure if I can do this.
Most people can't. I got a feeling you're not most people.
If I lose more than just a race. So I'm not gonna quit.
You've got to prove to everyone that you belong.
You've raced it, what, like 1,000 times? Now you just gotta do it in real life.
Gran Turismo, based on a true story.
But I won't stop now.
When my son and I moved in here, it wasn't as warm as we hoped. Hey, I'm gonna light a vanilla candle, and it's gonna be a game changer.
Will it though?
And after midnight, the house comes alive.
This place is haunted!
We need your help.
It's time to assemble the dream team. We find someone who can communicate with these ghosts.
People used to eat here.
I told you she's good.
It's a dining room.
I found a professor who else wanted mansions.
I've been dying to go to this place for years. Mystery lurks around every corner.
I summon Madame Leota!
I can show you what happened, but it will cost you $3.
What?
Wow.
It's highway robbery.
Who said that?
You're not that scary. You're really not. You're pretty terrifying. Can you turn it around just while I finish this? Thank you.
Guys, is anybody else seeing this?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on! If we don't solve this mystery, we're stuck here for eternity.
Surprise.
You're all in for a treat.
No. No! Oh, come on.
From Illumination, the creators of Minions. Migration trailer starts now.
Isn't it beautiful? This is awesome. Oh, maybe we should go say hi. Hey there.
Dax talked to a girl.
A girl?
He wants to marry her.
What? I didn't say that.
You said it with your eyes. What?
They must be migrating.
Migration? What a stupid idea.
Okay, you're impossible.
Because I found a safe place for us to live.
I want us to get out and see the world.
What sort of father would I be if I put my young fowl in harm's way for no reason except a chance at a Caribbean vacation?
I don't want to miss out on life because you're afraid to leave this pond.
Here we go. Tail feather torsion.
Check.
Wing deployment.
Check.
Let's fly.
The sun shining through with just a cloud.
Hey!
Why are we the only birds heading this way?
What is this place?
I promised adventure, and this is exactly what I promised.
What is that? Chocolat rouge.
What's the color orange?
It's you with l'orange on top.
Can we land?
You're old enough to do it in the sky now. We have a number 2 situation.
Oh.
But it's gross.
Every bird does it in the sky.
What if someone is looking down there?
No one is looking down there. I told you, we are not landing. There is no way we're landing.
Are you sure no one's watching?
Win, Mallard! Do it now, or we leave without you.
Okay.
We are completely lost. We're trying to get to Jamaica.
Come on, lovebirds. It's this way.
Whoa, we are not flying through this crazy death trap of a city.
Just stick close to me and everything will be all right. I'm okay. Yeah, no, I'm okay. We can do this. Ha-ha! You missed, boss! Maybe don't stick too close.
All right, I'm back, guys. I haven't seen Migration yet. I think my kids want to see that though. That looks like a good movie to go watch. It's still out in movie theaters. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Boomstick says, Casey, have you looked at the open interest on AMC 2 calls? There's like 72,000 in the money at the moment. Yeah, there's quite a bit. Are you sure it's 72,000? Hold on a second here. Let me just check something real quick. I don't know about 72,000 calls. Let me pull up. Let me see the chart here. Yeah. 40, 50, 66. Yeah, there's definitely 70-something thousand in the money calls. Yep, you're right. That could be part of the reason why they're trying to push price down as much as they are, but I'm not necessarily feeling that's the case. Guys, I gotta do something real quick here. Before I go looking and seeing anything else, I gotta move on to a toast real quick here. To Rex. Rex broke some breaking news this morning with, and I'm cracking it open right now. I am toasting to Rex and the future birth of his daughter, who he just announced to us. They're expecting their first child, which is really cool. Rex, I appreciate you sharing that important moment in your life with us. And cheers to you, brother, and success to the birth of you and your child in the future. Health and wealth to you and your family. Cheers. I'll tell you why I had to do this right now. I still gotta close up the carnitas real quick here. I need a little bit of a top off on the beer that I'm drinking right now to top it off before I can close it up and start the pressure cooking. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna close it up and start it up, and I'll be right back. I'm glad I only took a sip. The meat was not entirely covered with beer yet, so I had to throw in the rest of that beer in there. So it's a good thing. I only took a sip out of that beer there. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It's time for those numbers here. Let's look at it and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that. Let's see here. What's next? I'm moving this one over. And then this one. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands, we're at 58.97% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.11. The combined total 65.08%, or about 0.92% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 9,847 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there. GME's CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 2,056. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 169,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now a borrowing of 399,000 shares. That's going to raise that estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.28%. The amount of shares on loan compared to Friday is 17.68 million shares. That's 390,000 more shares than there was on Thursday, and 157,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day. And then taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume coming in at a strike of $4.50. That's down from $5.50 for what it was an hour ago. There's currently at $5.50 we had 14.8 thousand contracts. At $4.50 we have 15.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volumes at a $4 strike. An hour ago there were 7.6 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's down 9.8. Market suggesting a closing price between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI was 261.44 an hour ago and is now 261.17, a little bit down. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield an hour ago was at 0.167. Now 0.17. So just a little bit up. Overall for the day today, we started out at the spread being 0.206, so it's definitely down as the day has continued on for sure. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.10. It looks like there has been another borrowing of another 100,000 shares for the day today, which puts us at a total of 2.85 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. And Ortex is estimating about 0.6% fees. I said Ortex. IBKR is reporting 0.6% fees on those loans. NASDAQ is down 0.33, Dow Jones is down 0.8, and the S&P 500 is down 0.49. There is approximately 1,581 advancers to 4,344 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining this hour. Of the Magnificent Seven, 4 of which are down for the day today. Big financial institution movers for the day, plus or minus 2.5% or greater, is going to get a shout out. FRC is down 4.88. Silvergate is down 2.53. First Horizon's down 2.6. HSBC is down 3.62. Morgan Stanley down 4.74. Gold is down 1.27 and trending up. Silver is down 1.13 and starting to consolidate, maybe moving into a bit of a downtrend after a trend up. Ethereum Classic is up 1.97 and starting to trend up. The US dollar is up 0.92 and consolidating, not quite breaking into a downwards momentum move just yet. Oil is down 4.74 and starting to trend down after consolidation. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.83 to 0.88 and consolidating after a trend up. SPY is down 0.52 and is trending, consolidating after a trend up. VIX is up 5.28, and it's still kind of on a downtrend currently. VBR is down 1.16, consolidating after a downtrend. VB is down 1.04, consolidating after an uptrend. Tesla is up 0.37 and consolidating, looking like it wants to move down. Amazon is down 1.08 and trending up. Cinemark is down 0.56, trending up. Doge is up 0.61, trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.11, starting to trend up. GME is up, or down rather, 5.32 and trending down. HYMC, actually, yeah. HYMC is down 8.79 and trending slightly down to maybe some consolidation after a trend down. NCMI is down 1.75 and trending up. Hood is down 0.68, trending up, and AMC is down 7.68 and consolidating after trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, approximately $4.3 million more outflow than inflow. 15.46 million shares traded so far. After a total of 353 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 17 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We saw volume really pick up in the middle to late portion of the day today, and otherwise we would have been on a pace for probably like 12 to 13 million shares, so we're definitely doing better than that now. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.97, signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 22.51, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.99, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with maybe just slightly more selling pressure with an RSI of 44.53, which is slightly below average. All right. With that, let me head back over to the back of the big tramp. Yucca and censored content are here.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Did you hear? Did you hear about the Robin Hood? They're gonna depose the position, I guess.
The deposition about from some I did. Yeah, but I didn't really look into it too much. What's going on with it? Do you know?
Well, no, I just saw the post. So I guess they're adding like a total of 14 now. But Biggums was talking about that they'll start turning on each other. I think that's true. I think they'll start turning on each other.
What I guess I'm missing out on what was said exactly. What was I didn't really dive into it too much.
I didn't dive into it. I thought I just looked at his post on Twitter. So they're going to court or something.
This is AMC Biggums, you said?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Do you know how long ago he posted this?
4 hours ago. You know what? It might have been.
I see it.
Feed through.
I see it.
See it. Okay.
Yeah, AMC Biggums, and when they start to have their backs against the wall, they will turn on each other. Was a quote. It says here, as Robinhood faces a renewed traders motion for class certification in a lawsuit concerning the January 2021 short squeeze, the company is seeking to take additional depositions. On January 5th, 2024, Robinhood Markets Incorporated, Robinhood Financial LLC, and Robinhood Securities LLC submitted a motion for leave to take additional depositions at the Florida Southern District Court. Class certification. What does that mean? Motion for class certification. Hold on a second. So, in regards to like a class action lawsuit, it looks to me like they're probably trying to figure out who the class is or how big the class may be for a lawsuit, right? So, whoever's putting on some kind of lawsuit here is looking to define what the class is or who it consists of. So, I'm not sure why they would submit a motion for leave.
They're looking for loopholes, buddy.
Yeah. But what specifically are they trying to...
They're trying to eliminate as many people from the class as they can.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that makes sense, right? I mean, you don't want... That means that you likely know that you're guilty of something, but you want to remove the amount of people that you owe to.
you're looking for a new level of crime, you can always find it.
A new level?
Yeah.
You mean an old level? An old level of crime
Whatever.
that's just polished as a new turd.
Casey, what was it? Go ahead.
What?
Oh,
What
preacher,
was the
how's it
last
going?
time, Casey?
Hello.
Preacher,
Ah, good,
preacher.
good.
Let me ask you. When was the last time you went to the barber shop, to a barber, or get a haircut?
It was months ago, but the thing is, in the meantime, I learned to cut my own hair. Well, the
Okay.
hair, it's not a problem, but the beard, so
Oh, nice.
months ago.
How about you, Casey?
Just
Like
before my
here, like a
mom, just
haircut.
before my mom came.
Oh,
So
okay.
she came
And you're
on the dang. What did she? She bought like a month ago.
I don't remember the day, but you were mentioning it on stream.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was
I
like
remember.
it was literally. I think she came on the. I know she left on the 31st, which means she probably got here on the 21st or the 22nd. And I took the 22nd off, so I think I probably got a haircut on like the 21st of December.
And you go to the same guy all the time?
No, I switch it up a little bit here and there.
I got something for you, Casey, in the bubble.
Okay, hold on a second. It just kind of depends. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm feeling. When your barber realizes you've been to somebody else. All right, hold on a second here. I'll put it up on the main screen. I think. Oh yeah, he's just slapping this guy around. How do I do this? Dang it, I'm not sure how to. Well, I'll just have to pull over everything over here, I guess.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal.
Here we go. Yeah, I don't think my barber would do that to me. But it's the funny thing is that every time so I'm not sure what's worse. Whenever I go into my barber, it's been like a month since I had a haircut and I look like trash. Because I know I'm probably supposed to go like every 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. And so I go in there with like just hair like way overgrown. You know, and then I'll say like, can I have a number 2 on the sides and the back? That's what I always get. And then they're like looking at me and my hair is like growing over my ears. They're going like, you took a 2, and this is what it looks like now. Yeah, 2 please. Yeah, they're like,
When you cut your own hair, nobody's judging.
yeah, that's right. Nobody cares. But yeah, that's me, man. They don't think they like me either. I'll tell you what, though. What I try not to do, and this has happened on some occasions where have you ever had a situation where you go to get your hair cut at a barber and they don't wash your hair at barbers, right? Like for those of you women who are listening,
yeah.
you may not know this, but at like legit barbers, men don't get their hair washed. Like that just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But if you go to one of
salon.
those like froofy kind of hair salon places and you can get your hair washed. There are some male haircut places like I'm trying to think of the name of it. Knockouts. They do hair washes and stuff. Those kind of places do hair washes, but a legit haircut place like a real barber doesn't have a hair wash, right? So, anyways, the one I've been going to is a barber, and so I try to make sure that my hair is always washed before I go in there. There is nothing worse than walking in there and having like oily, greasy hair and and then telling them that you want your hair cut. I can only imagine from their perspective that's the worst thing ever. I can only imagine.
Yeah. It's more work for them and the machines too. They got to keep upkeep.
Yep.
clippers.
Well, not really. I mean, if you think about it, on depending on the machine, they might need to use oil on it. So if your hair is already oily, then they're saving on oil.
Yeah, it's actually easier to cut your hair when it's oily.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well,
Not when you have motor oil in your hair.
I'm wearing a hat like 98% of the time, and so when I walk in with any oily hair whatsoever, the hat makes me get like hairlines, hat lines. I don't think they like that either.
Oh, yeah, that's
a no-no.
Just cut along the line. There you go. Done. You
I
made it easy for him.
Why do barbers cut your hair in levels in the USA? I feel like, is this a joke? Or are you asking
In levels? What does that mean? Yeah, it's levels. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know what it means. I think he means tapering.
I
They do
I
tapering.
think it's referring to this
Fade, like a fade.
Yeah, the fade.
Yeah, the taper fade, yeah. It's just
The
kind of a thing.
is-
It's a thing.
Because it's cool, man. It's cool.
But you
It
guys
looks
know
good.
that this was, I'm
The
pretty sure
chicks
this
like
was
it.
popular with the Nazis, right? You guys
Yeah, I
know
was
that
gonna
that
say
was
that.
Oh, jeez.
in Nazi Germany. That was
It is.
the
It is.
main
Look at
haircut.
Hitler.
Oh,
Look at Hitler.
jeez.
He had the best fade ever.
I mean, you can look at it and say, well, Hitler who had, dark hair, so everybody with dark hair is like a Nazi. You can't look at that, but yeah, still, like the choice of hairstyle is a bit strange.
Yeah, where did it originate from? Gotta
don't
be
know.
from those times.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid.
So my cousin doesn't have a whole lot of body to his hair. Like it's very, it's just thin, very, very thin hair. And I think I've seen his hair look like they've tried to taper it before, and it doesn't look good on thin hair. I totally understand that. For people who have thin hair, like so, Stockways, I'm imagining that you have very thin hair because a taper wouldn't look very good on thin hair. Just guessing.
Or you might have a toupee, but we don't know that.
Or you might have a toupee. Or you might have a toupee and they're not supposed to cut that part. Oh, man. He said, yep. Okay, so that's what it is. Yeah. So, yeah, so you're just like my cousin. I mean, it's like his hair is really super thin. I mean, you know Daniel Craig? Daniel Craig he actually looks like Daniel Craig. And I've always thought they were like almost, other than Daniel Craig being a little bit more muscular than my cousin, they were lookalikes. So real thin hair like that doesn't make for a good taper. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go just make sure my pressure cooker is pressuring. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, it's all good. It's pressuring just fine. Under Pressure, the Queen song?
Doing requests now?
I don't know. Albert says the one he had in the start of Star Trek 5. Wait, what's he talking about? Hold on a second here. I gotta look this up. If Bill Shatner gave you his toupee, Would you shave your head bald and wear it? Well, I don't know. Hold on a second here. Does William Shatner really have a toupee?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not really. So I have a really difficult time telling who's got toupees and who doesn't. So I don't know what it is, but I can't seem to
Look up
see
that
it.
one he's talking about from Star Trek V, and you'll be able to tell. It
Well,
looks
I'm
like he's
looking.
wearing a shag carpet.
I'm looking. Hold on.
The shag carpet that your grandma had downstairs.
I'm assuming that it's this one right here, but I don't want to assume. I'd rather know this is the one you guys are talking about. This one right here. That's a toupee. See, I'd be more inclined to think that Spock's is a toupee. And perhaps the Doctor's is a toupee. Like, those look more like toupees to me. I just don't know what a toupee look like. I don't know. Here's the other thing, though, is that I'm finding out that, like, most everybody over the age of, like, 45 tends to, like, dye their hair if it's not gray in the least. Most, not all. And it's starting to really bother me how many people I have known in my lifetime to have colored their hair and I never once noticed. Not once. I don't know what it is, but I'm not observant to it. It doesn't... I guess I'm just not looking at the hair. I don't know. I don't know why I can't figure it out.
Normally it's not green or purple. I know that.
Well, I feel like most of the time I don't really ever see anybody with bad dye jobs. I knew about Burt Reynolds. That one I knew about, but for the most part, like, I can't tell. It's like my kryptonite, man. In evaluating a person, I will 100% of the time miss the fact that they either color their hair or have a toupee or some kind of hair extension. I'm finally, after having hung out with my wife long enough to know, not because she uses them, but because she's pointed it out to me so many times, the extensions on eyelashes. I literally just thought that some women just had some, like, really long ass eyelashes. I mean, not like some of the ones you're seeing nowadays where they're like flapping in the wind and stuff like that, but those are obviously fake to me. But there are some out there that I just did not know. I mean, my wife will point them out to me and I'll be like, no, there's no way those are fake eyelashes. She's like, yeah. I'm like, no. But it's, it floors me.
You know what we call them out here, right? Those long ones?
Well, I mean, those are super long, right? I know which ones you're talking about.
Yeah,
they look like butterfly wings, and they might as well be, right? I'm not talking about those. Those are obvious.
You know what we call those?
What do you call them?
Those, right?
What do you call them?
I know what you call them.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's what I thought. Venus flytraps?
Yes.
Yeah. No. But I get fooled by those a lot too. There's some fake ones out there that I had no clue. And they look totally real. You women go through so much stuff to make yourself up. It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. I had no idea how much is involved. And I don't think you need it. I really don't.
Yeah, there's no need. Yeah, there's really no need.
There's a lot of these women are actually just perfectly beautiful without any of the extra stuff. I watch all the videos of my wife's content creators,
like the extra stuff.
and you know, I mean, sure, they look a lot better with the makeup on, but they look good without the makeup too. And I think more women need to hear this. They need to hear that they look fine. There's nothing wrong. I know they want to look better, but huh?
No, I said they look beautiful just as is. There's
I
no
know.
need to go be. I mean, it's like, what are they trying out for? Cirque du Soleil? What are you trying
No,
out for?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if it makes them feel better, then that's cool too. I understand that, but sometimes I feel like some women feel like they have to put it on. It's like, no, you don't. You really don't. 9 times out of 10, you're probably just fine without it.
And then, yeah. And then the same thing with guys, too, I guess. I'm sure the guys go beyond what they have to do.
Oh,
Look,
I guess.
yeah, it's just too much. It's like, oh, man, come on now.
Are we talking
It's
about
too much.
like? Are we talking about like those implants for like muscles and stuff, or like what are you talking about?
That we're talking about, they pierce their eyebrows. They a clean line on the beard. I'm not, it's just too much to look.
Yeah.
And then just too much. They carry around chapstick so they can their lips can look pink. I don't know, Casey. Do you like York patties, peppermint patties?
Do I like peppermint patties?
Yeah, the chocolate, those
Yeah.
little round.
York peppermint patties? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, York.
Yeah.
I went to pick up some paper, and then poster boards at the Kelly Paper. That's what it's called out here.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a box. And I said, "Oh, can I have some of these?" And he says, "Yeah, take them. I don't like them. It tastes like toothpaste with chocolate." And I was like, "Oh man, you're right."
Actually, you know what's
Right
funny
on
is
point.
my wife the other day, she threw one at me and said, "You want to brush your teeth on the way out?" And she just threw me a York peppermint patty. So she calls it the brushing your teeth mint. So yeah, she's with you on that one. Stockway says, "Who wins the Super Bowl this year?" I don't know, man. It sounds to me like Ravens, but I mean, I don't know. Somebody was suggesting anybody's going to beat the 49ers from the AFC side, and I have high hopes that Kansas City will make it past the Bills, but it's a long shot, and the chances of them making it through the Ravens is even worse. Which I don't even know if they played the Ravens this year or not. I'd have to look and see, but I'm really not even expecting Kansas City to make it. So. What's that?
No, I was trying to make that voice. And that's the best deal you're gonna get.
Is the best deal you're gonna get.
You keep trying,
man,
Yucca.
pepperoni.
Keep trying.
Well, you know who would know how to make tortillas? Pepperoni. Pepperoni.
You think so? Do you think he's made tortillas before?
I bet you, because he's made pizza. It's the same rolling concept. And
It's not the
and-
same. You toss pizzas. You don't. Yeah, no, not the same. You don't toss tortillas.
You can.
You know what you toss? Salad.
Whoa.
What, you don't toss your salad? Come on now. You beast, you savage.
Oh, man, I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. Don't worry. You can just stay silent.
Only
What?
Only in public.
Only in public.
Only in public.
Well, yeah, that's where everybody tosses their. Well, I guess you could be in the privacy of your own home, but you know.
Very flexible.
My poor mom's listening right now. She has no idea what we're talking about. She's like agreeing with everything I'm saying, going like, I don't know what Yuck is talking about.
He threw inflexible there. What does that mean?
She's like, you don't have to be flexible to toss your salad. I've got arthritis in both of my hands and I toss my salad all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh man, on that note, it's about that time. No. Still got 5 minutes.
Nah, yeah, we still got a little bit of time here. Need to change Titans to Texans. Oh, wait, son of a bit. You're right. I don't know why I did that. No, yeah, I do. And I even put, did I even spell it right? You're right. It is the Texans. I don't know why I put that. I don't know why I did that. You're absolutely right. You're the first person to even mention it, too. It is the Texans, a.k.a. the Oilers. Why did I put Titans? Now I gotta look. Now I gotta look at this website that I was looking at and see if. I have no idea why I put Titans. I have no idea. Yeah, well, they're not my team, Stock Whiz. Obviously. I didn't even spell it right. Tittens. Oh, man. That's a laughable one. All right. Well, let's end that poll. You guys already finished. All right. I'll give you guys like a minute more here. A minute more, and I'll end the poll. The embarrassing Tittens poll. I don't know why I looked at their logo and for some reason thought Titans. I don't know why. Here's the website that I was using for pulling up the information. It doesn't have any of the names on there, and I don't know. I just saw the logo and immediately thought Titans in my head for whatever reason. I have no idea, even though that's obviously a Longhorn with a star to Texas. I don't know. I don't know why I did that. I just did.
I don't know, but you even spelt it wrong.
I know, Tittens. That's the best. That's the best part, Tittens. Who doesn't vote for Tittens? We only got 8% votes. I was trying to get them. I was trying to rally some. That's what I'm gonna go with. I was trying to rally votes for them, and look, they only got 8%.
It's a ring toss game.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
You know, Andrew, I think that's. I don't know. Maybe that's why I did that. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm not sure why I did it. All right, let's end it. 178 votes. Not quite as many votes as we had the first round. But you guys are quite confident on the Ravens and the 49ers. Will there be a upset this weekend? We will find out. We'll review it next week when we have a chance. Did they get at least 49% for the Ravens? You guys only gave the Ravens 41% chance? Wow. You guys have a lot more faith in the 49ers than you do the Ravens. It's kind of interesting. Okay. We're getting that end of the day push here. It looks like they're going to try and push us down to that 410 if they possibly can here. The core wants 4. Brandon, good afternoon. I see the VIX at 1397, and the futures on the VIX are showing 1513. So it's still got a ways to go here. It's still separating from the futures. Not catching back up yet. The Russell 2000 sector really took a hit today. Down 1.36% so far.
It's a ring toss game.
Stockway says, what could happen if Evergrande is declared bankrupt? Will we see immediate close of positions? Casey, thoughts? I don't know. Well, first off, they already are declared bankrupt. It's not like it's it's official. They're just trying to decide how they're going to proceed with the bankrupt settlements. As far as immediate close of positions, I don't know. I have no idea. Immediate loss of money is what it's going to be for some people. A lot of banks are going to lose a lot of money in that deal.
Yeah, so that's why I think the best thing to do is to take your money out of the bank and put it into AMC. That's why if your bank goes bust, you're not losing your money. Holding diamonds.
That's right.
It's like
I'm not
You're gonna get.
not financial advice, but banks are scary for sure. As long as you have less than your FDIC insurance amount in there, you'll probably be all right. But
Good afternoon, everybody.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And with that,
Nice pirate here.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, guys, it is that time of the day. I gotta sign us off here. So let me throw on the music. I will see you guys in a little bit.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
It is, unfortunately, that time of the day. And as you all well know, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is to help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Slipping and a sliding, laying dominoes. Lefting and a riding, ain't a crime, you know. Well, I gotta tell the story said God was on his side. Talking to a pusher, they both were selling high. Well, they got a